Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Gladiator in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 141, The Slate, One More Time 6. It wasn't every day that a new bending discipline was discovered. It certainly wasn't likely that someone would discover it in the middle of a gladiator arena, let alone one buried deep beneath the surface of an inhabited island, during a dreadful fight they seemed to be about to lose. And yet that was exactly what Toph Bafong had just achieved. She was covered in wounds, the sort of wounds she had never experienced before this day, but as she stood where she was, burned hands shivering now over excitement after unlocking this new power, all she could feel was euphoria. The pain was far from her mind, and a wild grin spread across her face. It seemed, despite it all, that she still stood a chance in the slate. Every set of eyes was upon her, and despite not everyone was pleased by this sudden turn of events, Zinnia, for instance, seemed utterly horrified. The one emotion that reigned in the building right now was awe. Against every expectation, every limitation, Toph had just achieved the unthinkable, and she seemed to be rightfully proud of it. "Well? Cat Owl got what's left of your tongue?" she asked Storm's Edge, smirking. "Or are you too scared by now to keep up throwing shit at me, huh?" Storm's Edge certainly was scared now. It became all too apparent that he had joined this fight for the sake of obtaining an easy victory, expecting this fight to be child's play. A blind earthbender in the slate wouldn't possibly stand a chance against him, no matter how prodigious she was said to be. She had already surprised him with her other skills, and she had certainly delivered painful wounds so far, but this sudden turn of events was not what he had signed up for. How did this metal bending even work? Would she be able to summon metal from the walls, from the stands, from anywhere in the building, and slay him with it? Toph had been the one reluctant to die moments earlier, but the tables had turned radically. The shift in the fight's atmosphere was practically palpable, as was the thick tension in the air around the blind bandit and Storm's Edge. "Oh, she's unbelievable," said Angela, smiling and shaking her head. "That damn dirt worm." "So much for bending lava," said Sokka, looking at Angela in glee. "Turns out she had an even better ace under her sleeve." "And what an ace it is," said Zhao, eyes wide still. If he had already considered Toph was impressive as a fighter, he was utterly blown away by her performance now. "This isn't, no one ever, how is this even possible?" Zinnia whispered to himself, shaking his head almost imperceptibly. He still didn't give his eyes any credit. Toph walked towards the edge of the ring again and detached another tube with a jerking motion. She snickered before rushing towards the enemy. Storm's Edge had only just released himself from the small metal trap, and he tried to keep Toph at bay with fire. She merely endured his barrage of flames before tossing the new tube at his feet with all her power. It struck against his knees with a loud, shattering sound. Storm's Edge stumbled and collapsed, and he screamed when the platform's extreme heat scorched his exposed skin. He fired another blast at Toph with his unharmed arm, and continued to fire at her however he could, even briefly attempting to shoot lightning at her, but the sparks died at his hands when hot metal started to envelop his body. "And no! No, no!" he screamed, trying to put distance between himself and the metal, but Toph's hands were buried in the platform. Every layer of metal was in her control now. The arena that had once seemed to be her doom now was her greatest ally. The metal's enveloping continued until only Storm's Edge's shoulders and head remained in sight. The rest of his body had slipped through the crevice Toph had carved throughout the platform. His legs now swung in midair to no avail as he clutched onto the scalding platform desperately. His squirming and crying out didn't stop, and throughout the strings of incoherent sounds, sometimes it seemed he was crying out for help. "Caught your breath yet, you tongueless bastard?" Toph asked, her voice colder than anyone had ever heard it before. "Might be the last time you catch it, you know? I could just keep you there until the gates open again, drop you when they do, that way you can join my hammer, huh? Sound good?" "No, no, please dash," he begged, interrupted by a fit of coughs. Toph snorted. "You should be happy, though," she said. "You said scum like me wouldn't rise to your level, right? Well, as you're going to die, you won't have to endure that. Rest assured, brainless, I'm not here to rise to your level. I'm here to rise far higher than you ever did. And damn, I'm actually a little sorry you're not going to be there to see it happen." The hiss of the opening gates made her smirk. Storm's Edge shook his head frantically, and Toph shrugged. I guess it's time. No. No, IBEGH yeah. How scary, huh? The tough guy who'd teach me a lesson is now begging for his life. It's kind of funny, really, she said, chuckling. I'll do. Do whatever. Please. Why yeah win. Yeah win. Oh yes. I do win, said Toph, as the whirring sound stopped. You clearly can't do anything about it anymore, can you? She heard the voices from the stands, the ones that were awed and the ones that were scared. She could hear Storm's Edge's sponsor begging the staff members to do something, to stop her somehow. She scoffed, and dug her hand into the heated metal again, groaning at the pain that the action caused her. But with that, the metal around Storm's Edge receded. It peeled away from him as a lid would, rolling away, and the firebender disappeared from sight, yet Toph felt him clutching at the rolled sheet of metal, holding onto the platform with a single hand, gasping and crying out in desperation. After a deep breath, she folded her arms over her chest and waited, listening again to Zinya's desperate pleas. Finally, the staff members agreed to help him. She heard the command to close the gates, and she sighed upon deciding that her opponent would live, at least for one more day. Perhaps, to face her in one more fight, if he had the guts. She might not feel too merciful during a rematch, though. It wasn't long before the whirring sound blared anew, after the arena's staff had rushed to close the gates once more, for the gladiators' safety. And once the doors were properly closed. Well, that's my cue, said Toph, stomping on the metal and bringing Storm's Edge to cry out again. Goodbye, and fuck you. The metal he had been holding onto detached from the rest of the platform when Toph's bending made it split from the main body of metal. Storm's Edge cried out all the way to the closed metal gate, where he fell limply. It didn't take long for staff members to rush to his aid. Toph huffed and cringed, the pain awakening again once the fight was over. She needed around 10 days of rest after this, no question. She felt as though her entire body had been burned, and she had no doubts her messy hair was in worse shape than ever before, with how many times it had caught fire during the fight. Her hands hurt, a lot, and she was absolutely exhausted. But she had won. She had won. An exhilarant smile appeared on her face as she turned towards the stands. She could hear the whispers, the indignation of Storm's Edge's sponsor. Zhao's amazed comments to Azula, who responded with words that brimmed with pride after what she had just witnessed, and Sokka's euphoric cheers, as he rejoiced in her complete victory. Toph chuckled, but pressed herself to hear that one, unexpected voice from before. You're safe. You're all right. Oh, Toph. She bit her lower lip and smiled. Iroh really was here, after all. And he gave more than a damn, it seemed. A staff member came to the fighting ring, meaning to bring her back to the standby room, and she followed him dutifully through the retractile bridge while the commotion at the stands continued. Zinya's protests grew more potent with every passing moment, and the slate's chairman had a hard time keeping him at bay. Metal bending isn't allowed. I demand a rematch, A rematch. But good sir, we can't do such a thing. Your gladiator is in no shape to fight again. I mean, in 6 months. I deserve compensation for this fraud. Fraud. Zhao finally spoke, smiling with derision at Zinya. Do excuse me, but I don't think any rules were broken. Metal bending isn't allowed, you say? Do search for the section of the League's handbook that explicitly states as much. If firebenders can bend lightning in fights, as yours did, I would say it's perfectly valid for an earthbender to bend metal, Azula added, smirking. All things considered, you should be grateful you still have a gladiator at all. He really could have died, if she had decided to kill him. Don't. Zinya started, but he held his tongue upon remembering he was addressing the princess. He hissed and shook his head. This is outrageous. It's only outrageous to you because you came here for an easy victory, said Azula, raising her eyebrows. An honorable man who wanted a fair fight would have never accepted such a challenge in the first place, coming from a blind earthbender who would be fighting in the most unfavorable conditions. I don't condemn you for wanting victory, of course, but considering that she had everything against her, you should be ashamed of your gladiator for losing, rather than outraged because of the blind bandit's hard-earned victory. Xenia gritted his teeth before storming off, rushing away from the stands. The slate's chairman sighed in relief and smiled at them. You certainly saved me from a bad argument, he said. Oh, but indeed, metal bending. Who would have even thought it was possible? I certainly did not, Zhao admitted, with a chuckle. What an extraordinary girl, wouldn't you say? Absolutely, said the chairman, beaming as one of his assistants approached with the familiar, silver trophy that was handed to the victor of the fight. And well, as you've been victorious, oh, wait. Should I give it to you, or to General Iroh? Seeing as he showed up, after all. Well, that's... said Zhao, glancing towards where Iroh had been before. But there was no one there now. He ran back inside a while ago, Sokka answered the unasked question, prompting everyone to look at him. I suppose he's looking for Toph. Huh. Well, then you can sort out who keeps the trophy later, said the chairman, chuckling and handing it to Zhao after all. A marvelous fight it was. Thank you very much for that spectacle. Sokka grimaced, thinking the gruesome fight was one of the most violent he had ever witnessed, even when he had been part of so many terrible combats. It was hardly something he'd consider a spectacle, but the Fire Nation culture demanded it be so. He sighed and glanced as the retractable bridge that led to Toph's standby room was drawn back again. A small smile appeared on his face upon reflecting on the fight though, on Toph's achievement, rather. It's unbelievable, really, he said. Azula smiled at him. Looks like we raised her well, she whispered softly, so only he would hear. Sokka chuckled. Toph was treated quickly by many staff members, who were applying ointments and cooling her off in every way they could. She had been given several glasses of water and she had finished them quickly, desperate for a little respite after spending so much energy in the fight. Her limbs felt unusually heavy, and all she could want was to rest. But she was alert again instantly upon hearing the rushed footsteps, and the voice crying out her name. Toph. Oh, there you are, Toph. She gulped, lowering her head as she tried to find the words to say. As she tried to understand why he was here, why he would return to her. Iroh dropped on his knees in front of her and enveloped her in a hug. She cringed where he accidentally touched her wounds, but she closed her eyes and hugged him back, burying her face in his shoulder. Soft sobs shook her shoulders soon enough, and she wanted to kick herself for crying, but her body was overwhelmed by the countless emotions she was experiencing. It seemed it only had been able to respond through crying just now. Iroh. I'm so sorry, Toph, I'm so sorry, he gasped, as he held her still. She shook her head. I should have never left your side. I should have never. Why did you come back? She asked, with a soft, hopeful voice. Iroh swallowed hard and pulled away, only to cup her face in his hands. He smiled, tears blinking in his own eyes. Because I was being a fool, yes I was, he said. It took hearing it from a bigger fool than me to understand it. But I do now. Toph, I wanted to protect my family, and I was a fool to forget that you're part of it, too. I am. Toph asked, swallowing hard. Iroh chuckled and nodded. Yes. Yes, you are. We are family, have been for a long time now, he said. And just as you had needed me, I was too stubborn to realize that I needed you, too. Toph blinked as more tears appeared in her eyes. She snorted and laughed a little, as Iroh sighed and leaned close, wrapping her in another embrace. I failed you, child, he said, remorsefully. I have failed you for a long time. And I know it will take more than just my word for me to fix it, but I will do everything in my power to do so. You don't have to do anything, said Toph. Iroh tensed up. Not really, you were great just as you were before, you know? So, if you can just go back to that, I'll be okay. Oh, said Iroh, smiling and sighing in relief. He had dreaded her words would have meant a blatant rejection of him, because they easily could have been, but it seemed Toph still wanted him around. He hadn't been too late, despite it all. Azula stood by the threshold of the room, watching the scene that unfolded inside as the staff members picked up their medicine kits. Sokka stood behind her, frowning just as his sponsor did. But Azula caught his eye and shook her head. This wasn't something they were going to interfere in, regardless of their feelings upon the matter. They couldn't demand for Iroh to make amends for everything right here and now. Yet it still stung to see him rush back to Toph's side when the worst was already over. "No wonder you never liked him," Sokka whispered, once they were back in the vestibule. Zhao was chatting with the chairman even now, so he barely noticed his traveling companions were back. "I know she was fond of him, that he was like her father or grandfather or whatever, but taking him back without making him work for it is way too kind after what he pulled." "I know," said Azula, rolling her eyes. "As you know from experience, I'd never have taken him back, if I were her." "Well, you might have, if he had put his life on the line for your sake a few times," Sokka said, with a small smile, but he shook his head and huffed again. "I know it's not my place to say anything against them, or him, but if you're thinking what I'm thinking," said Azula, sighing, "you've come to the conclusion that he simply doesn't deserve her." "Damn right he doesn't," Sokka growled. Azula actually smiled. "Well, what do you know? Seems like you were right after all," she said. Sokka raised an eyebrow. "About what?" he asked. "You said earlier that we were more similar than I would ever admit." "I suppose this is proof of it," she said, smiling at him. "Though I can't help but wonder if you're only being this unforgiving towards Iroh because of my terrible influence on you." "Heh, don't flatter yourself," Sokka said, giving her a pointed stare. "I won't deny you've influenced me in many ways, but I'm sure I would have been just as disapproving and unforgiving of him if you hadn't influenced me at all. Your uncle is just way too sketchy for his own good." "He is. Which is why I worry about her," said Azula, shaking her head. "She adores the bastard. There's something to be said about you gladiators getting attached to terrible sponsors." "What? Hey. You're the best sponsor there is." Sokka pouted. Azula snorted. "I suppose I was indeed, especially when I called you an eyesore and wanted you to get pummeled in a fight just to teach you lessons that backfired on me," said Azula, looking at him pointedly. "Face it, I was a nightmare of a sponsor for a time, and you were absurdly loyal to me, even then. So yes, I stand by my word. You two have terrible criteria when it comes to your attachments. You had every right to be mad at me when you were," Sokka pouted. "And really, you've been a better sponsor than any other I've met. Better than him by far, too. So, don't compare yourself to him." Right," said Azula, with a small smile. "Still, I can't deny this makes me uneasy. If he ever does anything like this to her again, we'll kick his ass," Sokka declared, proudly. Azula grinned. "That's what surrogate parents should do, right?" "I suppose," said Azula, chuckling and shaking her head. Toph and Iroh appeared at the slate's vestibule after around half an hour. The earthbender still looked more ragged, damaged and tired than she had ever been, but there was a sense of relief and joy in her that was most unusual, too. She was definitely savoring the discovery of a new bending form, along with the recovery of a friendship she had given up on entirely. "Well, here she is, the wicked metal bender. Why didn't you tell us you could do that? We would have had a much easier time training you if we'd known." Azula teased her. Toph laughed as she brought a bandaged hand to her forehead, still in disbelief. I don't even know how it happened. I just realized there was earth inside the metal, scattered in it, and it worked. I bent it and it worked. And what a relief it is that it worked," said Sokka, but his proud smile turned upside down before long. "Now, don't even think about using that on my armor or sword, okay?" "Oh? Really, can't I?" Toph asked, with an innocent smile. Sokka huffed, as Azula rolled her eyes but smiled at Toph. "You did great. As much as you're no gladiator of mine, I'm proud of what you achieved," she said. Toph's smile softened. "Well, you both know I wouldn't have gotten this far without you. I would have been a goner as soon as I stepped in the ring without shoes, and hey, my feet are perfectly okay, even though he kind of set me on fire everywhere else, but But you'll be able to see just fine when you take off the shoes, said Sokka, smiling, and Toph nodded. Damn, I do miss walking barefooted, Toph chuckled. Azula glanced at Iroh, and he gulped but averted his gaze. She frowned, guessing she would speak with him later. But before anything else could be said, Zhao approached with the large silver trophy in his hands. It would seem you have earned this, blind bandit, said Zhao, smiling down at her. She raised an eyebrow. What's that, a salad bowl? Toph asked. Everyone else laughed, and Zhao shook his head. Your trophy. Do relish in it, not everyone can boast of having one of these, he said, but he didn't hand it over to her. I suppose someone else will have to hold on to it, though. Seeing as you can't quite hold it with your hands like that. Toph bit her lip and nodded. Her blisters stung badly, even after the treatment and the bandages. Holding anything was a bad idea unless she really had no choice. Who will take it, then? Zhao asked. Iroh gulped. It should be up to Toph, he said. She blinked blankly. Me? I decide who gets the salad bowl? Heh. She said, smiling at Sokka. Should be the dog, then. He could use more plates to eat from, huh. Sokka snorted and shook his head. Azula smiled but placed a hand on Toph's shoulder. Touched as we may be, that trophy is yours. You should keep it. Besides, Sokka has 2 of those already, he doesn't need yours too, said Azula, matter-of-factly. Toph huffed. Heh, you have 2? Well then, in 6 months I'll have 2 as well. And then I'll have 3 next year. And 4. Heh, you're confident, let's see if you're still that eager to fight here when you come begging us for more training in 6 months, said Sokka, poking her forehead with a finger. Toph laughed. Ha, I'm not going to do that anymore. She said, with determination. Azula glanced at Iroh, who still kept his eyes either on the floor or on Toph. If Iroh did his job, then sure, Toph might not need their help again. But could he be trusted to work with his gladiator from now on? Would Azula and Sokka need to swoop in to save Toph again when she needed someone by her side? Azula didn't know for sure, but if it happened, she would hardly be surprised. She sighed before turning towards Toph. So? She asked. What now? Toph gulped and lowered her head too. She didn't need to be nervous about anything, she knew as much, but telling Azula she had chosen to accept Iroh as her sponsor again was a scarier prospect than expected. Even if it was obvious enough, by now, that it was what would happen. Toph has agreed to travel with me, Iroh spoke up. Azula frowned. Travel with you? Back to the capital, you mean? She asked. No, see, he's. Toph said, folding her arms over her chest. He's going on a trip. He was planning on it, already on his way, but then took a detour to the Slate End. Ah. A detour, Azula repeated, looking at Iroh pointedly. He still avoided her gaze. He wants to find Zuko, Toph explained. Azula closed her eyes, having expected as much already. And? I said I'd go with him. Azula frowned, knowing Toph anticipated Azula's response to be a negative one. But as it was, Toph truly was her friend, nothing more. She had no authority over her life, no reason to tell her what to do. The relationship between Toph and her sponsor was her own business, and Azula knew better than to interfere in it. She didn't want anyone interfering in her own relationship with Sokka, after all. Well, as long as you make sure to heal through the trip, you should be fine, said Azula, with a small smile. Toph gulped. Why yeah, I'll try to, she said, smiling awkwardly. Azula sighed and squeezed her shoulder. Well, then, what are you waiting for? She asked. The sooner you set off, the sooner you'll be resting in a cabin and recovering from this med fight. Boy, do I need that, said Toph, smiling a little. Who knew I'd actually be happy about getting on a ship, eh? Azula smiled. Once Zhao joined them, the 5 of them started on their way out of the building. Sokka remained silent, constantly by Azula's side and as far from Iroh as he could be. Zhao walked beside Iroh, asking curt questions about where he intended to search for Zuko, only to short and dry replies from the old general. The walk to the docks didn't take so long, and by then Zhao was still holding Topha's trophy. In the end, he resolved to head to Iroha's ship and leave it there, somewhere. After Zhao had taken off to do as he intended, Azula turned to Sokka. I suppose you ought to fetch Topha's luggage and help her carry it over to Iroha's ship. She told him. Seeing as she shouldn't be doing any heavy lifting herself. Sure, said Sokka, smiling and heading up the ramp. Toph chuckled. Nice of you to help me out like that, dog. I always did want a diligent hand servant like you. She said, following him into the royal barge. Call me that again and I'm tossing your pack into the sea. Hey. There was no mistake as to why Toph had followed Sokka, or why Azula had sent him away as she had in the first place. Her amicable smile faded as she folded her arms over her chest. Both her and Iroh were staring onwards at the ships, avoiding looking at one another even now. As much as I never wanted to feel indebted to you in any way. Iroh said, and Azula's eyes narrowed towards him briefly. I am grateful for how you helped Toph when I failed her. If it weren't for your assistance, today could have been a tragedy. Thank you. I did it for her sake, Azula said. Iroh huffed. Did you think I believed otherwise? I didn't, but I'm stating it nonetheless. If it were up to me, she would forsake you and find herself a worthy sponsor instead of you, Azula declared. Quite a nasty habit you have, abandoning things and coming back when it's too late for you to do anything about them. You needn't rub my failures in my face, Iroh said, sighing. I know them by heart. My shortcomings are my own. And I am glad that, for once, someone was there to help Toph avoid a dreadful fate I almost forced upon her. I only hope you know better than to do this again, said Azula. Honestly, I don't care what you do with your life, with your time, but I do care about the harm you bring to her. If you ever hurt her again, you'll make me wish I could jump into the slate's lava so I could suffer less than dying by your hand. Iroh finished for her. Azula huffed. Yeah. Something like that. I'm surprised, truly, that you have come to care for her as much as you have. Someone had to, Azula retorted. Iroh flinched. I hope you can do it from now on, even if I don't trust you. She's not like you in many ways and thrives in the violence you think is pointless. If you're going to play at being her sponsor again, maybe think about what that means and take it seriously instead of abandoning her whenever it's convenient for you. I don't intend to abandon Toph ever again, he said. Azula huffed. Well, if that's true, good. If it isn't. Yes, yes. You'll destroy me, said Iroh, sighing. All this being said, though, don't mistake my gratefulness regarding Toph with forgiveness of any sort. Forgiveness? Azula asked, with a skeptical grin. Why, I'll be damned. What exactly should I have been apologizing for? You know full well what, Iroh snapped, glaring at her. Azula responded with her own harsh leer. And you know I'm no fool. Not when it comes to this. While we can see eye to eye regarding what's best for Toph, we won't regarding most anything else. Indeed, said Azula, coldly. So, our relationship remains the same, Iroh declared. It does, I had no delusions for it to be otherwise. Mainly because I don't want it to be, said Azula, taking a few steps toward her ship. You're not the only one who's utterly disappointed and disgusted with the other, you realize. Then this is farewell, said Iroh, closing his eyes but moving to his own ship's ramp. Azula frowned just before reaching hers, looking at her uncle from the corner of her eye. She gritted her teeth and clenched a fist. Uncle, she called him. Iroh stopped and glanced at her. Just, take good care of her. I intend to, he said, with a nod, and made his way to his ship's deck without another word. Azula sighed and climbed her own ramp, wishing the unease in her chest would settle down. But there was nothing to do anymore. Toph had made her choice, and Iroh would have his way, as usual. Could it be a good thing, for once? Somehow, Azula doubted it. Azula reached the deck to find Toph was walking across it, too. Sokka was behind Toph, carrying a small pack. Azula smiled at the earthbender, who slowed to a halt in front of her. Well, off you go, I take it, she said. Toph sighed. I know what you must be thinking. Then you also know I'm aware that changing your mind is futile, said Angela, looking at her skeptically. Toph chuckled. Not because I'm his gladiator does it mean I won't be friends with you guys, though, she said, with a small smile. Even if he doesn't like it. Heh, these petty friendship and enmity squabbles were something I had hoped I'd left behind in school. I suppose not, said Angela, with a resigned grimace. Sokka smiled sympathetically at her. Huh, I never did go to school, said Toph, shrugging. I never experienced this until now, honestly. But if it makes you feel any better, I won't let him walk over me anymore. From now on, we're going to be equals, and I'll get my say upon every matter, too. If he can't handle that, well. I suppose I know where to go, eh? I suppose you do, said Angela, smiling too. She placed a hand on Toph's shoulder. Take care of yourself. And if you find Zuko, please give him the nicest kick in the rear for me, if you'd be so kind. Oh? What will I tell him if he asks why he's getting one? Toph said, chuckling. You'll tell him it's because his flight of fancy turned Iroh into the sorest of thumbs for me. That ought to do, said Angela, smiling. Now, get going or that old bastard might leave you behind. Okay, said Toph, but just as she made to step down the ramp, she rushed back to Angela again and embraced her. The princess smiled and sighed, patting Toph's back gently. Ow. 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 You know, it's not very wise to hug someone when you're covered in wounds, Angela pointed out. Toph chuckled as she scrambled away from her. You're the best, Spicy, she said, smiling. I know I don't say it enough, but I'm glad I have a friend like you. Angela stared at her in surprise, rendered speechless as Toph laughed again and waved at her, rushing down the ramp. Sokka didn't follow her yet, choosing to check on Angela first of all. Hey, you alright? He whispered. Angela nodded promptly. Yeah, just hurry with that bag. They don't have all day, she said. Sokka smiled. Okay, then. Angela followed Sokka with her gaze as he climbed onto Iroh's smaller ship, leaving his cargo there right next to where Zhao had deposited Toph's trophy. Zhao's farewell to Toph and Iroh was brief, but Sokka talked with Toph for a moment before she lightly punched his shoulder as a goodbye. He got off the ship chuckling, and rejoined Angela on the barge's deck soon enough, along with Admiral Zhao. Toph waved from where she was, though her angle was off for around 10 degrees. Iroh's ship had been ready to take off, as his stop in the slate had been a brief detour. They resumed their journey sooner than Angela's barge, and the princess was left sighing as she leaned on her ship's railing, watching the smaller vessel shrinking in the distance. You're very anxious, Sokka whispered. Angela huffed. The more I think of it, the worse I feel about this, she said. I told him to look after her, but how do I know he'll do it? I just... You've felt responsible for her for too long, said Sokka, looking at her with uncertainty. It's hard to get out of that mindset. I suppose, said Angela, shaking her head. She'll take care of herself, at least. It's all I can hope for. She certainly proved she's adept at that, Zhao commented. He had remained at a short distance from them, but now moved to stand by the railing too, a few paces away from Sokka. Angela regarded him with a glance, finding he didn't seem too upset with the situation. Nonetheless. I do hope you'll forgive me for wasting as much of your time as I did, Admiral, Angela said, startling him. I promised you a gladiator and, in the end, you got nothing but a trip and a gruesome spectacle. Ah, but I witnessed history in the making, didn't I? He said, smiling. Metal bending, who knew such a thing was possible? Well, if you guys can bend lightning, earthbenders can bend metal. It's weird, but hey, it works, said Sokka, smiling too and shrugging. Alas, I don't bend lightning myself. Zhao pointed out, surprising Sokka. But I see your meaning, yes. You don't? Sokka asked. Is it too complicated or something? What, you thought it was easy? Angela asked, looking at him skeptically. Sokka blushed and pouted a little. It's your fault if I did. You make it look pretty easy. He whispered. Angela snorted. Or maybe you're panicking so much when I use it that you don't pay attention to how much work it takes to produce it, she said. Sokka rolled his eyes in disbelief, to Zhao's amusement. Okay, well, at any rate, it's that complicated to learn it, then? Sokka asked. Zhao nodded. Did your master know how to do it? Angela tensed up next to Sokka, and she glanced at him with uncertainty, all teasing intent gone from her countenance. Sokka wasn't comfortable upon bringing up Zhang, but he didn't waver. Zhao blinked blankly. Well, now that you mention it, I can't remember if he ever used lightning, said Zhao, shrugging. Perhaps he knew how but was too scared of its potential. Perhaps he simply didn't show me how to do it because he thought I lacked the self-control to use it adequately, which isn't all that wrong, really. I've always been a wild firebender. The years of discipline at the academy didn't do much to fix that, let alone did Zhang help at all. So, he was a lousy teacher? Sokka asked, with a growing smirk. Heh. Loser. Angela actually snorted at Sokka's remark and found herself laughing as the barge began to move. Zhao shrugged but smiled, folding his arms over his chest. I suppose in some ways, he was one, he agreed. Couldn't teach a young firebender how to control himself, instead only exacerbated his worst instincts. Truly, he was so controlling and demanding that I ended up doing everything he didn't want me to do just to spite him. I'm sure you can guess that's why he ditched me to serve under other instructors, so I'd stop being a bother. He taught you while in the academy, then? Angela asked. I wouldn't have thought such important military figures would be that involved with the education of young cadets. They aren't anymore. But back in Agelin's time, it wasn't unheard of, said Zhao, sighing. Then again, the progress during your father's times has seen to it that military figures aren't often idle and left with no jobs but to teach new recruits. The Navy has at least doubled in size since your father became Fire Lord, and we're about to have airships, too, which means more soldiers will be recruited. Are you interested in joining the airship force? Sokka asked. Or are you a man of the seas only? Truth be told, I'm more comfortable in water, yes, said Zhao, leaning on the railing now. I've been sailing since I was 15. Odd as it can seem, I feel at home in the cabin of a warship. Since you were 15, you say? Sokka asked, raising his eyebrows. Is it odd? I was under the impression you, of all people, would think it was quite natural to sail as a teenager, said Zhao. Sokka smiled and nodded. Yeah, I just didn't expect that to happen anywhere aside from the water tribe, he said. I take it you were a teenager when you first sailed, too? Zhao asked. Sokka bit his lip. Yeah, well, older than you were, Sokka admitted. I was 17. Really? Said Zhao, raising his eyebrows. I thought your people started younger. I was 3 years late, yeah, Sokka said. The warriors of the south joined the war when I was 11 or 12, so when the time came for my dad to take me ice dodging, he wasn't there. I see, said Zhao, nodding. A shame that is. But at least you did it afterwards, yes. Yeah. Took me some time, but I did, Sokka nodded. From what I've heard, the Southern Water Tribe's ships are extraordinary, Zhao commented. They're built in such a way that they're strong and swift, flexible where other vessels can barely hold their own. I used to think we needed to develop something similar, but Ose's industrial appetite brought us ships such as this one. Zhao smiled as he gestured at it, and Sokka grinned back, albeit somewhat awkwardly. Well, I can say this one's way more spacious, he admitted, to which Zhao laughed. That it is, he said. Angela had been uncharacteristically quiet, her eyes set on Sokka as they spoke, and he glanced at her with raised eyebrows once Zhao fell silent. She only returned his stare quizzically, perhaps wondering why he hadn't spoken of any of this before. Sokka bit his lip and looked at her apologetically, earning himself a skeptical glare. Well, then, said Zhao, sighing. I suppose I shall retire for the evening, unless either of you need me. Before I do, though, Princess. Angela's wordless exchange with Sokka ended abruptly and she turned to Zhao. He gave her a small smile. It was my privilege to join you for this unusual event. I hadn't quite been as invested in a gladiator fight since, well, probably never, truth be told. I didn't get the gladiator you promised, but it was an enjoyable experience. I'm glad you see it that way, said Angela, with a dry smile. Zhao gulped. Well, then. She's not mad at you, Sokka said, surprising both Zhao and Angela. What? Said Zhao. Sokka sighed. See, she's just so worried about Toph that she's in a sour mood, likely to lash out at anyone and everyone, just as she's going to lash out at me for saying what I'm saying. All I'm really trying to tell you is it's not personal, really, said Sokka with a reassuring smile. Angela was rendered speechless, glaring at Sokka in disbelief. He looked at her most proudly, as if his capacity to understand what was going through her head was a skill he rejoiced in having. The indignant blush on her face said she was not quite as pleased about it as he was, though. Huh. Said Zhao, smiling a little. I guess that's so. Well, as similar as you may be to your mother when it comes to your appearance, you're quite like your father in regards of how you handle your friendships. What? Angela asked, snapping out of her anger at Sokka upon hearing those words. Similar to my father? You're, speaking of experience, I take it. Well, yes, said Zhao, with a small smile. Oze may have his faults and he certainly makes a sport of mocking me, but he's been a very loyal friend all along. Quite as you are towards the young buffoon, it seems. I don't know if it's loyalty, truly, said Angela, shrugging. But I do feel responsible for her. Did my father feel responsible for you too? For a time, surely, said Zhao, grinning. I did set aside my education for the sake of accompanying him on his journey to find the Avatar. I figured, for a long time, that he wanted us to come home victorious so he could justify taking me away from the academy, but you failed, said Angela. Zhao's smile faded. I've never really known much about that trip of yours, Admiral. Was it as long and pointless as Zuko's? Not as long, but yes, just as pointless, said Zhao. We were only at sea for 4 years. But I was your father's only friend aboard. What, he antagonized his entire crew? Sokka asked, amused. Or was he just not interested in fraternizing with them? The latter, really, said Zhao. Still, it was a complicated situation. He took to the seas to search for the Avatar at the behest of his father, who had searched for him many years prior. Yet while he allowed Oze to use a royal ship and crew, he didn't quite agree to lend him any royal guards, and Oze didn't have his own retinue just yet since he was too young for it. He was still 16, wasn't he? Angela asked, and Zhao nodded. But Fire Lord Ajalon had wanted him to prove himself, to show how skilled a leader he could be by inspiring soldiers to follow him through charisma alone. Oze, of course, tried his best, visited the academy seeking potential recruits, and failed to inspire anyone. That's sad, said Sokka, grimacing. Angela frowned. That sounds unlikely, though. My father was the second-born son of a Fire Lord, even if he wasn't the heir. Countless soldiers should have tried to attach themselves to him in hopes to advance their careers. Well, you may not understand just how bad the relationship between your father and grandfather was, said Zhao, sighing. Turns out that Fire Lord Ajalon wanted to make your father a laughingstock. He had his generals and commanders on a tight leash, ordered them not to allow anyone to join Oze. I had been in the academy for a few years, I had great disregard for the authority figure above me at the time. So when I heard that we weren't supposed to join him I was quite determined to do the opposite. It was how I had done things while working with Zhang, too. So, you rebelled? Sokka asked, amused. That's interesting. I did indeed, and just in time. Oze was despairing as he tried to deliver the most spirited speeches to rile up the soldiers, and when I stepped forward he nearly fainted of relief. But no one else followed my lead, despite I hoped they might. And then he was disappointed that he only had me, of course. Sounds like a friendship with a rough start, Sokka commented, and Zhao chuckled but nodded. Still, not as rough as you might think, he said. I smoothed things over once I told him the main reason why I'd chosen to join him. It wasn't only that I wanted to rebel, but... You were thanking him for how he saved your life? Angela asked. Zhao's eyes widened. You know of. Sokka told me, Angela smiled, shrugging. It's awfully easy to get him to spill other people's secrets. What the? It's not. Sokka huffed, as Angela smirked proudly. It's only because you. Why Yuri unfairly persuasive? Unfairly persuasive? I merely asked what you had spoken about on your carriage trip and you spilled everything, it's not like I had to trick you into talking. Angela sneered, with a skeptical smile. Sokka blushed and shook his head. Zhao chuckled. Well, it spares me from having to share that other story with you, he said. At any rate, Oze hadn't realized I was the same boy he had saved. Once I told him, well, he was absolutely delighted. To him, it was a sign of how skilled a leader he could be. His actions from several years earlier had led us to that moment, and he was sure it meant his father was utterly wrong about him. So, well, he started looking after me, in a sense. Once he became Fire Lord. He kept promoting you, said Angela, smiling a little. I remember you were only a lieutenant when I was a child, and now. True, though I've worked for my promotions too, Zhao declared, and Angela chuckled. I didn't say you hadn't, Admiral, really, so unnecessarily defensive, she said, smirking. Zhao huffed. Well, whispers have always spread, he muttered. Not a lot of people were pleased by my ascent through the Navy's ranks. Some thought I needed more experience, others said I was only being promoted because Fire Lord Oze was spending too many of his resources on me. Some even said that sending the commander of the Southern Raiders to the north would have made more sense than sending me. Would it have? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. I doubt he would have done a better job. Southern Raiders? Sokka asked, his confused eyes flickering between the two firebenders. You don't mean, what, is that the name of the bastards who kept attacking my tribe? Both Zhao and Angela tensed up at those words. Sokka's confusion receded gradually, a sinking feeling growing stronger in his stomach with every passing moment of silence. It is them, isn't it? He said. Angela bit her lip and nodded. Though they weren't always alone. At first there were various squads mobilized to attack the south, if the history books are accurate, said Angela. They are, said Zhao, nodding. I was never part of those raids, but for around 30 years, a large force of our navy would be sent to the south on irregular intervals to raid the, wait. But, you're saying they attacked when you were young? Yeah, said Sokka, frowning. I mean, I think I was, about 7 when they last attacked through an actual raid. After that we had several years of quiet until the settlement was built. You were, 7. Zhao repeated, confused. That makes no sense. Huh. Said Sokka, looking back at him. I'm pretty sure I remember it right, Admiral. They killed my mother. Angela's stomach sank upon hearing those words. Zhao as well seemed uncomfortable, and even remorseful now. But Sokka only stared at him with a light frown. I didn't mean it like that. I'm not saying it didn't happen, just. Said Zhao, breathing deeply. I remember there was quite a celebration over the last raid. The Southern Raiders' success was a fuss all through the Navy. And if I remember right, you couldn't possibly have been born when that happened. It was, at the very least, 30 years ago. Really? A celebration? Sokka repeated. I know it must sound gruesome to you since the raids must have traumatized you, but I can recall it happening much longer ago, and my memory can't be failing that badly, said Zhao, frowning. Fire Lord Ajalon was quite pleased, since with that last raid he had confirmed the waterbending threat was under control. Assignments to the south decreased since they were deemed unnecessary and, your mother died, you say? Yeah, she did, said Sokka, and Zhao shook his head before moving to the ship's railing again, clutching at it with uncertainty. It really boggles the mind, why send a new raid after celebrating such an achievement? He asked, before looking at Sokka. Was there a new waterbender by then? I know they speak of there being 2 waterbenders now, so. What does that have to do with it, though? Said Sokka, frowning. My mother wasn't a bender, they couldn't have been targeting her if they were after waterbenders. If anything. A ghost of a thought tried to materialize in his head, but Sokka closed his eyes tight and stopped it from happening. He breathed deeply, thinking he was going too far in his interpretations. No, it couldn't have been. Even then, if they had mistaken your mother for a bender, killing her wasn't the way they were supposed to operate back then, said Zhao, biting his lip. Still, maybe it had something to do with the escaped prisoners incident. Escaped prisoner? Azula asked. What do you mean? Well, waterbenders were to be taken away, imprisoned, kept isolated from the world, at least, that was Fire Lord Azulin's initial command, said Zhao. Sokka frowned, remembering that Azula had told him about that some time ago. They were war prisoners, after all. But one day, one of them, well, nobody really knows how, but the last one alive somehow manipulated a guard into setting her free. He claimed he hadn't wanted to do it, that she had made him move against his will. Nobody believed him, though. How could anyone do such a thing, after all? Was she a mind-bender? Rumors were that she had, well, offered services the soldier hadn't wanted to refuse. So, since he had no proof of his claims, he was discharged from the army entirely for his failure and apparent immoral acts. So, could it be that Fire Lord Azulin feared that any new waterbending prisoners might escape, too? Or perhaps whoever was in charge of the southern raiders at the time would disregard all commands and simply kill for sport, Azula whispered, lowering her gaze. Zhao nodded. Also possible. I believe at the time, it must have been Yun Rha, Zhao said. Sokka tensed up. Yes, he was the raiders' commander, I'm sure. He retired several years ago, but he might still be alive. He. Sokka said, his eyes widening. I don't know where he is right now, but, if you ever do want to question him about what he did or why, if maybe one of his men did it without consulting him, I can try to track him down, said Zhao. Of course, if you'd rather leave this matter alone, it's quite alright as well. Sokka swallowed hard and lowered his gaze. Some irrational, fierce part of him, maybe that same wild urge that took over him when he had fought to the death in the amateur arena, that survival instinct that kicked in during his fight with Jet, urged him to find out. To ask Zhao everything about the man who had caused his mother's death, indirectly or not. To find out the truth, and then. But what would he do, if he knew? What good would it serve to know anything about that man? What could he possibly do at this point to fix what had been broken, to amend the mistakes that had been made? His mother wouldn't come back to life. The past would remain in the past for good, no matter what he did. Discovering why his mother had died wouldn't change things, not for real. I'll let you know if I change my mind, but... said Sokka, breathing deeply. As it is, I don't know if I have anything to gain by discovering these truths. Whatever his reasoning, whatever his motive, the fact remains that my mother was killed almost 20 years ago. I can't bring her back, and nothing will ever justify her death to me, so... I don't think it would make any sense to find out whatever he has to say. Fair enough, said Zhao, nodding. You're a much better man than I, that's for sure. If I'd had the chance, well... I would have stopped at nothing to avenge my own parents. Revenge is tempting for some of us, but it is still true that it may not serve much purpose in the end, said Azula, shrugging. Not in most cases, anyways. Not when it's been this long since the crime took place, I suppose, said Zhao, nodding. Well, I had been taking my leave, hadn't I? I didn't mean to entertain you, said Azula, nodding in his direction. Have a good evening. Likewise, both of you, said Zhao, nodding as well before retiring towards the barge's tower. Azula watched him go, keeping an eye on him until he crossed the tower's threshold. Only then did she shift her attention towards Sokka. She knew what to expect, so she wasn't surprised by his current state. He was troubled, deeply, and his eyes seemed lost in the horizon as his fists were clenched. He was likely thinking about too many things at the same time. Sokka, she whispered. He closed his eyes. I'm fine. I will be, at least, he said, sighing. It's a lot to take, yes, but it's true anyways that I can't do anything about it. I can't, so I won't. I'm I'm just going to get something to eat, yeah. Fair enough, said Angela, nodding. Sokka looked at her with uncertainty, but she smiled. It's fine if you want to be alone, we may succeed at keeping up appearances that way. I'll check on you later, alright. Well, Sokka started, wanting to reassure her, to tell her he didn't need to be alone, but that he hardly knew how to be good company after the load of information he had just received. He sighed in defeat, though, figuring he'd tell her as much later. That's okay, then. I'll see you, well, at night, maybe. If you wish, said Angela, smiling gently still. Sokka sighed as Angela took off, heading inside the tower too. He stood in the deck for a little longer before following, but instead of heading to the upper quarters, he headed down below, where his own cabin was located, along with those of the crew and guards. He moved almost absent-mindedly until he reached his room, and then he sat on the mattress, his head between his hands. His mother had died long ago, too long ago. Her death had been ever present for his sister, a weight that dragged her down, that had hurt her in the deepest ways. It had hurt Sokka, too, but he had never felt the need to fill Kia's shoes. He hadn't been the one taking her loss badly, his father had tried to stay strong, but he as well would fall apart over Kia's death often. Katara hadn't been able to speak of Kia without breaking into tears for years. Sokka hadn't mourned her properly, he knew as much. He had been outraged, mad about his mother's demise, and his drive to fight in the war had increased because of it. He had taken his training as a warrior more seriously, far more seriously than any of the kids he had started teaching a few years later. They hadn't lost their mothers. They had no idea what it meant to be powerless to stop the enemy from taking those you loved. Sokka had decided, at such young age, that he would do everything in his power to prevent that from happening to him again. And yet, Kia's death now seemed to be a mistake of some sort. If the raiders had been sent to target waterbenders, and yet Kia had died while Katara had lived, if the raiders had left abruptly, right after Kia's death. Sokka gritted his teeth as tears burned in his eyes. He couldn't know for sure, couldn't possibly know unless he took Zhao up on his offer, but the more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed that Kia had died after lying about her identity, albeit to save her daughter. She could have claimed she was the bender to keep Katara safe. If the soldiers had simply attacked without confirming that she was a bender, they would have assumed their job was finished with her death. They would have never known Kia had lied. And there was the matter of the waterbending prisoners, too. Angela had mentioned them before, but given her reaction, she hadn't known of any who had escaped. Was it true that the escaped prisoner had pushed Angela to decide that waterbenders had to be exterminated entirely? Was that prisoner somehow, indirectly, to blame for his mother's death? If she hadn't escaped, perhaps Kia would still be alive. His mother might have been reduced to a slave, or perhaps she would still be imprisoned, but she might have survived. Yet, was it right to resent the escaped prisoner for fighting for her life? Whatever that woman had witnessed, whatever horrors she had been subjected to, Sokka had no right to judge her. She had done what she had to do, with no awareness that her actions would have catastrophic consequences for one family in the South Pole. And there was, of course, the matter of how they'd known it all. Why would the Southern Raiders know of a new waterbender, of one final bender, when they had been celebrating the defeat of all the benders of the South Pole several years prior? Who had informed them that there was a new waterbender? Katara had barely been a child at the time, her powers couldn't have been witnessed by any outsiders. And yet, someone had told them. Somehow, the Fire Nation had found out about Katara. It was no coincidence that they had attacked barely years after she had showed signs of being a bender. The strike was planned, and it happened because a source had tipped them off, no doubt. No military strategist would send such a large armed force merely to confirm a hunch or an unverified rumor. And what stung most was to think that the source had to be someone from his very own tribe, someone who had watched him and Katara grow up, someone who had pretended to be friends with Kia while stabbing her and her family in the back as they had. It wasn't a foreigner, nobody had visited the Southern Water Tribe other than Fire Nation soldiers, who were trying to crush and conquer them rather than visiting. None of them would have seen or heard of Katara's bending when she had been that young. There was no doubt that someone who was part of the tribe was responsible for this. Sokka sighed, wondering if the twisting feeling inside his stomach was what Angela felt when it came to the traitor within her father's inner circle. The traitor who had stood by her father's side, and yet tried to help his worst enemies escape when he had the chance. The one who had allowed the White Lotus inside the palace and granted them the means to move around freely. Who had enabled them to kidnap Angela when she had been at her weakest, and who had also served as an informant to Zhang, giving him a chance to attack him and Angela. Was the Water Tribe traitor someone like Iroh, then? Was it someone Sokka had trusted all his life, a funny person who behaved as a kind soul, and who always concealed their true motives and intents? He sighed and sat against the wall, his back resting on his upright pillow. He felt too sick to eat, and it wasn't the ship's fault. The rocking motions of the vessel had never bothered him, and he knew they didn't right now, either. The terrible realizations were what kept him wide-eyed, horrified, unable to snap out of his daze. His mother had died heroically, it seemed, in the most remarkable way any mother could pass away. And it had been caused by someone she had trusted. Someone who knew Kia's daughter was a waterbender. Someone who had a cold enough heart to wish for the death of a 5-year-old child. He snarled and punched the wall in frustration, dropping his head against it. The more he thought of it, the worse he felt, but he couldn't stop his train of thoughts anymore. He had never bothered digging into the truth of his mother's death, attributing it merely to the senseless war. What could ever justify the death of Kia, the kindest, warmest soul there was? Nothing could. Even if he discovered the whole truth, nothing would. And yet part of him felt guilty for not looking into it before. For not finding justice for his mother, if there was any to be had. He remained where he was for hours, beating himself up over this, not knowing what to do. His heart had been at peace for a long time, longer than usual, but now it was in disarray all over again. His past hid murkier shadows than he ever realized it did, even that which was most sacred and pure to him seemed to be stained with darkness now. His home, the haven in the South Pole, no longer felt as safe as it once did. A soft knock on his door startled him. He raised his eyes, wondering what time it was. His cabin didn't have windows, so he had no idea if he had wasted away all afternoon in here. When he saw it was Angela opening the door, he knew it had to be late at night already. Hey. He whispered, noticing she had a bag in her hands. I asked in the kitchens a couple of hours ago, she whispered. They said you didn't head there for food after all. I figured, well, I didn't know if you'd want it, but I brought you some either way. Thanks, Sokka said, with a weak grin. I'm not too hungry, truly. After all the trouble I went through by sneaking food for you at midnight, you'd better eat it, said Angela, closing the cabin door and looking at Sokka meaningfully. He chuckled. Fine, he said, as Angela placed the bag on his nightstand. She took her seat beside him on the bed, eyes set on his. He held her gaze, his deeply broken heart plain in sight for her through his set eyes. Angela sighed. Well, do tell. Why didn't you ever tell me about that ice-dodging thing? Sokka's troubled expression shifted into confusion, and Angela looked at him innocently. He actually chuckled. It never came up, he said, reaching out to touch her hand. What, you find me even more attractive now that you know I can sail? I didn't say that. Angela claimed evasively, bringing Sokka to laugh more until she smiled. All right, perhaps a little. I just might be picturing you, shirtless under the sun, your muscles tightening as you pull at the ropes while the sea sprays your sweaty body with pearls of water. It's not a good idea to think about it, not at all. No? Don't want to get too aroused, I take it? He asked, smiling weakly. Angela looked at him in defeat. Your imagination is quite flattering, I won't deny it, but, it wasn't like that at all. I know, said Angela, smiling again. I guess you would have ended up badly sick if you dared go sailing shirtless in the South Pole. Yep. Though, I will say, if we find some old models of wooden boats around here somewhere, you could make that fantasy of mine come true. We're in the Fire Nation, after all. You won't freeze over being shirtless, said Angela, trying to sound innocent again. Sokka laughed and shook his head, intertwining his fingers with hers. Why are you so amazing? He asked, sighing in bliss. Here I was, sulking for hours, and yet, you've managed to cheer me up with a single conversation. How can you be so wonderful without even trying, princess? Oh, I am trying, she said, shifting so she would sit closer to him, and so she could cup his face with a hand. I just doubt you'll feel like sharing everything you're feeling right now. It's fine, really. I can't say I'd know how to share anything I feel if I heard news about my mother. I'm sorry, though. I never thought Zhao would have any knowledge about this. He's been out and about for a while, said Sokka. Been at service for so long he would hear about most these things, I guess, but the thing is, it's worse than he thinks. Worse than I ever thought, too, I mean. What? Said Azula, stroking his cheek gently. Sokka sighed. My sister was the waterbender, Sokka said. So, well, if my mother died, then. I wondered about that too, said Azula, biting her lip. If your mother claimed she was the waterbender, the soldiers wouldn't have waited around for any demonstrations. They would have killed her immediately. As they did, said Sokka, lowering his eyes. So, chances are my mother died to save my sister. Sokka. Azula breathed deeply, her hand sliding to his chest as his eyes flooded with tears again. It's just not fair, he said, shaking his head. For so long I trained and worked harder so I could keep from losing anyone else, thinking she had died for no reason. Turns out she must have died saving her daughter. My mother, she's a hero, in her own right, said Azula, lowering her eyes. If this is truly how it was, she sounds formidable. I hate myself for not remembering her properly, said Sokka, gritting his teeth. You were young, said Azula, shaking her head. I still hate that I can't remember much of her, he said. I wish I did. Then I might know if she'd be proud of me, maybe. If she'd approve of my choices. I can't say for sure that she would approve of everything, Azula whispered, looking at Sokka with heartfelt eyes. But you allowed me to take you as a captive and turn you into a slave to save the rest of your men when we first met. You've saved my life countless times since our partnership began. And you saved your tribe by making my father withdraw the troops from the south. So, if she truly was the kind of mother who would die for her children, I don't think you have to wonder at all. I'm sure she would be more than proud of you, after everything you've done. Sokka swallowed hard, tears burning in his eyes. Azula leaned closer, pressing her forehead to his. I won't lie and claim I understand what you're feeling right now, she whispered. I truly don't, but I would like to. You always share my loads, so I would love to help you bear with yours. Whatever you need, if you want to talk about it more, I'm right here to listen. I know you are, said Sokka, sighing and allowing his hands to slide over her body, locking her into a tight embrace. Azula climbed fully onto his bed, kissing the side of his head softly, caressing his arms gently. Sokka remained at ease, breathing slowly as he cherished her every gesture. The worst part, though, he whispered, surprising her. Could there be something worse yet? Worse than the realization that his mother had to forfeit her life to protect her child? Yes. She asked, when he fell silent again. She pulled away only enough to look at him, hoping to encourage him to talk. Someone told them, said Sokka, gritting his teeth. Someone from the tribe served as a source. Someone told your grandfather, or that commander, either way, someone told them there was a new waterbender in the south. They knew she was just a 5-year-old waterbender, and yet that person told those bastards, knowing they'd kill her. They sent an entire raid to murder a child. And it was done because someone of the tribe told them. Azula's eyes widened as she took in his words, the reality of them dawning on her slowly, almost giving her vertigo as she realized his deduction had to be correct. Sokka looked at her in despair. I don't know who the hell did it, but I feel like I could kill them if I found out who it was, he sighed, shaking his head. I only hope they're already dead, would save me the trouble. Was there anyone who had it out for your family? Azula asked. Sokka shook his head. Not openly, anyways. As much as some people disliked my dad when he was younger, they respected and relied on him once he became chief. For all my childhood he was nothing but respected and admired. But I suppose someone despised him, secretly. Still, though, how would anyone from your tribe even contact Fire Nation officials and let them know about this? Said Angela, frowning. Did people ever travel? Did they ever have a chance to bump into any Fire Nation officials? Maybe on a fishing trip, Sokka shrugged. Maybe in one of those trips we made each year to find building materials in a nearby island. There were few opportunities, but I can't find any believable motives. My dad never did anything to harm our people, and my mom, well, she was wonderful. I can't remember everything about her, but I can't recall anyone taking any issue with her. The entire tribe was in mourning after she died. There's no reason, no justification. Then Angela swallowed hard, and Sokka looked at her hopelessly. She pulled away again, still leaning slightly over him, but supporting her weight on her hands at either side of his body. Have you considered it might have been, well, him? Angela asked, her eyes apprehensive. Sokka frowned. Him. He repeated, and as though the word carried a single meaning, the thought finally dawned on Sokka. His brow furrowed. Roan wouldn't have, he couldn't have told the Fire Nation. You saw how he accused me, how he despised me for what I've become, for working with you. He wouldn't have. Maybe not willingly. Maybe not directly, said Angela, closing her eyes. The ship taking him north could have been intercepted. Who knows, maybe him or his parents blurted it out. Or maybe they told someone from the north. Someone like Han, who sold the information just to get a chance to live in the Fire Nation. That sounds a lot likelier now, said Sokka, gritting his teeth. It doesn't make things much better if the Fire Nation only found out by chance, but if there was no traitor, good. It does make me feel a little better to think there wasn't one. Let's hope there really wasn't one at all, said Angela, cupping his face and kissing his brow. I'm sorry for all of this, Sokka. You're right, nothing could ever justify what happened to your mother. Nothing. Sokka raised his eyes to find hers, and he smiled. It wasn't one of his trademark, proud grins, but a fragile, soft one instead. Angela's heart almost broke upon looking at him. You know, it is true that nothing will ever justify it, he said. But hearing you say it just fills me with hope. Hope? Angela asked. He nodded. You know, the hope that you will make things better. That you'll make sure this kind of thing never happens again, he whispered. Angela swallowed hard. I know you won't have enough power to ensure to prevent this for a long time, but when you do, the world will be a better place. I know it. I hope so, Angela said, caressing his cheek and smiling weakly too. I guess you're also proud of yourself, aren't you? I suppose you remember our first argument. How could I forget? Sokka asked, with a small laugh. Angela sighed. Here I am now, having forsaken practically everything I told you that day, because you were right. What we've done, there's next to no chance the world will forgive the Fire Nation for all of it. And the damage cannot be undone, but maybe it can be stopped before it gets worse, somehow. Maybe a few things can even be amended, even if not everything. It's all we can hope for. It is, said Sokka, stroking her hair now. And for what it's worth. I never thought I'd change your mind about most things. I really didn't think I would, back then. I kept antagonizing you, mostly to spite you, really, but the day I heard you telling Mai's parents that the Fire Nation was made by its people, not so long after I'd said that to you. Angela smiled and lowered her gaze. Sokka grinned as well. Back then, I thought I'd ruined all my chances to be part of your life. I really believed you'd ditch me as soon as you had the chance to. But when you said those words to them, I felt hopeful. I didn't care if you would hate me for all my mistakes, I thought I deserved it, but if you had decided there was worth in any of my words, I was glad you decided it was in those. It truly brought me to think that you'd make a great Fire Lord, when your time came. I hope I will be one, Angela whispered, kissing his brow again. You've been teaching me many things and proving me wrong since we first crossed paths. You've done the same for me, you know. Said Sokka, smiling. She laughed softly. You weren't supposed to be the product of a conquering civilization, though, she said. It's safe to say I needed to learn a lot of things, far more urgently than you did. Still, though, if I hadn't learned what I did, I wouldn't have you in my arms right now, said Sokka. Angela smiled and stroked his cheek. And no doubt that would be sad, she said. He grinned. Life would be bleak and boring if we weren't what we are, he whispered. Not that it sucked too much when we weren't properly together, but, goodness, this last year really may have been the best in my life. Even with all the dangers? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. I mean. Yeah, I nearly died a bunch of times, no kidding, said Sokka, with a weak grin. But I've never been happier than I am with you now. Truly, I know it's irresponsible, I know there's a million reasons why we weren't supposed to be together, and I know it's dangerous for many people aside from ourselves. But my life only seemed to have meaning once we met, and the closer we've become, the better everything is. You know I've never been one to value my own life that much. And I've scolded you plenty for that, said Angela. Sokka smiled apologetically. You do, and believe it or not, it kind of has worked, he said. No doubt I'll always value your life and happiness well above my own, but I want to live on, truly, and live on with you. I want to see what more we can be, how much further we can go, what sorts of lives we can lead together. And you will see it, said Angela. You will, we'll both make sure of it. What I'm trying to say is, you kind of brought me back to life, he whispered, smiling weakly. And maybe at first, I only wanted to use the life you gave me so I could go back home, but a lot has changed since then, said Angela, gazing into his eyes. Everything has, he said, cupping her cheek. I love you more every day that goes by, so much I think my body is going to fail me one day just because it can't translate such feelings into words or even actions anymore. Oh, I sure hope not, said Angela, and Sokka chuckled. We'll have to strengthen that body further, then. Make sure it can take all the overwhelming feelings. I wonder if it's possible, said Sokka, smiling and cupping her face. You're the best thing that's ever happened to me. And you're the best that has happened to me, she whispered right back, smiling weakly. Never forget that. He breathed deeply as he smiled, tears blinking in his eyes as he leaned in and kissed her softly. Angela returned the kiss, holding onto it for as long as she could. Her hands caressed his cheeks, fingers trailing his strong cheekbones, and touching his lips as soon as they parted. Whoever killed my mother, whoever caused it? Sokka started, breathing deeply. I might find out one day, and hopefully by then I'll know how to react to it all. But for now? For now? Angela asked. Sokka smiled. For now, I'll just let myself imagine that you're right. And that my mother would be proud of me, he said. She gave him a heartfelt grin. Somehow, I also want to imagine she'd accept you fairly easily. You think? Angela asked, and Sokka chuckled softly. She sounds like a remarkable woman. I wonder if I'd really impress her at all. She was one, which is why I'm sure she'd recognize another remarkable woman upon meeting her, said Sokka, holding Angela's gaze. She was kind, and she would fight for her own people no matter the cost. When she loved someone, she did it wholeheartedly, selflessly. Sounds like someone I know very well, Angela said, smiling gently at Sokka. Her thumb slid gently over his cheek. He chuckled. And here I was thinking she resembles you, too, he said. Angela snorted. Well, again, you said we were more similar than I wanted to admit. Might be that's why, she said. Sokka kissed her softly. I love you, he whispered, before tightening his embrace around her. Angela succumbed to it, closing her eyes and allowing him to envelop her fully. Thanks for dropping by, and the food, and... What, are you sending me away already? She asked, smiling weakly. Sokka huffed. I mean... I could, he said. Zhao is somewhere on this barge and he's the last person who ought to catch us together, but... I don't want you to leave either way. He pouted a little and buried his face in her neck. Angela chuckled and hugged him tighter. Then I'll make you eat before I go, and... she said, making an enigmatic pause that brought Sokka to smile. Well, who knows what else I'd dare do, huh? He laughed as she pulled away only to pick up the bag of food and hand it to him. He ate gratefully, his appetite restored, and he shared some of his meal with Angela, despite she wasn't particularly hungry. They lounged together on the bed as he ate, and it wasn't long after he was finished that Angela decided to continue improving his mood in the best way she knew how. Mending broken hearts wasn't something either of them had much practice with before meeting each other. But by now they were attuned to one the other's very soul, and they were bonded by the deepest understanding. It was safe enough to say that they were at their best whenever they were together. So as they made the most of their night, getting no sleep between kisses, gasps, and slow but deep thrusting, their bond served to keep Sokka grounded. To help him find his center once more, and to hold on to it even in his worst moments. Angela didn't fall asleep even after Sokka did. She stroked his hair and kissed the side of his head before climbing off the bed and dressing up again. She would have loved to stay in his cabin, it went without saying, but Zhao's presence was truly a threat. This was the first, and it would be the only night, likely, that they would spend together during this short trip, all because of the Admiral. She walked silently through the barge's corridors, hoping not to be seen by anyone. The sky was growing lighter, and she grimaced as she realized she had spent the entire night with Sokka. It wasn't a bad thing, not for real, but she hadn't expected to stay so long, or to get no rest. She sighed, entering her room and removing her armor quickly and quietly. The sooner she tucked into bed, the sooner her concerns would disappear. There wasn't much chance that anyone would notice her if they hadn't yet, so. Her body tensed up upon hearing a soft knock on her door. Her first suspicion was Zhao. He had seen her, and he had come to inquire where she had been, or worse, why she had snuck out of her gladiator's cabin. Well, if that were to happen, there was but one option: kill Zhao right here and now. Her chest tightened at the thought, knowing there'd be consequences for something like that, but she didn't care all that much, truthfully. She wasn't going to let him rat them out. But maybe it wasn't him. Maybe Sokka had woken up, noticed she wasn't with him and rushed upstairs to find her. If that were the case, she should send him away, but she had no idea if she'd have the heart to. She gritted her teeth, crossing her fingers and hoping it'd be Sokka, rather than the Admiral. All her preparation amounted to nothing. The man standing outside was a royal guard with golden highlights in his uniform. She sighed in relief, but in slight annoyance. If you're going to scold me for my recklessness. I've long given up on doing that and you know it, said Ruishi, removing his helmet. Can we, talk? Talk? About what? At this hour? Angela asked, almost looking at him pleadingly. Ruishi grimaced. Well, I would have come at a more reasonable one, but I spotted you coming upstairs as I was about to take my shift, and figured you were well rested, or is it you didn't sleep at all while you went to visit him? Angela tried not to blush, but it proved futile. Ruishi blinked blankly and huffed. I am trying not to judge, I am, but you make it so hard. Angela rolled her eyes as he stepped inside her cabin. She closed the door behind him as Ruishi stood nervously in the room. You said you gave up on scolding me, so what exactly is it you want to talk about? She asked. Ruishi gulped. Well, you do realize the festivals will begin within 2 days of our return to the capital, yes? Angela nodded. The Slates fight had been scheduled more carefully this year, so it wouldn't overlap with the festivities. She wasn't particularly affected by it this time around, having wished they could have done something like this the previous year, instead. Preparing for the ceremony would have been a little less stressful if Sokka's fight hadn't been scheduled mere days after her performance. What of it? Angela asked. Ruishi was the one blushing this time. Well, I have not gotten in your way when it comes to your relationship, he said. Angela grimaced. I haven't been too encouraging either, even though I have no interest in interfering in it anymore. Good to hear, said Angela. Which is why, well, I hoped you could do the same for me. The same? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. What exactly is that supposed to mean? You want me to stop interfering in your relationship with Song? Was I interfering at all? And no, not quite. I mean, well, said Ruishi, swallowing hard. Song is often quite bored and lonely, you see. The more time I spend with her, the more I wish I could remedy that. She doesn't have much to do every day other than housework, and I wanted to give her a better day than that, on the first day of the festivals. Huh. The first day of the festivals, Angela repeated, looking at him skeptically. Ruishi grimaced. Yes, it's well known as the better day for, well, couples, because of the tradition of the fire lilies, he said, blushing. Song has never been involved in the festivals, and I wanted to try to take her this year. But you have a duty to me, even if a menial one, said Angela, raising an eyebrow. You're supposed to be part of my procession and to follow me around all day, pretty much. While the commoners and some nobles relish in the festivals, I'm supposed to be paraded through the city in my palanquin in the morning and consorting with my father's close favorites in the afternoon as I always do. I shall waste away, listening to pointless conversations and enduring empty praises, letting the day pass me by, and you, along with the rest of my guards, should be there to suffer along with me. Yes. But as you said, it's a menial task, said Ruishi, frowning. I know I'm supposed to do this, but you won't really need me for this. You can keep the rest of the guards, they'll do a fine job protecting you, won't they? Surely they would, but Ruishi, said Angela, breathing deeply. You're their leader. You have a responsibility to them, a responsibility that I'm shirking for the sake of the woman I love, he said, bluntly. Angela closed her eyes. Not to be bold, but I know. Who am I to judge you for this request? Said Angela, huffing and pacing inside her room. I understand if you refuse to let me do this, but I wanted to try, at least, said Ruishi, lowering his eyes in defeat. Just. Ruishi, I'm sorry, said Angela, shaking her head. Maybe if you make a request like this next year I'll be able to handle it better. I can tell my father in advance, we can come up with an excuse for you to be absent that won't compromise your position amongst my guards. I understand, he said, closing his eyes. Angela sighed. I'm sorry. I know how you feel, and believe me, I'd love to do the same thing you're planning to do, she said, shrugging. I've never experienced the bloody festival the way most people do. I don't even know yet why Ty Lee enjoyed it so much when we were kids. She probably still loves it, but you can't do it, it's clear, said Ruishi, nodding. Do excuse me for wasting your time and delaying your rest, princess. I won't bother you with this again. Ruishi. Angela muttered, but the captain bowed his head and left the room without another word. She sighed and rubbed her forehead with her hands, feeling like a fool. She truly was a massive hypocrite, wasn't she? She sank in her bed without changing out of her clothes, thinking she would have to make it up to Ruishi somehow. But was that even possible? Could she offer him something, anything, that he would consider a proper compensation for this? She truly doubted it. Ruishi huffed as he stood outside the room, trying not to scowl because of what had happened. He had anticipated that she might say no, even if part of him certainly resented her for it. But he had also planned for what to do if the princess denied him this request. While no doubt Ruishi had to keep Angela at the top of his priorities, he certainly found it difficult to obey her when she was setting such a contradictory example. He didn't know if his disagreements with the princess made him a bad guard, but he didn't want to take no for an answer. He shook his head, began his way downstairs, and heard a door creaking open when he was on the second floor of the tower. He glanced to the side and froze upon finding Admiral Zhao standing in the corridor. The man's eyebrows were raised. Captain, he said. Ruishi swallowed hard and nodded. Admiral. What is going on? Zhao asked, looking at him quizzically. Why are you in the tower? Was there a security breach? The princess feared as much, yes. She summoned me, I made sure that there was no threat. I'm leaving now, he said, nodding. Zhao nodded as well as Ruishi turned to leave, his heart racing. Captain. Ruishi stopped and glanced at Zhao, who gestured at Ruishi's hands. You shouldn't break protocol, he said. The next time the princess summons you, you ought to keep your helmet in place, yes. Ruishi froze briefly, the words stinging him with enough force to stun him. He nodded, cladding his head with his hood and helmet, hoping his face wasn't as flushed as it felt. Being caught by a superior officer while breaking protocol was quite embarrassing. Not to mention, he highly doubted Zhao had believed the lie he had told him in the first place. "Good day, then, Captain," said Zhao, dismissively. Ruishi nodded and resumed his walk downstairs. Zhao's eyes narrowed once Ruishi was gone. He let his gaze travel upwards, staring at the ceiling. Just above him was the princess's room, the place the captain had come from. While no doubt Angela would often spend long periods of time by herself with only other men, such as during each voyage she undertook, this seemed odd, out of place. Even intimate. Why would a captain of guards visit his charge when the sun hadn't yet risen? Why would he feel the need to remove his helmet at all? Zhao swallowed hard, trying not to jump to conclusions. Angela was a woman of ambitions, not a foolish child who would begin relationships with the wrong people on a whim. She would know better than that, wouldn't she? And yet the thought nagged at Zhao, as he climbed the stairs to the deck to watch the sunrise. Could it be? Was the princess concealing some sort of secret, inappropriate love affair? Chapter 142, Southern Water Tribe 8. Kunna enjoyed the peace in her igloo, even if she also rejoiced whenever the youngsters were around. After so many years of what felt like a blanket of lethargic melancholy, spreading all across the tribe, she could only bask in the happiness the newcomers could bring to their home, and nothing could cheer her up as much as Katara's genuine smiles did. She couldn't remember the last time her granddaughter had been so happy. And as the source of her happiness was quite apparent, Kunna had seen her granddaughter off with a smile, as ever, as she went fishing with Aang and Kino. The two young men in Katara's life were enough trouble to keep the waterbender's hands full all the time, and it kept her from sulking or badgering her father about the imminent rescue mission for Sokka that she still wanted to undertake. Hakata had slept in today, and he entered the igloo's central room yawning loudly and stretching, rubbing the back of his neck. Kunna smiled kindly at her son. "I trust you slept well." "I did, Mom," he said, sinking in a cushion before the small fire. "I'm still not sure how it's happening, but I've been sleeping better lately than I have in years." "Perhaps it is because so many things seem to be going well," said Kunna. "Your daughter is in high spirits, the Avatar has been learning his third element, and our tribe welcomed 2 new members." "Soon to be 3, said Hakata, smirking. "Oh, yes. I doubt it will be long before their baby arrives," said Kunna, with a dreamy sigh. "It's been some time since a baby was born in the tribe." "A few years, yes," said Hakata. "Won't be much longer, though. And well, who knows, maybe there will be more on the way." "Ah, and you're looking forward to that?" Kunna asked, and Hakata smiled and nodded. "It's always nice to watch love blossom wherever it will," he said. "And if said love brings new brothers and sisters to our tribe, all the better, don't you think?" "That's very mature of you." "I suppose you've grown up quite a bit, my dear," said Kunna. Hakata huffed but smiled. "People would think I have been chief for 2 days if they go by how you speak of me, Mom," he said, eliciting laughter from his mother. "I want what's best for the tribe." "And what's best for your daughter, no doubt." "Well, yes, but what does Katara have to do with anything?" "Why, you tell me." "The Avatar has built an igloo, and he does spend a lot of time with her, so when you said more children might be on the way." "Wadash. You thought I meant Katara?" Hakata asked, eyes wide. "I was talking about Uro, that youngling. He's starting his igloo today, he's planning on marrying Siku. She's over the moon about it, it seems." "Ah, and here I thought you meant Katara." "What a shame," Kunna sighed. "It seems I truly will die without ever meeting any great-grandchildren of mine." "Don't talk like that, Mom," said Hakata, scowling. "You're a sturdy woman." "Oh, truly, my dear," she said, chuckling. "Don't fret, I'm only trying to guilt you into convincing those 2 to get married, too." "Well, I'm quite sorry, Mom," he said, smiling now. "I won't pressure them if they're not ready. But, I will say, if they ever are, they will have my blessing. Even though they keep getting themselves into trouble, they're a good match." "She's quite taken with him," said Kunna, nodding. I'm sure she'd be happy to be his wife if he had the courage to ask. I'll be waiting for it, said Hakata, chuckling. I hope it won't be too long until then, though. Katara could use that sort of happiness, even if she's already happier than she'd been in years. Let's hope, said Kunna, sighing. She decided to return to her sewing while Hakata sat down to gobble down his breakfast. He ate quite recklessly, a trait he had passed down to his son. Kunna smiled as she watched him, shaking her head while Hakata continued eating without a care in the world. Do you think he's still like that? Kunna asked. Hakata raised an eyebrow. Who's like what? He asked. Kunna chuckled. Sokka. Like that, she said, gesturing at Hakata. He blinked blankly before processing he had spilled a little of the food on his lap and floor, not to mention many crumbs clung to his face. He smiled guiltily, and Kunna laughed. Oh, when you smile like that you remind me even more of him, she said. Hakata chuckled. Well, perhaps we could ask Zuko. It might be he knows about Sokka's. The words seemed to invoke the rushed footsteps in the snow right outside the igloo. Both Kunna and Hakata fell silent and glanced at the igloo's threshold. Brief instants later, Zuko barged in, eyes wide. Ah, there you have it, Mom, said Hakata, smiling. You can go ahead and ask. Where's Katara? Zuko bellowed, surprising them. Where's? Oh, blast it. Damn it all, please don't tell me they went fishing, not right now. They might have, said Hakata, blinking blankly. Kunna stared at Zuko with raised eyebrows, too. What's going on? Is something wrong with Suki? Kunna asked, deducing Zuko's outburst couldn't be happening without any motive. Her water broke, Zuko said, staring at them in despair. Help us. I don't know what to do, There, young man, Kunna sighed, standing up with some difficulty. If it only just broke, and it's her first pregnancy, chances are she has a long labor ahead of her. You'll tire yourself out if you start panicking so early. What? Zuko's eyes shifted towards Kunna, who moved around the igloo gathering supplies from different cabinets. Hakata gulped and stood up too. Okay, I know you've helped with Suki before, but Katara is the one with the weird water-bending healing powers, right? Don't we need her, in case Suki starts hurting? Well, perhaps you could fetch her, said Kunna, shrugging. But I have delivered plenty of babies without any water-bending healing aiding me, young man. I can help Suki just fine. Alright, but shouldn't we have all the help we can? Zuko asked, gulping. I mean, it's a baby and I don't know what's better, I don't know what to do, Zuko, Hakata called him, standing up and making his way towards him. Zuko glanced at the chief apprehensively as Hakata placed his hands on his shoulders. The man's blue eyes were stern but tranquilizing at the same time. Breathe. Take it easy, he said, and Zuko grimaced. You're going to help Suki, and she'll deliver the baby safely. But we must remain calm if we're to make sure of that, all right. Fine, said Zuko, biting his lip. But I do think I should get Katara. Then go, while I check on Suki, said Kunna, moving to the door. Oh, I hadn't done this in quite a while, I'll say. Hakata helped Kunna outside while Zuko fidgeted near them, a bundle of uncontained nerves over Suki's impending birth. Hakata's words rang true, and he knew it, yet he couldn't calm down. Part of it was euphoria, of course, his child was about to be born, after all. But another part was his characteristic anxiety. Everything that could go wrong was playing over and over in his head, and he was determined to ensure his wife would have the perfect labor so none of those nefarious scenarios would come to pass. All right, father-to-be, said Hakata, patting Zuko's shoulder as Kunna made her way through the snowy village, towards the area where Zuko's igloo stood. Let's find my daughter. Zuko swallowed hard and nodded, looking at Hakata with determination and yet with a hint of fear. Hakata hoped his calm optimism would be reassuring, but it didn't seem Zuko would be easily appeased that day. They began the hike through the plains right away, with Zuko outpacing Hakata, as unadvisable as that was. Hakata sighed as he tried to keep up, knowing the firebender was unlikely to listen to reason for most the day, if not all of it. "Save your energies," Hakata advised him. "My mother will look after Suki well enough while we find Katara, I assure you." I know, but I can't just calm down, all right," Zuko said, slowing to a halt and allowing Hakata to catch up to him. "I've been working so hard so today can go smoothly, but I just keep feeling that it might not have been enough, that maybe Suki needs more than I could offer, that maybe." "That's your fear of failure speaking for you, Zuko," said Hakata, urging him to keep going as they moved towards the bay. "I know you won't get over that sense of inadequacy easily, but I'll remind you that you actually did a fine job as a husband so far. You gave her a home and you have been providing for her single-handedly for a month. Suki seems happy, you were happy, and that's a result of your hard work. It's not chance, it's because you have worked for it." "I know," said Zuko, sighing. "And I'm still astounded I could do any of it at all, but, see, I'm just so used to things going wrong that until I know for sure that they're going right I can't rest easy. I know I'm being annoying, and you probably don't want to deal with me in this mood, but—" "Oh, don't be foolish," said Hakata, chuckling. "That's not why I'm trying to calm you down." Well, if you're concerned about me, it's fine too," said Zuko, blinking blankly. Hakata laughed louder. Well, why is it you're saying all this, then?" "Because, believe it or not, I was just as bad as you are now back when Kia was giving birth for the first time," Hakata said. Zuko's eyes widened. "Yes, I know, you think I'm wise and serene, a man who has everything under control. Well, I was a nervous wreck when my wife was having our children, too. And back then there were people who tried to soothe me, just as I'm trying to calm you down. And while on the most part they failed to appease me, once in a while they'd succeed. So, I'm hoping I'll succeed with you at some point today, if just so you can breathe easier for a few minutes." "Huh," said Zuko, blinking blankly. He swallowed hard before mustering a weak smile. "Well, thanks. It never crossed my mind that you were trying to help that way. I should have thought that was it. When you're panicking over your wife's well-being, it's hard to think properly," said Hakata, patting his back. "And once you see her again, with the baby in her arms, well, you won't think properly either because you'll be so happy you won't be able to articulate coherent sentences, possibly." "That happened to you?" Zuko asked, smiling a little more. Hakata chuckled. "Kia laughed about it for months afterwards," he said, shaking his head. Zuko grinned but lowered his gaze as they continued to walk together. It wasn't every day that the Water Tribe's chief would talk about his past like this. Zuko couldn't remember if he had ever spoken of his wife before, but the smile on his face showed that he still thought of Kia fondly, regardless of how many years had gone by since her passing. Her death had been an unfairness, Zuko was certain of that. Katara still seemed bitter about it, and the exiled prince often wondered if Katara would always hold a grudge towards him because he was related to the man who ordered the raids that killed her mother. He hoped otherwise. She wasn't bad company whenever they got along. Still, he was never genuinely at ease around her. Just as he was wary about any tiny thing going wrong at any given moment, he was wary that he would fall out of Katara's good graces over any mistake he might dare make. He didn't want to risk that lately, especially when his wife's well-being might ride on Katara's shoulders. "Aha, there they are." Hakata's voice abruptly jerked Zuko out of his ruminations, and he was ready to rush down the bay as soon as he saw Aang, Kino, and Katara standing by a small canoe. "Aang!" he roared, his voice loud enough to make his throat hurt over the strain he put into his scream. By the bay, Aang had been busy organizing their supplies and resources on the small boat. But Zuko's voice reached him right away, and the hairs on the back of his head rose as he tensed up. A glance back towards land brought him to notice both Zuko and Hakata. Katara and Kino had been too busy arguing about the finer points of fishing, about whether it was better to use fishhooks or spears, to notice the sound. But Aang had been alert enough, and that was all Zuko had needed. "Guys!" Aang called them, gesturing at the approaching shapes. "I think something's wrong." The ominous words caused Katara to tense up too. Kino didn't make much of Aang's declaration, but he hadn't been born and raised in the South Pole. If something was wrong, it could be something as menial as a child who scraped himself during a simple game to something as devastating as a new raid led by the Fire Lord himself. One could never be too careful in the South Pole. Katara turned immediately, seeking whatever had caught Aang's eye, and her stomach sank when she spotted her father and Zuko in the distance. Yet, they weren't armed. Hakata wasn't, at least. If it was an attack, they would have sent someone else while the two of them fought off invaders, right? So, what's wrong? Katara called back to Zuko and Hakata. You have to come back. We need you. Zuko shouted, rushing towards the bay. Suki's water broke. Katara's dread shifted quickly, as Zuko's despair became easily explained. The impending birth of a child would naturally make him react that way, but Katara found herself easily relieved upon hearing this was what troubled him. Oh. I see, said Katara, with a small smile and a sigh. I think we'll have to postpone your fishing trip, Kino. The baby is here. Already? That's so fast, so sudden. Kino exclaimed, grimacing. Aang chuckled. Suki was so heavily pregnant, I don't think it's that much of a surprise, he said. We'll put away everything, Katara, you should go back with Zuko and Hakata right away. I guess, said Katara, smiling gratefully at him. I'll probably see you both in a few hours. Birthing can be a long process. I bet, said Kino, gulping. Can't be easy to, yeah, that thing women do when they push out the babies. Yeah, it's anything but, Katara said, smirking at her friend's squeamish behavior as she climbed off the boat. Aang smiled and waved at her as she started to run towards Zuko and her father. Good luck. Aang said, and Katara turned her head ever so slightly just to grin positively at him. Katara had never seen Zuko quite this anxious before. They had captured him upon his arrival in the South Pole, threatened him, forced him to build an igloo to prove his worth, and he had braved all those challenges with a determined frown. It seemed his impending fatherhood wasn't the kind of challenge he was used to dealing with, however. All right, let's get going, said Katara, smiling reassuringly as the three started their way back to the village. How far along is she? When did her water break? I don't know, maybe half an hour ago. Zuko said. Katara's eyebrow twitched. Just half an hour? She said, with a soft laugh. Births can take a whole day. I heard as much, but I didn't want to risk anything, Zuko admitted, gritting his teeth. If anything goes wrong. It won't be because of your negligence, that much is true, said Katara. Let's make haste, though. It's going to help Zuko's nerves if we get back faster, Hakata teased. Zuko scowled at his jab but nodded. It took them almost another half hour to get back to the tribe, and by then the whole village was bustling with the rumors of what was happening in the foreigner's igloo. Kunna had been seen heading inside, something unheard of until now. A few lurkers were nearby, waiting to see if Suki was truly ready to give birth, but Katara waved them away easily as she strode to the igloo's door. But as she was about to head inside, she stopped and turned to look at Zuko. He nearly bumped into her because of her abrupt halt. What? Zuko said, as Katara held up a hand and looked at him skeptically. You're staying outside. This igloo is reserved for Suki's needs right now, nothing more. And fathers aren't allowed to intrude during the birthing process. What? Zuko exclaimed, his eyes wide. What the hell? Why wouldn't I be allowed to? That is exactly why. Katara said, smiling with unabashed sarcasm and patting him on the shoulder. You see, you're stressed, terribly stressed, and Suki is too. Imagine how much worse she's going to feel if her husband is in there, trembling and asking questions and trying to play some part in the birthing process when he has no idea what to do. Zuko frowned as Katara raised her eyebrows skeptically. Hakata took hold of Zuko's other shoulder as the banished prince looked at him in disbelief. Did you know about this? You weren't allowed to be with your wife either. Zuko asked him. Hakata sighed. No, I wasn't. Which only made me more anxious, but it helped Kia that I wouldn't be there, Hakata said. I know it sounds unreasonable, and who knows, maybe that's not how they do it in the Fire Nation. If it's not, they're crazy, said Katara, rolling her eyes. Not that that's anything new, we've known they are for ages. But anyways, go wait in Aang's igloo, or maybe you can take him to our igloo, Dad, but you're not coming in, Zuko. I just... Zuko said, grimacing, before shaking his head in defeat. Fine. But tell Suki. Yes. Katara asked, as Zuko fell silent, trying to decide on what to say. He breathed deeply. Tell her I love her, and that I'm proud of her. And that I'll be waiting as long as I have to, he said, lowering his head. Katara smiled unusually gently at Zuko. I'll do that, then. Run along now, she said, nodding towards him before closing the igloo's door behind her. Katara sighed as she filed inside, shaking off her boots and parka while taking in the warmth in the air. Kunna had made a fire, and Suki was lying near it atop several cushions, alert and uncertain of herself right now. Still, she smiled when she saw Katara. Hey there, Katara said, smiling, and kneeling next to her. How are you feeling? Weird, Suki admitted. I thought it'd be, well, different. That I'd feel more changes, maybe that the baby would move a lot. Just you wait for your contractions, dear, said Kunna. You'll get all the changes you're expecting by then. Huh. That's not very reassuring, but okay, said Suki, with a weak grin. Katara placed a hand on her shoulder. It's going to be fine. You're a strong woman, said Katara, smiling warmly at her. Suki bit her lip. Say, is Zuko coming back? She asked. Katara's reassuring grin faded immediately. I think I heard his voice, but I figure you might have sent him to run more errands, maybe. Well, actually. I told him to stay away from your igloo for now, Katara admitted, with a guilty grin. Not only is it tradition, but it's just better for the mother if the father isn't around to make things more stressful. Oh, thank goodness, said Suki, surprising Katara. She raised an eyebrow. Thank goodness? You didn't want him here? She asked, amused. Here I thought you'd be desperate to be beside him. I am, but... I'd rather push out the baby first, Suki said, with a guilty smile. Zuko was already freaking out badly enough when I sent him to get you, so, yeah, I'm glad he's not going to be here to hear me scream when things get painful. Yeah, it's probably for the better if he doesn't hear that. Knowing him, he might think we're trying to kill you in here, said Katara, with a skeptical smirk. All right, then, shall we check how you're doing? Suki swallowed hard but nodded. This process was bound to be long and exhausting, just as it would be life-changing. The anticipation of holding her child in her arms was starting to feel more real than ever, and she breathed deeply as Katara got ready to work to make sure that the baby would be born safely. Outside, Zuko breathed deeply repeatedly, still standing near the igloo. Hekata grimaced and squeezed his shoulder, but Zuko remained unresponsive for a while before shaking his head and looking at him in despair. You probably should have warned me about this, he said. Hekata bit his lip. I suppose. I just figured it'd be better if Katara did it, seeing as she's the midwife in charge, so to speak. You just didn't want to piss me off any further, Zuko concluded. Hekata smiled guiltily. At least this way you wouldn't begrudge me for it, or so I thought. I know I resented the midwife who helped Kia, so. Well, I don't resent you, said Zuko, sighing. Or Katara. I just wish I could be there for Suki, with Suki, and I don't know what I'll do now that I know I can't be. I mean, it's going to be hours before she's given birth, and what am I supposed to do until then? Yeah, the waiting is the worst part, Hekata admitted, nodding. Yet. I suggest you enjoy your last hours of peace. As much as you'll no doubt love the child with every ounce of your being, your life is going to change radically from now on. Not to brag, but I think I've kept up with plenty of life-changing events so far, Zuko pointed out. Hekata chuckled. You think you've achieved many things, Zuko, until your child is born. You can't even begin to imagine what a challenge that's going to be, he said. I didn't, when Sokka was born. Who would think such a tiny, inoffensive-looking baby could be such a troublemaker? Seeing what Sokka is like, even nowadays. I guess he wasn't an easy child, Zuko asked, with a small smile. Hekata chuckled. He was a good one, but yes, not always easy. Yet my mother always made a point to remind me that I hadn't been all that different when I was young. I wonder if the one we'll have will be like Suki instead, said Zuko, with a small smile. I hope so. I keep thinking it will be a girl. Well, you have a 50% chance of being right, Hakata teased him, making Zuko laugh. It might just be the case. But all the same, a girl might also resemble you. You never know. I'd rather they resemble Suki, whether they're a boy or a girl, said Zuko, with a weak grin. I'd love to see a kid with that hair color, truly. Hopefully you will. If not with this one, then the next baby, said Hakata, smiling and shrugging. Zuko blinked blankly and looked at him apprehensively. The next? Why you think we should? I think, if you're anything like me, which apparently you are, you'll be so delighted with the first baby that you'll ask your wife many times about having more, said Hakata, chuckling. Anyways, it won't do for us to stand here. We should go someplace else for now, at least to take shelter from the cold. Can it be in Aang and Kino's place? Zuko asked, grimacing. I just think I'd rather be close by, in case something happens. Hakata smiled and shrugged, leading the way to the igloo in question. Aang and Kino had accommodated it well enough, though it was still as disorderly as could be expected from the two bachelors. One was an airbender who had channeled his need for freedom by keeping everything messy, the other was a Fire Nation soldier who apparently had discarded all his discipline the minute he had deserted the army. All things considered, it was a true wonder that the igloo wasn't in worse shape. Zuko sank before the fireplace and sparked it ablaze with the flick of a hand. The warmth offered immediate comfort, even if it wasn't enough to appease Zuko's anxiety altogether. All right, then, said Hakata, sitting next to Zuko. The firebender glanced at the tribe's chief with unease. I think I have to issue several warnings to you regarding your immediate future. I'd appreciate that, really, said Zuko, with a weak grin. How is it to hold your kid for the first time? I can't help but think I'm going to do it wrong. You might, said Hakata, with an awkward smile. I know I did. My mother scolded me for it, told me you're supposed to hold up the baby's head, so yes, make sure to support it properly. All right, said Zuko, smiling a little. Did you ever, drop Sokka or Katara? I wouldn't say I dropped Sokka, he fell down without anyone's intervention, said Hakata, chuckling. Especially when he started to walk. Kept trying to go places just because he could, and even Sokka himself didn't know why he was in such a hurry. I always messed around with him, asking if he had important meetings with the chief. I asked him that when he was around 3, and he nodded so very seriously. Then I told him that I was the chief and he had the gall to deny it. My own son, dictating what titles I can boast of. Zuko chuckled as Hakata shook his head, smiling a little. Really, it took a while for him to understand he had been born to the tribe's chief, Hakata said. He must have thought I was just his dad, how could I be the chief too? Makes me wonder how I'll ever explain to my kids who I am, said Zuko, scratching the back of his neck. I mean, I'd wait until they're older, but still, it might be a bit of a shock to find out I used to be a prince. If they really are old enough once you tell them, they'll probably be stoked about it, said Hakata. I promise you we won't indoctrinate them into hating the Fire Nation, so they shouldn't think it's so terrible to be daughters of its former prince. That's good to know, said Zuko, smiling a little. But it's still going to be tricky to explain it all. They might just not believe me like Sokka didn't believe you. Was that the kind of trouble he always caused you? Oh, not necessarily. He was very versatile, trouble-wise, Hakata said, smirking. The first time I changed his undergarments, he peed himself right after I was done and started crying right away. I couldn't believe it, really. He was hell-bent on making things difficult for you, sounds like, said Zuko, chuckling. And his voracious appetite, by the time he was around 5, he took to stopping at every tent and every igloo in the tribe to ask for some food. As he was my son, everyone obliged. The little jerk still had it in him to eat dinner afterwards, too. Well, then he hasn't changed too much, Zuko laughed. When we trained him for that big fight of his, Ty Lee would have to make tons of food so everyone else could eat. Sokka alone seemed to devour more than half the available dishes. Kia always wondered how he processed all that food. Where did the energy go, Hakata said. I told her he was using all that energy with his mind. The little scoundrel had the most imaginative mind at the youngest age. He used to sneak into tribal council meetings, back when the tribes hadn't yet decided to merge into a single one. Oh? Zuko asked. There were multiple tribes, then. Long ago, yes, said Hakata. Once the raids began again, after Sozin's comet, we decided to merge together to survive. Our particular village used to be closer to the bay, but the Fire Nation ships proved they could tear through the ice dangerously. They did once, almost destroyed everything we had. And after merging together, you were still appointed chief? Zuko asked. Hakata nodded. I led warriors from every available tribe and village to fight in the war. When we decided on the merge, everyone voted I should be the leader. And while we aren't as strong as the Northern Water Tribe, I think the merging has done us a lot of good. But before that, Sokka was lurking and sneaking into meetings you held with other leaders from other tribes, Zuko ventured, and Hakata nodded. You could never be careful enough. He'd pop up out of nowhere, pretty much. One time he actually dug a tunnel under the tent. He just doesn't know when to stop, does he? Zuko asked, chuckling. Hakata smiled. Though, well, it's no wonder he gets along with my sister. She always liked to spy on our grandfather's meetings, even if she shouldn't have. And she kept breaking into places she shouldn't have, like the armory, or, well, she said she did, but I didn't want to believe her. Is it possible they have more in common than I expected? Hakata asked. Zuko shrugged. Well, my sister didn't eat half the food on the table on her own, that I can say, said Zuko, smiling weakly. Though she has a strange fixation with spices, that's for sure. The spicier the dish, the better. Still, as far as their similarities go, they both seem to have a penchant for annoying me. Not that it's too hard to get on my bad side, but Sokka and I were butting heads since the first time we saw each other, pretty much. It was just weird, seeing my sister with some guy. I bet, said Hakata. Zuko chuckled. She just wasn't the kind of person who made many friends, let alone guys. But as Ty Lee explained it back then, Sokka was using her just as much as she was using him, so. I guess it is true that they have a fair share of things in common. It would explain why they might be drawn to each other, said Hakata, nodding as the sound of footsteps outside silenced them briefly. Aang and Kino entered the igloo, gaping at the two men sitting at the fire as soon as they crossed the door. The pair of them had their arms full of fishing equipment they had taken with them for their fruitless trip, and they set everything aside while quickly getting on the main topic of the day. Is Suki all right? Aang asked. Katara is already with her. Why yeah, said Zuko, gulping. Letting his mind drift peacefully as he talked about his past, and Hakata's past, had been quite the relief for the moment. Remembering the current situation had given new wings to his mildly appeased anxiety. We're not allowed in, though. But you're the dad, said Kino, aghast. If someone should be there, it's you. That would seem to be common sense, yes, said Hakata. But it's actually not the case. A man expecting his firstborn can be very unsettled and stressful to be around. What, were you like that? Kino asked, amused. To be honest, I have a hard time imagining what you must have been like when I was younger. Why, do I look that old to you, soldier? Hakata asked, raising an eyebrow. Kino yelped and shook his head. I didn't mean. Hakata chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, as Aang and Kino took their seats around the fire. But Zuko noticed, even over the flames, that Aang's eyes were sparkling with curiosity right now. The Avatar drew his knees up to his chin, and he smiled at Hakata. If you tell us more about your younger years, Kino might stop saying silly things, he said, with a weak shrug. Hakata chuckled. I doubt that's possible, Aang. It's in his very nature, he said. But if you truly want to hear more about the good old days, why, how could this old man deny you that? Yeah. Said Kino, beaming. Let's hear it. When did you learn how to read? What? Well, I guess I was around 7. Hakata mused, scratching his chin. Zuko and Aang glared at Kino, who shrugged while smiling. Do we really need to know something like that? Zuko said, turning to Hakata. We were talking about your parenting experience, weren't we? Indeed, said Hakata, but Kino pouted. We need a little more context than that, though, he said. Come on. There's a story behind how Katara and her brother came to be, isn't there? Maybe he doesn't want to go into that, said Aang, warily. He knew what had happened to Kia, and he worried that Kino's insensitivity might bother Hakata. But the chief smiled and shrugged. I suppose I can humor you, he said, running a hand through his hair. Let's see, well, I wasn't the most popular kid in town, that's for sure. You weren't? Kino asked, eyes wide. How come? Well, my mother was a northerner, my father a southerner. While both tribes were connected for a long time, eventually the connection ceased. My mother was a bit of a pariah, as she had habits and traditions that nobody else in the South abided by. So, a lot of the kids treated me as an outsider, too. Except for your future wife. Kino ventured a guess. Hakata chuckled. Well, no doubt she was kinder than most, but in truth, I was an outsider even to her, he said. At least, until we were teenagers. By then I had become an overachiever, and I was renowned for working hard during hunts and battles. I wanted to prove I was one of our own and, at the time, it started to pay off. I became friends with Bato, and some of the younger kids in the tribe looked to us for their warrior training. And thus, one day when we were teaching them, Kia stopped by to see what we were doing. Did you like her already? Aang asked, smiling a little. Hakata chuckled. I had liked her since well before knowing what it meant to like someone, said Hakata. She was, by far, the most beautiful girl in the tribe. I was smitten. But even when we spoke that day, and I stammered like a fool, to Bato's eternal amusement, it was clear she was well out of my league. She was the former chief's daughter, and I was that outsider boy who wouldn't stand a chance. Or so it seemed. But you did stand a chance in the end, didn't you? Asked Aang, smiling enthusiastically. Oh, I certainly did, said Hakata. When Kia was of marrying age, her father announced it and I dreaded she'd take a husband right away. But so many suitors came forward that the chief announced there would be tests, to select the best of them all. Encouraged by Bato's teasing, I joined in, if just for the sake of knowing that I'd tried, even if I was fated to fail. And you didn't fail, said Zuko. Or else you wouldn't have married her, right? Indeed, said Hakata, with a proud smile. You shouldn't anticipate to the story so much, but yes, I was the one who hauled the largest fish to offer for her meal. I hunted the most prey on a test for capturing as many creatures as we could for her. And when it came to making my igloo, yes, at first it seemed I would fail there, but the others were fast without being efficient. I was methodical instead. When we had only a few days to go before the igloo test was finished, a blizzard passed through. Once it cleared out, everyone came out of their homes to fix the village again, and what a surprise, every new igloo had been destroyed by the blizzard except for mine. And that's how you won. Kino exclaimed, beaming. Hakata chuckled and nodded. Trying to be an overachiever had paid off. And to my surprise, Kia actually seemed happy for my victory. We were married within the fortnight. How old were you? Kino asked. Hakata bit his lip. I think. I was 17, yes, he said, and the boy's jaws dropped. Only 17 and already married? Kino asked. Hakata chuckled. We had several years of getting used to each other. Our time together was cut short, he said, melancholically. But we did enjoy well over 15 years with each other. At the very least, we had that. I'm glad, said Aang, with a weak grin. So it took some time before you had Sokka? Yes, several years, Hakata said, nodding. A little less than a decade, actually. As you said, we were married quite young, so waiting seemed natural. In fact, we hadn't really decided to have children yet when my mother noticed Kia was pregnant. The whole tribe rejoiced, though, and they helped us prepare, but nothing could have prepared me for Sokka, really. Was he that difficult? Aang asked, eyes wide. Hakata chuckled. I don't know if he was difficult or if we were inexperienced. But when he was born, I wasn't in much better shape than Zuko's in right now. Bato kept trying to appease me and holding me back from rushing into the igloo despite I had been turned away around 10 times. I didn't ask anyone for advice at the time, though I realize I should have. It could have helped, though no advice would have taught me how to handle the emotions I felt when I held my son for the first time. He was really small, I bet, said Kino, grinning. Hakata chuckled. He was. And who would have thought that one day I would find myself raising my eyes to find his? He said. He outgrew me in his late teenage years. Oh, was he proud of himself for it, but I will never forget how small he was once, squirming and crying with all his might. He was stubborn and very strong, even at that age. As soon as he opened his eyes, I could tell he was a clever one. He had sound reasoning early enough, well, as sound as his reasoning could be, that is. He never had much common sense, but his logic worked for him, at least. What do you mean by that? No common sense? Aang asked. Zuko snorted. Well, he antagonized a Fire Nation princess upon meeting her, then antagonized the same nation's prince upon meeting him, got himself in a sword fight with the prince while in someone else's home, asked my wife on a date when he was fighting her in the middle of a gladiator arena. Zuko counted, raising his eyebrows. Should I go on? He wasn't as dangerous back then, I'll admit it, said Hakata, smiling. But he was a magnet for trouble. He had a knack for heading into the dog dens when he was younger, and he tried to communicate with the dogs by barking, growling and howling. At first it was innocent fun, but eventually the younger dogs started to think he was part of the pack too, and followed him everywhere. It caused enough trouble that Nanak had to ban him from the kennels for several years. Whoa, said Kino, as Aang laughed. Well, yeah, he does sound like a magnet for trouble. He insisted on going fishing with me and Bato once, when he was young, said Hakata. As Kia had to look after Katara, I decided to bring Sokka indeed, get a weight off her shoulders. Everything was going well until he decided he wanted to paddle, but as he was too small, the paddle fell out of its socket and into the water. Bato had to jump into the ice water to get it back, and he was sick for a month after that. Goodness, said Aang now, grimacing. Zuko huffed. And nothing happened to the troublemaking boy, I assume? He asked. Well, nothing physical, but he was guilt-wrecked for as long as Bato was sick. He kept visiting him and bringing him little gifts. Gifts such as ropes that he had tied into special knots he invented himself, for instance. Or sometimes whalebone knives that weren't his to give. Of course, Bato knew better than to take those. At least he tried to make amends, somewhat, said Aang, with a chuckle. Kino smirked. He was still a troublemaker, though, he said. Zuko nodded. Well, definitely. But it's good to know he was just as bad as a kid as he is nowadays, said Zuko, smiling. So, holding him for the first time was something remarkable. You'll never forget the feeling, said Hakata, nodding. Was it the same with Katara? Aang asked, biting his lip. Hakata laughed this time. Oh, it wasn't the same, because it was special in its own way. I had to keep Sokka distracted while Katara was being born. I had no idea what to do other than to let him play with my boomerang. I think that might be at the root of why he loved being a warrior so much. He didn't seem to tire of it, even though he must have spent hours holding it. I would have taught him how to use it, but he was still too young for that sort of thing, of course. And then the sound of a baby crying reached me, so I entrusted Sokka to Bato and rushed into the igloo. There she was, smaller and crying even louder than her brother. It almost felt like she was heartbroken to have been removed from her mother's safe environment. Was that pregnancy any different? Zuko asked. Did it feel different because she was a waterbender, I mean? I don't remember anything that could be linked to that, said Hakata, stroking his beard, but yes, the symptoms seemed to be different. With Katara, Kia was often sick earlier in the day, with Sokka it was the other way around. Sokka's birth lasted most the day, too, while Katara's was around, half the day, I guess. And how did you discover she was a waterbender? Kino asked. Oh, that's a funny story, said Hakata, smirking. She must have been 2 or 3, and my mom had made seaweed soup. She hated it, and kept rejecting it, but we always made her drink it. That is, until she lashed out one day and spilled the soup bowl by just waving her hands angrily. We were in shock, but soon enough we rejoiced. She didn't seem to understand at the time why we were congratulating her for rejecting the soup, of course, but she did grasp she'd used waterbending eventually. Did Sokka take that well? Zuko asked, with a grimace. I ask because, well, I was a late bloomer, whereas my sister started firebending while she was crying after being born. All the praise and talk of her prodigious skills scared me as a kid, and well, why deny it, I was envious of her too. If only I could say my son was a bigger man than that, said Hakata, with a weak smile. Zuko raised his eyebrows with interest. For a very long time Sokka treated Katara's bending with disdain, often mocked her for not knowing how to use it, complained about how she only caused him trouble when she did use it. From what you said, though, he got into enough trouble on his own, said Aang. Hakata nodded. He did, but he was experiencing feelings he had no idea what to do with, Hakata explained. He was great with his sister at first, I kept encouraging him to be a good brother, and his mother did the same. He looked after her, played with her, but when we discovered she could bend, he took to trying to prove he could do it too. When he didn't succeed, well, he grew frustrated quite easily. He wasn't always nice to his sister after that, and he spent much more time with his friend Roan than with her. That boy had to leave the tribe after an accident, though, one that Sokka also felt guilty for, even though it wasn't entirely his fault. I guess that situation started building up his sense of responsibility and helped him grow up. He was still jealous of his sister for all the attention she got because she was a bender, but he didn't let that keep him from being a good brother most the time anymore. So, they played together again, and Katara was very happy. That was resolved a lot faster than me and my sister, then, said Zuko, with a crooked grin. It just took us, 20 years to start getting along. To be fair, it wasn't always smooth sailing for Sokka and Katara either, said Hakata, grinning weakly. When I returned from the war it seemed they were at their wits' ends with each other, but they were happy enough that I'd returned. When they heard what had happened in the war they were disheartened, which I guess brought them closer together again since their petty fighting lost meaning compared to the horrors of our world. But Sokka had grown into quite the sarcastic teenager, so he taunted Katara often. And as she has a short fuse, she always fell for it, said Kino, beaming. Hakata chuckled. I'm afraid so. Most those arguments ended with Sokka drenched in water, slapped by snow, sometimes even with blocks of ice dropped on his toes. I honestly couldn't find a way to stop them from having such silly squabbles, said Hakata, shaking his head. But as they grew older and Sokka took a more active role in defending the village, his energies were finally spent on something better than angering Katara. She wanted to join him with that, though, and always begged me to let her, but I'd refuse. She was a waterbender, but she wasn't trained in combat at all. I didn't want her to fight against the firebenders who were installing that settlement, because I couldn't risk losing her. A waterbender would have been targeted faster than any non-bending warrior. Well, you haven't lost her, said Aang, smiling. And now she's a lot more trained than she used to be. Thanks to you, yes, said Hakata, grinning back. She's quite grateful for that, as you must know. She's always been a fighter, even if we've confined her to other duties. When she took over after Sokka, she proved she had remarkable leadership skills. In short, you're proud of both your kids, said Kino, his hands on the back of his head. Hakata chuckled and nodded. The words resounded in his head, and in his heart. He knew Kino was right, even though he hadn't seen Sokka in far too many years. But wherever he was now, whatever he was doing. Yes, he said. I'm a lucky man to have been the father of such extraordinary children. The three younger men smiled before Aang asked for more information on Katara as a kid. Every embarrassing story made Kino laugh very loudly and promise that he would use those against her. Aang, on the other hand, seemed utterly fascinated by everything about Katara's childhood. Zuko listened intently too, but once in a while his mind and heart would disconnect from Hakata's stories, and he waited quietly for that cry Hakata had described, the sound of a baby being born. But said cries had yet to ring through the tribe. Everyone was expectantly waiting, and the birth was the talk throughout every igloo in the village, but patience was all everyone could exert. Even Suki, who was starting to regret having agreed to sending Zuko away. "It hurts," she groaned, as Kunna wiped the sweat from her brow. I don't know if I can do this. I really. Now. You're a very strong woman," said Kunna. "You have to put up with Zuko," said Katara, teasingly. Suki tried to laugh, but it sounded like a soft cry instead. "You will endure this," said the old lady, as Suki gritted her teeth. She tried to hold back the pain scream, but her insides seemed to be tearing themselves apart with each violent contraction. Kunna glanced at Katara warily, who knelt before Suki to assess her progress. "Well, she's dilating really fast," said Katara, grimacing. "Much faster than usual." Is that bad?" Suki asked, chest heaving after the last contraction. "Hopefully not," said Katara, with a weak smile. "As far as I can tell, it only means we'll be done with this faster. Just hold on, now." "I'm trying, I am, but..." she gasped, shaking her head and shivering. "It's too much." "Hey, just when I sent him away, Zuko told me to relay a message to you," said Katara. "He wanted you to know he loves you, that he's proud of you, and that he's waiting for you. That he will wait for as long as it takes." He always has," she said, swallowing hard and smiling as tears gleamed in the corners of her eyes. "Well, the wait won't be that long." "He'll be happy for it," said Katara, squeezing Suki's hand. "And no matter what happens, he's a proud and loving husband and father. So, you'll be okay. You and your baby and your silly husband." Suki laughed more heartily now and nodded. Katara's reassuring grin did appease her now, thanks to those words. When the next contraction came, she was not only ready, but she coursed through its flow readily, knowing what to expect, and knowing that, at the end of this long process, their small baby would be born. Only, it wasn't all that long. As Katara had told her, her dilation was progressing fast. She breathed heavily and held onto the tough fabrics she had been given to hold and cried out with each rough contraction. The baby was coming, charging through her, and all Suki had to do was let it pass. Even if it was painful, overwhelming, she only had to endure it a little longer and then everything would be over. A few hours after the group in Aang's igloo had eaten and discussed the differences between the types of snow, a discussion that served no purpose, for Kino failed to identify any of them and always insisted that snow was only ever snow, Zuko heard the sound he was waiting for. He had been lying across the bamboo floor when that shrill sound reached his ears, and he jumped to an upright position immediately. His movement alerted the others, and they fell silent. There was nothing else for a tense moment, and all seemed to indicate that Zuko was being overly paranoid, as expected from a new father. And then the baby's piercing cries sounded again. He didn't register that he'd stood up, strode out of the igloo, rushed to his own. It felt like a dream, racing through reality in a hastened sort of way, changing into a new environment that felt familiar all the same. Time didn't seem to pass at all, and distance had lost all meaning. Everything was irrelevant other than that sound that he could still hear, that voice that beckoned the most loving and protective instincts within Zuko, compelling him to find that child and ensure that both the baby and its mother were safe. But he stopped at the entrance of the igloo, the door still closed in front of him. Was he allowed in yet? Was Suki all right? Had Katara and Kunna cleaned her and the baby? Was it all right if he dared step inside? He knew his life would change forever once he pushed that door open. But now he realized how frightening change could be. What if the baby wasn't all right? What if Suki was in trouble, too? He hadn't been there, he hadn't held her hand through it as he had wanted to, and now. Again, Hakata's heavy hand fell on his shoulder, and Zuko found himself staring at the chief's reassuring smile. He had left the igloo too, followed by both Aang and Kino. "Don't panic. Stay calm," he said, before knocking on the door. "Mom? Katara? Can Zuko come in yet?" The silence stirred up Zuko's anxiety. He gritted his teeth, a hand on the door, ready to push it if they didn't answer for the next 5 seconds. Or maybe 10. Perhaps 15 then, as they might still be cleaning up, and a whole minute couldn't hurt, could it? But his palms were drenched in cold sweat, and his chest seemed to grow weak, and his intake of air was rushed and uneven and. Okay, let him in now. Zuko didn't register whose voice it was. He didn't need to place it. All he could do was push the door open with a strong shove, and he strode into his home immediately. Katara and Kunna were tidying up the place, stashing cloths away and cleaning up anything that still needed to be cleaned. But Zuko's eyes sought one thing in particular, the red-headed woman who had stolen his heart. And instead of one head full of red hair, he spotted two of them. His legs weakened. Suki's forehead was still drenched in sweat, despite she had wiped it several times by now. Her hair was messy than ever, and the way she slumped amid cushions betrayed how exhausted she was. But the smile on her face, as tired as it may be, was warmer than any Zuko had seen before. She spoke softly to the small bundle in her arms, a small child with puffy red cheeks and a fuzz of auburn hair like hers, sprouting on the top of her head. "Suki!" he gasped, stumbling on his way to her side. Only then did she seem to notice him, and her eyes brightened further when she laid eyes on her husband. "Oh, you're..." "Everything was fine, love," she said, smiling warmly and reaching a hand to him. Zuko took it in his, kissing her fingers as he slid to sit beside her. It wasn't easy, but it was fine. Zuko didn't process that the sudden burst of laughter that rang in the igloo was coming from him. Everything was still hazy, too hazy, even as he wrapped an arm around Suki's shoulders and kissed the top of her head. His face had broken into the widest smile, and he gazed upon their baby one more time. His fingers trembled as he reached to touch her. Suki smiled. "You can hold her, you know," she said, sighing. "I'm afraid my arms may be too tired right now, so. Should I? Are you sure?" Zuko asked, nervous again. Suki laughed and nodded. "Come on, dear," she said. "I'm sure she'll love to be in your arms." Zuko swallowed hard as he sat down beside Suki. He stretched out his arms and took the baby in them, holding her as carefully as he could. She seemed so small and fragile, and only a little restless before she rolled into his embrace and relaxed, a tiny hand outside of the covers that wrapped tightly around her. He laughed again in disbelief, as he heard the rustling sound of his friends approaching to look at his baby. She's, he said, shaking his head while still beaming. Only then did it sink in, though, and he looked at Suki with amazement. "Then, it's a girl after all?" Suki nodded happily, and Zuko laughed more consciously this time. He heard Aang and Kino laugh too, and felt Hakata's hand on his shoulder once more. Even Katara smiled more sweetly than he'd ever seen her, as she gazed upon the happy family. Tears blinked in the corners of his eyes, as Zuko held his daughter proudly. They slipped down his cheeks soon enough, but he didn't mind them. Not as he was leaning down, closer to the child, to press his first kiss on her forehead. Suki's heart skipped a beat as she watched them. She smiled lovingly, wishing this moment could last forever. She knew it wouldn't, but their first baby had been born, and everything had been perfect so far. Zuko's happiness upon becoming a father, instinctive and genuine, only fueled Suki's own joy. The labor had taken less time than expected, which had meant that the pain had been more condensed and abrupt once it had started. But Kunna and Katara had led her through the process expertly and helped her through one of the most difficult ordeals she had endured. Looking back on it now, Suki actually didn't think it had been that bad. She was tired, no doubt, but she felt fulfilled. Her baby had been born safely, and the child's father was crying of joy while holding her against his heart. She couldn't have asked for a better outcome for this day. The next weeks were a blur for everyone, but most of all for Zuko and Suki. The first days with their daughter had been wonderful for the most part, but complicated whenever the child started crying. They struggled trying to identify the motives behind her loud wails, and often made the wrong assessments. Zuko had changed her diapers far more times than he should have, and sometimes it seemed Suki was guilty of overfeeding her. Still, over time and with the counsel of those who knew the difficulties of being a parent, they managed to understand their daughter better each day. The tribe's traditions dictated that the baby wouldn't have a name until she was a month old. During that period, she was to stay confined to her birthplace, for it would be the best way to keep her safe from the cold environment outside. The many visitors Zuko and Suki received were taken with the small baby, and most of them were in awe of her red hair. The novelty of their daughter didn't seem to wear off at all, not even after the days passed and turned into weeks, which finally turned into that first month. Everyone had been gathered by the fire when the happy couple and their child finally left the igloo. Zuko was holding the young girl, and she gazed about herself with gold eyes. She stayed tightly tucked against Zuko, both apprehensive but curious about the new environment she had been brought to. "There she is, the most famous baby of the tribe," said Hakata, chuckling and standing up from his place at the fire. All eyes followed them. Children that had been playing stopped to stare at them, and even the people who were eating rapidly had slowed down because of the impending announcement. As the baby had safely braved through her first month, all traditions had been abided by. Finally, they'd know her name. So, Kino asked, eagerly. "What's she called?" The little girl recoiled at the sound of his voice. Zuko chuckled and stroked her back gently while Suki smiled. "We chose Mari," she said. "Our little girl's name is Mari." Kino's broad grin was matched by those of many other tribesmen. Some were more moderate with their excitement, but everyone seemed elated not only to know her name, but to see she was fully healthy. Mari's eyes traveled over all of them carefully, but her apprehensiveness seemed to win out for now as she hid away in her father's neck again. Zuko laughed and kissed his daughter once more. "Mari it is, then," said Hakata, smiling approvingly at the shy baby. "Mari it is." Chapter 143, Fire Nation Festivals 1. Mornings never started too early for Sokka, but today was fated to be an exception. The Gladiator slept soundly while Song prepared their breakfast, and he usually wouldn't wake up until mid-morning. Yet someone needed him right away, and it wasn't the person he would have expected to be woken by. Song's masterful work with omelets improved every day. She had just finished a set when she heard a knock on the door, and her face brightened immediately. Ruishi hadn't been able to visit yesterday, busy overseeing everything regarding the arrival of Azula's barge into the capital's port. She had looked forward to seeing him again, though. 5 days away from him seemed like far too many ever since their relationship had become official. She rushed to open the door and smiled brightly at the guard standing before her, his helmet already removed. He smiled back just as happily. "Good morning, Song," he said, as she stepped aside to let him in. "It is good now," she said, closing the door before hugging him tightly. Ruishi sighed blissfully and held her close, his hand sliding up to the nape of her neck. Song shivered pleasantly at the touch, and she raised her head to kiss him. Ruishi was smiling, his eyes closed, even as they parted. "I missed you," Song admitted, blushing weakly. Ruishi chuckled. "I missed you too," he said, cupping her face now. "I hope you weren't too bored over the past few days." "Well, I did read a lot," said Song, biting her lip. "But I also visited that sweets shop you showed me last month. We should go again soon. They told me they're going to have new pastries starting this week." "Of course, because of the festivals," said Ruishi, nodding. "They surely will set up a stall to sell those new sweets, too." "Ah, then I could go by their stall and buy a few of them there," said Song, but she seemed apprehensive upon further consideration. "Although I'm not sure about what I should do during the festivals. Can a slave just walk by the stalls to buy things, and no one would mind?" "I would assume so, as long as you can afford them," said Ruishi, sighing. "Still, we'll see what we'll do about the festivals later. For now, we should have breakfast, right?" "Of course," said Song, beaming. "If you want you can help me with the food. I'll wake Sokka when we're finished and—" Can I go wake him now, actually?" Ruishi asked. Song blinked blankly. "Huh? Why would you want to do that?" she asked. Ruishi swallowed hard. "I just, have something to discuss with him," he said. "It's nothing dangerous or worrisome, so rest easy." "Huh," said Song, raising an eyebrow. "It's not every day that you want to talk with him like this. Did he do something wrong?" "And no, I just want, his advice," said Ruishi, gulping. Song's eyes widened. "His advice?" she repeated. Ruishi nodded and kissed her brow. "I'll be back downstairs shortly. Don't worry, said Ruishi, stroking her cheek before moving to the stairs. Song swallowed hard as she watched him go, uncertainty pooling inside her. Ruishi wouldn't willingly ask for Sokka's advice, not unless he thought he had no one else to go to. As much as he had grown to respect the Gladiator more in the last few months, Song doubted they were in such good terms that Ruishi would need his advice in any regards. In any regards except one, actually. The thought sent blood rushing to her cheeks and she covered her mouth with a hand. Surely Ruishi wasn't that forward, not when he had been a perfect gentleman ever since they'd known each other, but perhaps Ruishi thought they were ready to take a new step in their relationship. And chances were they could be, although Song hadn't really thought about it yet. If Ruishi asked, or if things suddenly heated up between them, what would she do? She surprised herself by realizing she didn't mind the idea at all. She returned to the kitchen, blushing deeply and wondering if she was making too much of a fuss over something meaningless. But the thought that Ruishi might want to take their physical relationship further had brought her to realize that she might actually want that, too. The captain of Azula's guards knocked hard on Sokka's door, guessing the Gladiator would know who to expect from the harshness of the sound. A soft yelp from inside the room told him the Gladiator had been woken by the noise. "Are you decent yet?" Ruishi asked. I will be. I'll be downstairs in a moment." "I need to talk to you first," Ruishi stated, closing his eyes. "You do? About what?" "Let me in once you're dressed and you'll know," Ruishi said. After about 3 minutes, Sokka opened the door clumsily. He was still tying up his sash, and he glanced at Ruishi with confusion. The guard nodded in his direction before entering the room and closing the door behind himself. "Is this about Azula's escapade with me on the barge?" Sokka asked, grimacing. "I know she shouldn't have done that, but I was a little miserable and—" "I don't need to know any details of what happened," said Ruishi, raising a hand to stop Sokka. "That's between the two of you, as usual." Okay, then," said Sokka, happily surprised. "Then, that's not it? I thought maybe you were mad because it was so risky, what with Zhao around." "Well, no doubt he was lurking quite early in the morning. I bumped into him myself after I visited the princess around dawn," said Ruishi, crossing his arms over his chest. Sokka frowned. "I don't know, maybe he makes a habit of waking early. At any rate, though, I don't have anything to do or say about that escapade of yours. You two are clearly well beyond my control and I've given up hopes of telling you what to do. Your recklessness cannot be held back." "I suppose not," said Sokka, with a guilty grin. "But given that you're both that reckless, I'm hoping you won't begrudge me for, well, wanting to be a little reckless too, for once," said Ruishi, averting his gaze. Sokka raised an eyebrow. "What sort of recklessness are we talking about?" Sokka inquired. "To be frank, well," said Ruishi, running a hand over his hair. "I wanted to spend the first day of the festivals with Song. It's traditionally a day for couples to spend time together and, well, the ideal day to show her how deep my feelings are for her. There's a gift that men are meant to give their beloved, and you wanted to do that with Song," said Sokka, smiling. "Well, that doesn't sound all that reckless, unless you're worried she might think you're moving too fast. But really, Ruishi, if you just want to give her a gift, that's just the kind of stuff she'll love. And I won't be able to do any of this for her," Ruishi cut Sokka off. The Gladiator's enthusiasm waned quickly. "Because I'm expected to lead the princess's procession during the parade after the temple's ceremony is finished. I can't shake off these duties, apparently, even though I asked the princess if she would allow me to do so." "Oh. That's—" "I'm sorry, Ruishi," said Sokka, grimacing. "You told her what you wanted to do." "Of course. She said she was sorry that she couldn't let me do this, but I must be there for protocol's sake," said Ruishi, rolling his eyes. Sokka gulped. "And you're here because you want me to convince her to change her mind?" Sokka asked, scratching the back of his neck. "I mean, I can try, but sometimes she's as stubborn as—" "I don't want you to change her mind," said Ruishi. Sokka frowned. What do you want from me, then? I want you to swap places with me. Sokka blinked once, twice, then thrice. He stared at Ruishi blankly, while Ruishi looked right back at him with determination, undeterred by Sokka's cluelessness. I think I need more information than that, said Sokka, eyeing him warily now. Swap places with you how? You want me to be her captain of the guards while you're her gladiator, or? Yes, and no, said Ruishi, huffing. You aren't expected to do anything tomorrow. The princess won't be the one performing the ceremony this time, so you won't have any reason to watch it. The procession doesn't need a gladiator in it, so it would be no surprise if her gladiator simply stayed at home for the day, as far as everyone else could know. And that helps you how? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. If you switch places with me, take my place as captain of the guards for one day, you get to spend the whole day with the princess, said Ruishi, looking at Sokka eagerly. Sokka bit his lip, wishing that suggestion didn't sound as appealing as it did. Meanwhile, I'll wear casual clothes, and as only a few people could recognize me, no one would notice I'm not where I should be. So, I can surprise Song, and take her with me to enjoy the festival. I could give her the gift as intended, and we both get to spend this apparently romantic day with the women we love, said Sokka, stroking his chin thoughtfully. I mean, I won't lie, it could be a good plan, but isn't it very risky? Especially coming from someone like you. It is, Ruishi admitted, lowering his gaze. But I don't know what else to do. I want to be with her, Sokka. I know my duty to the princess is supposed to go first, but frankly, I'm not expected to do anything tomorrow other than walk at the front of the procession and make sure all guards and palanquin bearers are in their stations. They usually do their jobs without any meddling, too, so. Okay, but if I ever needed to say anything while I'm you, said Sokka. You won't, said Ruishi, frowning sternly. You'll keep your mouth shut at all times. In case you hadn't noticed, I'm not all that talkative in general. Nobody would bat an eyelash if I spent an entire day in silence. Huh, said Sokka, biting his lip. And you don't think Angela would find it weird? Why would she? She'd likely think I'm just mad at her for making me do my job, said Ruishi, shrugging. You're not expected to do any fire-bending demonstrations? Sokka asked, looking at him warily. Ruishi shook his head. Because that's one big problem, you know. As long as nothing dangerous happens during the parade, you'll have no need to bend or fight at all. But you're a proficient fighter in hand-to-hand combat, aren't you? Said Ruishi. Not to mention you've proven you have an instinct that leads you to protect the princess at all times. Call me reckless if you will, but you've kept her safe so many times by now that I think I can entrust her protection to you. But, oh, goodness, said Sokka, rubbing his forehead. I'm actually considering this. I am. And, damn, if she finds out what we did. She's going to kill us, said Ruishi, with a dry grin. Sokka looked at him desperately. And I intend to enjoy my day with Song before she tries. As for you, well, you should probably just run very fast, very far away. That's really reassuring, you know. Sokka grumbled, but he was petrified when he saw Ruishi was actually laughing. Had he ever heard him laugh so casually before? I'm sorry. I wish I could propose something that will be a little less dangerous, but it's the best I've got. You've already posed as a royal guard before, said Ruishi, gesturing at Sokka's closet. And I'm sure you still have your stolen uniform in there somewhere. I guess so, said Sokka, but he frowned. Yours is different, though. If I'm going to pretend I'm you, you'll need one of my uniform sets, yes, said Ruishi. Sokka sighed. How am I supposed to get one of those? Sokka asked. Ruishi nodded. Can you wait outside your tunnel before dawn tomorrow? Ruishi asked. Sokka blinked. Don't act like a fool, we both know that's how you snuck in and out of her room for as long as you did. Yeah, I guess, said Sokka, smiling weakly. She always opened it for me, though. I'll open it this time, from the inside. I'll give you my uniform there, and you can return to the palace easily enough. Though, of course, you can't go to her room. There's a tunnel near the guards' barracks, I'll draw you a map to it. And once I get there, I'll be you, said Sokka, biting his lip. You'll have to walk me through everything you have to do on a daily basis, Ruishi. I don't want to make any mistakes that might give me away. Ruishi sighed but nodded. It was his idea, so he had to take responsibility for it. They'd have a higher chance of success if Sokka's performance was top-notch. Song was waiting for a good 20 minutes before the two men finally showed up. She was blushing still, wondering just how in-depth Sokka's advice had been. The two of them seemed to have some sort of unspoken camaraderie once they were on their way downstairs, and as Sokka greeted Song she felt uneasy about how casual his hello was. Ruishi smiled warmly at her, and he sat beside Song while they ate. Sokka was unusually quiet, eating as many rations as he always did, but his brow was lightly furrowed, deep in thought. Suddenly a thought occurred to Song. Was he worried about her? Did the two of them have an argument about whether Song and Ruishi were ready to take this step or not? She gulped down some rice and considered how strange it could be for Sokka to be so protective about her. She knew he had often said they were like siblings, but would he take it that far? Ruishi helped with cleaning up after breakfast while Sokka, as usual, walked off to train, read, or wait for the princess. But the royal guard couldn't stay for long. I'll be back by sundown, I have patrols today, said Ruishi, cupping Song's cheek again and kissing her softly. I hope you have a good day, Song. You too, she said, smiling weakly. May those patrols end faster than you think. I sure hope they will, said Ruishi, smiling warmly and squeezing her hand before moving to the front door. Song watched him go apprehensively. It wasn't the first time Ruishi dropped by only briefly because of his duties, but her suspicions regarding a possible argument with Sokka only increased now. She spotted the gladiator sitting leisurely on the couch, a book on his lap, and she rushed to sit beside him, her face a mask of determination. Sokka nearly jumped as he lifted his gaze away from his book. In the blink of an eye, his housemate was next to him, looking at him intensely. He couldn't recall ever seeing Song like this before. Something wrong? He asked, inching away from her with an awkward smile. Did you tell Ruishi not to? She asked, blushing. Because if you did, why this isn't really your business. So. What? Said Sokka, eyes wide. I didn't tell him not to do anything, I actually agreed to, wait. Wait just a second. He said he was going to surprise you, so you don't know what's going on. Surprise me? Song asked, blushing. Sokka raised an eyebrow. What exactly are you expecting, Song? He asked, setting the book aside and looking at her eagerly. What isn't my business, pray tell? Well, you know what I mean. Song retorted, her blush growing more intense. Why you know more about this than I do? He asked you for advice, that's what he said, so I figured he meant for, well. Oh, this is gold, said Sokka, smiling wickedly as he judged Song's blush accurately, profoundly amused. He covered his mouth with a hand, trying but failing to conceal his laughter, and Song's embarrassment only seemed to increase. What are you talking about? What's gold? She exclaimed. Assuming that Ruishi's after, spirits, and they say it's men who are always thinking about sex, he said, laughing more openly now. I knew women were just as bad. Heck, maybe even worse. This is hilarious. It's not funny. And if that's not what he wants, then what does he want? Song exclaimed, grabbing his arm and shaking it. Sokka. I'm not saying, it's a surprise. Said Sokka, chuckling. Oh, how easy it is to mislead you. You're misleading me now, I bet. Song exclaimed, almost pouting now. I mean, what else could Ruishi want your advice for, really? He's a talented firebender, if he wanted advice about that he would ask the princess. And if he wants advice on work ethics, well, clearly you're the last person to ask. Hey! Sokka cried out, looking at her in disbelief. I have been a very successful gladiator, mind you. A very successful gladiator who beds his sponsor, makes sense. Song pouted. Sokka huffed. Still with the mind in the gutter? Well, it's fine, really, Song, I don't want to judge you for being in touch with your inner desires, but... Oh, shut up. Song cried out, jumping off the couch and rushing back to the kitchen. Sokka found himself smiling again. Come on, Song, no need to be so shy. We're like family. That's why talking about this with you is so gross. So, shut up. She retorted, and Sokka could only laugh out loud as he dropped against the couch's backrest. The girl was in for quite a surprise tomorrow, that was for sure. She seemed nervous about the wild idea that Ruishi might want sex with her already, but she seemed to want it all the same. Telling Sokka not to get involved with the progress of their relationship spoke for itself. Still, Sokka knew them, and he knew they weren't as forward as him and Azula had proven to be. Perhaps tomorrow's surprise, a romantic one, would suit Song much better than what she was expecting. It was yet another hour before Azula came by, and Sokka beamed brightly upon watching her dragon's arrival. Somehow, their fragile sense of normalcy seemed to be returning. There were no earthbenders to train, no uncles to wage cold wars with, no hunts for White Lotus enemies, though of course, Sokka was still shaken up by Zhao's revelations regarding his mother's death and the water tribe raids, but he was sure all things would be back on track soon. He would set his concerns aside for now, and focus only on the marvelous girl crossing his house's threshold. Though, considering that he had agreed to join Ruishi's scheme tomorrow, maybe life wasn't going back to normal as smoothly as he had thought it would. Ah, I was hoping you were sleeping in, Azula said, smirking as she walked towards him. Sokka beamed as she leaned down to kiss him, settling on his lap right away. Good morning. Morning to you too, he said, smiling, and prodding her nose with his. You're more beautiful than ever. Or so you claim every time you see me. Perhaps your vision is failing you gradually, Sokka, said Azula, smirking. Might be you can't see me as well as you think you can. Nonsense, if anything it improves every day. And that's why I can see you're gorgeous, he said, stroking her hair and smiling happily at her. Such optimism, Azula said, stroking his chin. Sokka chuckled. So, are we alone, or? Not quite, no, he said. Song's over there, fuming, but... Fuming? Azula asked. Sokka smiled guiltily. I may have teased her a bit too much, but it's not really my fault. Sokka said, trying to put on his most innocent facade. Azula snorted. Right. Like I'd believe that, she smirked. What did you tease her about? Sokka froze for a moment. He couldn't explain everything fully, not quite, else Azula would find out the truth beforehand, and she'd kill Ruishi's scheme long before it hatched. He couldn't let that happen. Or could he? Some strange, law-abiding part of him wanted Azula to be as content and calm as she could be. He was already throwing enough wrenches in her life, whether intentionally or not. Would this one feel like one too many wrenches? But the chance to be with her for a whole day, even if just under a disguise. Well, Ruishi wanted my advice for something, said Sokka, biting his lip. Azula frowned. Oh. Ruishi. She said, her voice darkening. Sokka flinched. You okay? I am, it's just he and I had a, wait, he wanted your advice on something. She asked, looking at him warily. Sokka blushed. Why does everyone think that's impossible? Seriously. Sokka huffed. Azula smiled. If you want me to be perfectly honest, it just doesn't seem entirely likely for him to want your advice on anything, said Azula. Well, unless he was asking about... About what? Sokka asked, frowning. Azula bit her lip. Well, that one thing you have plenty of experience in, and that I assume he has none. Sokka squinted at Azula inquisitively, wordlessly demanding that she spoke plainly. She rolled her eyes before blurting it out. Sex. She never expected his response to be what it was. But Sokka snorted and lashed out with the loudest laugh he could muster, leading her to climb off his lap while covering her ears. What the hell is wrong with you? She exclaimed, as he kept laughing. See? See? I told you so, Song, I told you. The girl showed up at the kitchen door and glared at Sokka, as he continued to laugh and pointed at Angela. She assumed the same thing you did, so see? Girls are. Shut up, I said. Song exclaimed, her face redder than the Fire Nation's flag, and she slammed the kitchen door as though to block Sokka's words entirely. His booming laughter could reach her all the same. Angela was astonished by Song's unusually explosive behavior, but she took to watching Sokka, her arms crossed as she waited for his laughter to subside. Eventually it did, and he smiled before shrugging casually. She raised an eyebrow. Girls are, what? She asked. Sokka smirked. Perverts, Sokka said. See, it's pretty common for girls to say that guys only have one thing in mind, but when Ruishi came to me I knew he wasn't going to ask for something like that, and of course, he didn't. But both you and Song have assumed the same thing, so, the stereotypes have been disproven. It's a fact that women are just as filthy-minded as men, if not more so. Oh please, said Angela, smirking. You're just focusing on that to avoid facing that Ruishi genuinely has no business asking you for advice in regards of anything else. He got advice from us just once, when he had no idea what to do about Song, but that's it. Other than that, he's handled his relationship just fine, and very differently from how we handle ours because he has more possibilities than we do. So, really, if you weren't talking about sex, care tell what you were discussing. Sokka blinked blankly, and Angela's raised eyebrows seemed to compel him to speak or face consequences. He smiled awkwardly. Say, it's such a nice day. We totally have to go out to train, yes we do. He said, jumping to his feet and walking to the stairs. What the? Oh, sure, for the first time in around a year you only want to train. Sokka, what are you hiding? Angela asked, following him upstairs, to his unease. I'm not hiding anything, it's just, Ruishi's business is his own. Why yeah, ask Song, she thinks so too. Why, and here I thought our relationship was so tight that you knew there was nothing you couldn't trust me with, Angela said, closing the door to Sokka's room once they were inside it. Sokka gulped as he looked at her, wondering if his only means of escape would be his room's balcony. He could survive the jump, of course, but he didn't think running away from Angela would help his case much. She was far too perceptive, and not nearly as emotionally involved as Song was when it came to Ruishi. Being accused of having a filthy mind would only faze her for around 2 seconds, just before she started analyzing the situation again. Sokka actually found himself smiling in awe as he looked at her now. I trust you, Angela, he said. But I think he trusted me to keep my mouth shut too. And what makes you think I'll blab about anything you tell me? Angela asked. Sokka grimaced and scratched the back of his head. It's not really that you might talk, in your case. He said, looking at her with unease. You just, might be shaken up by the news and give away what he's up to without noticing it. Oh? Really? Angela asked, skeptical. Yeah. You see, it's a surprise for Song, Sokka said, biting his lip. Something he wanted to do for her tomorrow, but as you won't let him, he asked me to help him arrange something else. Angela frowned with uncertainty. Sokka felt his stomach sinking. He didn't often lie to her, but what choice did he have? It wasn't an actual lie, as long as Angela didn't poke the holes in his words. Oh, who was he kidding? She would poke them anyways, and after she did. That's surprisingly reasonable of him, she said, suddenly. Sokka raised an eyebrow. He was so upset when I told him no that I thought, well, it's good that he recovered from that, then. He needs to understand some traditions simply can't change. If I show up at that parade without the captain of my guards, my father will be beyond displeased, and I'd rather not give him cause for anger, especially considering, well, the potential disaster you and I have been brewing for ages now. Well, our relationship could also not end up being a disaster, said Sokka, smiling weakly. But I get it. Still, though. I know, he'll spend quite some time hating me for ruining this for him, said Angela, sitting by the edge of Sokka's mattress. He walked towards her, standing before her. I can't deny I feel bad about it, it's quite possibly the most hypocritical thing I've ever done, but there's no other choice, said Sokka, patting her shoulder gently. His stomach churned, badly. He had lied to her, and she seemed to have believed him. He didn't like the feeling at all, but things would be cleared up tomorrow, surely, or not. If he played his part right, he would manage to trick her again. Still, just how well could he play that part? The thought made him grimace. Angela knew him better than anyone, she would see right through his act immediately, but it would be too late for them to change anything even if she did. If she figured things out, there'd be nothing left to do, for Ruishi wouldn't be within their reach by then. I'm glad he's found some sort of alternative, then, said Angela, sighing and glancing up at Sokka. But you're really sure he's not trying to have his first time with her? Come on, said Sokka. She smiled. If that's not it, what, is he going to ask her to marry him? Angela asked, shrugging, but her brow furrowed soon enough. He could actually do that. And see, he definitely could ask me for advice on that since I proposed to you already. 20 times, said Sokka. Angela chuckled. I actually haven't done it for a while now. Would you marry me? You never do tire of asking, do you? She said, as he sat beside her and smiled weakly. Yes, I will, even if you spend your time scheming with Ruishi behind my back. I'm not comfortable with this, you know? You're only allowed to scheme with me. Oh, is that so? Sokka said, smirking and leaning close to kiss her cheek. All right then. After this plan's finished, I'll make sure I'll only ever scheme with you. Good. As you should, Angela declared, with a small smile. Well, then, you were fetching your armor and weapons. I guess. Sokka said. Angela smirked. But I mean, we're already here, and you didn't trust me earlier, so you're paying the price, she said, standing up. Come on, we're wasting daylight and you'll lose strength if you don't train. Darn it, Sokka pouted, but he smiled and obeyed her commands all the same. The rest of the day slipped by without much ruckus, although Song was still more reserved, moodier, and far more stubborn than she had ever been. But since Sokka was quite distracted by Angela, he hadn't teased his housemate anymore. His focus was only on defeating his sponsor, as ever, but the firebender proved an impossible challenge for him. Her skills with the blade had improved just as Sokka's own power had built up, and tried as though he might, he still couldn't seem to outdo her. Okay. I surrender, he caved in as she pointed the tip of Wolf's Bane to his neck. She smirked down at him. We'll have to switch jobs at this rate, you realize? She said. I'd clearly be a much more efficient gladiator. I would agree, but being your sponsor would likely drive me mad, said Sokka, chuckling as he pushed the sword away and stood up. Watching, powerless, while you fight crazy, dangerous people who are trying to defeat or kill you. I think not. But it's fine when I'm the one in that powerless position, right? Angela asked, waving her sword back to point at his neck. Sokka chuckled and shrugged. What can I say? Life isn't fair, he teased her, walking away so she would stop threatening him. You can say that again, said Angela, lowering her sword. I suppose that's the real reason why you're not getting lucky today, yes. Wait, what? Sokka asked, smiling in disbelief. Hey, now, we have at least an hour or two left, we've been training all day. And you've misbehaved quite a bit, said Angela, smirking. I can't say I feel inclined to humor you in the bedroom. No, not even if you pout or beg, so don't think about it. Me, beg for sex? Who do you take me for? Sokka snorted, turning his chin up, before pouting just as Angela had said he would. Pretty please. She laughed and rolled her eyes. Sokka sighed in defeat, but the spark of an idea came to his mind as Angela fetched her sword's discarded scabbard. He rushed away to the bathroom before she could register the sound of his footsteps. She turned to find he wasn't anywhere around. She crooked an eyebrow but shrugged, sheathing her sword and picking up Space Sword 2 for good measure. It took around 2 more minutes for Sokka to reappear by the bathroom door, and Angela's eyebrows rose when she noticed he had discarded his shirt inside the small hut. He was carrying a large water bucket, filled to the brim. Angela's eyes narrowed. "Oh, no, don't you dare," she said, but Sokka raised his left hand and undid his wolf's tail. Angela tried to look away, she absolutely did. But watching him throw that water bucket over himself was just as mesmerizing as the first time. Her fists clenched harder around the swords as he allowed the water to wash over him, the droplets glinting under the orange sunlight. She wasn't sure if she ought to feel outraged, skeptical or aroused. In the end, the least likely option won out, amusement. She shook her head as she laughed, finally looking away when he was done. Sokka smirked and wiggled his eyebrows in her direction. "Still not interested, princess?" he asked, uttering her title with the sultry voice tone he always used to get his way. Angela looked at him sharply. "Oh, believe me, I'm quite interested, but I think my pride is still stronger than my sexual frustration," she said, smiling sarcastically and tossing the sheathed space sword at him. Sokka scowled as he caught it in midair. "And, truth be told, it's a little less appealing when you do that someplace with loose earth like this backyard. Your legs are all splashed with mud now." Sure. You're just saying that," Sokka pouted. Angela smiled while sliding her sword into its place in her belt. "There's no way my best seduction technique failed on you, not a chance." "I guess you'll have to expand your repertoire," said Angela, beaming. Sokka huffed and shook his head, stomping up to her while slinging his sword over his uncovered back. Her amusement didn't decrease in the slightest. "Well, I have to say, I think you're being very senseless, princess," he said, folding his arms over his chest as he towered over her. "In case you forgot what day it is, it seems those festivals are beginning tomorrow, and if our luck continues to be as bad as it has been, we won't have chances to be together as we want until, well, I don't know. Until the week is over." "I suppose that's true," said Angela, raising her eyebrows. "Though I doubt I'll be that busy every single day. But all right, point taken." "So?" Sokka asked, eyes widening as a smile spread over his face. Angela was about to give him an answer when there was a knock at the front door. Angela didn't speak, instead, she glanced over at the house through the backyard's open doors to discover who had just arrived. The tension on her shoulders, the unease in her eyes, the way she seemed to forget all they'd been talking about. Sokka frowned over it all before he glanced as well, to find the new arrival was Ruishi. Song welcomed him with nervous laughs, and he greeted her quite cheerfully too. Sokka gulped and looked at Angela. You okay?" Yeah, she said, shaking her head. "Though, if he's here, it means I probably shouldn't be." "What?" "But," said Sokka. Angela shook her head. "Trust me, I already feel bad enough about what I'm doing to him," she said. "I don't need to rub my recklessness in his face. If I keep doing things like that, it won't be long before he decides being loyal to me just isn't worth it." "I doubt he'll ever decide that," Sokka said, but Angela shook her head again. "I should go," she said. I'm actually sorry. You made a good point. I guess part of me just wanted to punish you by proving you're a lot more desperate and eager for sex than I was, so I could refute your earlier claims, but... Heh. I figured that was your goal," Sokka smirked. "It's why I thought tempting you somehow might work, but sure, a muddy lover can't be very appealing." "Truth be told, it wasn't that much mud," Angela said, smiling. "It is a fool's mistake to leave you wet and eager for me, no doubt. Just why did I grow a conscience, again? Really, what good does it do?" "Oh, Angela," said Sokka, chuckling and embracing her shoulders. Her head fell perfectly on the hollow of his neck. "Ugh, damn you, Sokka," she said, running a hand over his wet chest. "You and your body and your scent and your wicked schemes, and..." Wicked schemes," he repeated. She nodded. "Making me want this just when I can't have it." "You're an expert when it comes to that, to be sure," said Angela. Sokka smiled. He held her tightly for a moment, only pulling away to kiss her softly. To his surprise, the princess responded with more enthusiasm than she should have mustered, succumbing slightly to the urges she had accustomed her body to obeying. She wanted him right now, but she had to settle for this, if just for the moment. One kiss, wild and passionate, and maybe she would be able to sneak out of tomorrow's royal feast, after the parade was over, to finish what they'd started. She ended the kiss, her arms still locked around his neck. She smiled warmly at Sokka before one more peck, and she pulled away, waiting for Xianlong to land. The dragon wasn't far, as she had summoned him as soon as she saw Ruishi. But Sokka followed her to where she stood, wrapping his arms around her from behind until the dragon arrived. "I'll try to be back as soon as I can tomorrow," she said, sighing. "Though it will be an eventful day." "Sounds like it's going to be an eventful week, rather," said Sokka, raising his eyes to watch as Xianlong landed right before them. "Are you sure you'll be able to make it?" "No, but I have to try," said Azula, turning in his arms to kiss him once more. "I guess I shouldn't have trained you as hard as I did today, huh?" "No, you really shouldn't have," he answered playfully, smiling before kissing her deeply again. Xianlong had to groan to bring the love-struck pair back to reality. It was true that he liked to stash away Azula's most embarrassing and intimate memories so he could tease her with them whenever he wished to, but Xianlong still didn't mean to witness the way his rider fondled her lover's bare chest and arms, moaning willfully into the brush of their lips. All right," said Azula, sighing and climbing on the dragon's saddle. Xianlong huffed and waved his head in disapproval. Sokka smiled as he took Azula's hand to kiss her fingers. The princess smiled sadly and stroked his jawline. "I love you," she said. "I'll see you soon." "I love you too," he replied, warmly. Azula grinned, but Sokka only caught a glimpse of her smile before the dragon took off. He sighed before turning back to the house, walking with his head slightly hunched. He'd be seeing her much sooner than she thought, but if everything went according to plan, she wouldn't know it. His innards burned upon the thought, and he felt more nervous than he could justify about the plan. It wasn't the first time he had impersonated a guard, let alone for an escapade with Azula, but the circumstances scared him all the same. Ruishi was smiling as he helped Song with dinner, but Sokka's intrusion upon the scene soured his expression quickly. Sokka jerked his head to ask for a private word, and Song scowled at him for it. "Whatever you have to say, you should say it right here," she said, stubbornly. Ruishi looked at her in surprise. It's quite all right, really," said Ruishi, rubbing her shoulder gently. "I'm sure it won't take long." "But Ruishi," she whispered, blushing. Ruishi smiled reassuringly. "Everything's fine, I promise." Sokka had to hold back a chuckle, for Song's embarrassment would only worsen if he didn't contain his amusement. Still, he successfully led Ruishi away while Song stayed in the kitchen, begrudgingly. "What is it?" said Ruishi. "Please don't tell me you told either of them, or that you're not sure of it now." "I'm not sure of it, no, but I'm not unwilling to do it anyhow," said Sokka, sighing. "It's just, the two of them were onto me right away. Song knew you couldn't be asking me for advice regarding anything." "Really? She thinks so?" Ruishi asked. "One would think she could assume I had grown interested in non-bending fighting all of a sudden, perhaps." "Well, that's not what she thought," said Sokka, with a dry grin. And Azula found it hard to believe too, for that matter. "Why did you tell her anything, though?" Ruishi asked, sternly. Sokka huffed. "It's not like I wanted to," he growled. "She sees through me so easily, which is why I can't understand how she bought it when I lied to her." "Oh? She did?" Ruishi asked. "Astounding." "I know, right?" Sokka squealed, lifting a hand to his forehead. "And I feel so awful about it. Just, so awful. Every single time I've lied before she's seen right through me, and yet this time it's like she didn't and, goodness, I hate lying to her." "Maybe she's the one lying to you," said Ruishi, shrugging. "Might be she knows you were lying, but is pretending she doesn't know so you won't feel bad." She's done stuff like that before, but it didn't feel like that was it today," said Sokka, frowning. Ruishi sighed. "Well, I doubt it's any consolation, but I will say she's not the most honest person in the world either," said Ruishi. And with all the sneaking around you two have done, without ever consulting me, I suppose she'll simply have a taste of her own medicine with this. Still, it's different, said Sokka, pouting. It's usually her and me against the world, not. Think about it differently, then, said Ruishi, raising his eyebrows. If she finds out, well, yes, she might react poorly. But if she doesn't react badly, she might just be ecstatic to spend the whole day with you, just as I will be doing the same with Song. It won't be the two of us against everyone else, but rather, me and Song, you and the princess, against the world, as you put it. See. Your concepts of double dates are a little weird, Ruishi, said Sokka, grimacing and sighing as he folded his arms over his chest. Then again, it's not like we can do much better, seeing as me and Azula can't really just date. Indeed. This is as good as it gets. Make the most of it, so that, if we die for our boldness, it will have been worth it, said Ruishi, with a dry grin. Sokka snorted. Say, I will warn you. Song may have odd ideas about what you're up to. Just saying. She's well off the trail, but she's got a very active imagination. Huh, said Ruishi, perplexed. Well, I hope she'll be happy with this surprise all the same. Yeah, knowing her, she will be, said Sokka, smiling. At any rate, when should I expect you to open the underground passage? By 4 in the morning, I guess? Can you get up by then? Ruishi asked. Sokka nodded. If I go to bed right after dinner, sure, said Sokka, smiling a little. As I said, I'll bring the uniform with me, said Ruishi. You'll just change into it and climb out, then head to the guards' barracks. If you follow the map I'll prepare for you, you'll reach my room easily enough. You'll find other instructions to follow inside my desk drawer, detailed explanations for all you'll have to do for that day in the festival. Anything else you'd like to know? Well, if you'll write everything down, I guess not, said Sokka, sighing. Honestly, I can't help but think that if anything goes wrong, we'll be in deep trouble. Me worse than you, though, said Ruishi, shrugging. You can always claim I forced you to do it, it wouldn't be too far from the truth. But I agreed to. It's my idea, I can take the fall for it, said Ruishi, patting his shoulder. Now, shall we help Song with the meal? Sokka smiled and nodded, guessing Song wouldn't find his help too agreeable right now. But as she focused on Ruishi only, once they returned to the kitchen, Sokka's presence didn't seem to bother her too much. She seemed determined to ignore him, and Sokka made it easier for her by not drawing attention to himself, for once. He ate quite silently, still pondering the chaotic mess the next day was likely to be. He ate hurriedly and excused himself to go to bed right after finishing his food. Only then did Song acknowledge Sokka with a confused stare. Is he okay? Song asked Ruishi, once Sokka had retired. I mean, you've talked a lot with him and I was wondering if he's caused you any trouble. No, he's actually going to help me with something, said Ruishi, smiling a little. Yes, I have pushed him into an awkward position, but I think he'll be fine. Really? Song asked. Ruishi nodded and rubbed her back gently. Everything will be revealed within, hours, I guess, he said, enigmatically. Song couldn't help but smile a little. By then, all of our whispering in corners will make sense for you, I promise. I'll be holding you to that, then, she said, leaning closer to him and resting her head on his shoulder. Ruishi's duties were finished for the day, but just as Sokka needed early rest, so did he. Song seemed reluctant to see him leave, but Ruishi's warm smiles appeased her easily enough. He held her by the door, cupping her face with his gloved hands. I'll see you soon, he said, stroking her bangs gently. I hope so, she replied. It does sound like you'll be very busy for the next few days. Maybe not as much as you think, he said, smiling. Take care, dear. She smiled brightly as he leaned close to kiss her. She sighed in bliss as he stepped away, his fingers grazing hers even at the last moment, and he walked through the threshold leading him outside. Something strange was happening, Song could tell as much. It was something that seemed harmless, maybe, but she had the feeling it might not be, Whatever Ruishi and Saka were up to, she suspected she was being kept out of it for a reason. She frowned a little as she watched Ruishi walking down the street, but his firm posture and strong body made her smile soon enough. Whatever their secret was, she trusted Ruishi wholeheartedly. It was a restless night for the two conspirators. They were both ready to execute their bold move at least an hour before the appointed time. Ruishi opened the trapdoor and was surprised to find Saka had already been waiting nearby. "Eager to pretend you're me?" Ruishi asked, smirking. "Eager to escape your duties," Saka replied, with raised eyebrows. Ruishi surprised himself by chuckling. "Actually, I am," he admitted, pushing the trapdoor fully open so Saka could jump underground with him. The guard handed a package to Saka, along with a helmet. Saka nodded as he received them, guessing he'd change into the clothes once Ruishi was gone. "Here's the map," said Ruishi, waving a scroll in front of him. "I also brought a lamp, I figured you might need it. Make sure to leave it underground, though. You shouldn't be caught using lamps when you're supposed to be a firebender." "I understand," said Saka, nodding as he took everything Ruishi had offered him. The captain sighed. "All right, then. I'll wait in the tunnels until morning," he said. "You have fully detailed instructions in my room, as I promised." "Well, if anything, I'm glad you've been so thorough," said Saka, grinning. "Let's just hope all this thoroughness pays off," said Ruishi, sighing. "Some part of me thinks, well, that she'll notice it's you, and then I'll be out of a job starting tomorrow. But I suppose another part of me thinks I'd deserve that, for doing something like this. I'll try to keep things from coming to that," said Saka, with an attempt to reassure him with a smile. "Honestly, I can barely recognize you right now, Ruishi, but I'm grateful. This could be amazing, if it works out the right way. Let's hope it does." "Good luck," said Ruishi. "You too. Have fun today," said Saka, smiling as Ruishi lit the lamp before walking away from Saka. It didn't take long for Saka to get dressed, putting on the uniform over the clothes he already wore. It was strange to clad himself in Ruishi's actual uniform rather than wearing that of a random guard. Still, the clothes and armor fit perfectly on Saka. The two of them were narrowly of the same height and build, so, as long as Saka delivered a good performance as Ruishi, no one should suspect anything. He walked to the palace through the tunnels while trying to move with the same stiffness Ruishi did. He even practiced imitating his voice, in case it might be necessary. He wasn't sure he'd be able to act like Ruishi all that smoothly, but he hoped no one would pay him much mind. The captain often seemed to eavesdrop on people by accident, in virtue of most of them forgetting he was standing silently there to begin with. Saka could only hope the same would happen to him today. He slowed down when he reached the trapdoor Ruishi had marked for his exit, and he only pushed it open after listening carefully to make sure there was no one nearby. He stepped outside the tunnel smoothly, as though his presence in the tunnels had been absolutely reasonable, and he closed the trapdoor behind him. "Ah, that's very smart of you, Captain." He nearly had a heart attack at the sound of a voice, drifting from the palace wall, where a common soldier was currently patrolling. The man was waving at him. "Those tunnels need more vigilance, after all," he yelled. Saka only nodded curtly in his direction before making his way to the guards' barracks. His pulse was still out of control after that soldier had spoken to him as he had. It seemed he had done well enough so far in his imitation of Ruishi, but how could he know if he would continue to be successful? Anyone closer to Ruishi might notice the deception, but he had to stay positive. This would be over soon, he had to believe that. There wasn't much activity yet in the guards' barracks, but he could hear a few sounds inside. Some of the men were still snoring, while others were waking up. He walked fast to Ruishi's room, glancing quickly at his map to ensure he was on the right track. After following every indication, he found an empty room. He entered it as casually as possible and closed the door behind him. He nearly dropped on the floor in relief. He had done it. He had survived so far, astoundingly. His body was overheated under all those layers of clothes, and he was still nervous, but he had succeeded at the first part of the plan. The next ones, if they were as simple as Ruishi had described them, should be easy enough. Saka moved to Ruishi's desk quickly, though, scrambling through the cabinet to find the instructions Ruishi had mentioned. He scanned the set of pages quickly, grimacing over how many items there were on each one. He had to fetch his breakfast quickly in the barracks common room, eat it in his room so no one would see him, then he had to check the rooms of every member of Agela's procession, to ensure they were awake and eating their own breakfast. After confirming everyone was where they had to be, he would head to the palace and fetch Agela in her room, accompanied by 2 other guards of his choosing. The rest of the words seemed to scramble after that, finding Agela in her room. Oh, such a stressful idea. He swallowed hard and tried not to think too much of it, but he couldn't stop worrying. The princess had it in her to see through him immediately. He shook his head and forced himself to focus. Lead Agela to the temple west of the palace, stand by outside during the ceremony unless she expressly requests otherwise, lead her back to the palace once the ceremony ends, supervise the palanquin to ensure everything's in order for the parade, stand by until summoned for the parade, lead the procession through the parade, stand by while the Fire Lord addressed his subjects in his inaugural speech. All in all, it didn't seem too complicated, Sokka reasoned. While it would be nerve-wracking, not a lot was expected from Ruishi today. Their ruse could pay off, so long as no one spoke to him directly. Not a lot of people spoke with Ruishi while he was on duty, anyways. He hurried to pick up his breakfast and gobbled it down at haste in Ruishi's room, successfully avoiding being recognized by any of the other guards. He checked every room and confirmed that all the guards on his list were fully uniformed already and brightly awake. His silence didn't come off as a surprise to anyone, and they mostly nodded towards him as a greeting before heading to the common room. He resolved that, for his next task, he would take the first ones who finished eating. Fortunately, the 2 who were done first were guards he wasn't too acquainted with. Going by the descriptions in Ruishi's instructions, those 2 were Shuren and Wuhan. They moved towards Sokka without needing any words, putting on their helmets and bowing their heads towards him. Sokka led the way out of the barracks with steady strides and the pair followed him dutifully. The 2 guards were perfectly silent as they walked and Sokka was grateful for it. Had his partners been Taro and Fei Li instead, he would have a hard time keeping his mouth shut while the other 2 bickered. But Shuren and Wuhan seemed to be the quiet types, and that was exactly what Sokka needed right now. 2 men who wouldn't speak much, who would be content to simply stand in the background. But Agela's room was rapidly approaching, and the snakes twisting inside Sokka's stomach made him more apprehensive than he ever wanted to be. Seeing her right now would only boost his anxiety. He knocked on the red door, firmly enough to ensure he would be heard. He caught the sound of footsteps and voices inside the room. "She's almost done," called an unfamiliar voice. Sokka bit his lip and waited silently. After a minute, the door opened. Sokka held his head high as a couple of maids filed out of the room hastily, muttering quick greetings for the soldiers before scurrying out of the way. And there she was, in her golden armor, with her hairpiece in place on her perfect top knot. She strode towards him, brow slightly furrowed as she kept her gaze low. She stopped before him. "Well," she said, startling him. "Will you lead the way or are we simply going to stand here while the ceremony is underway, Captain?" The impulse to respond to her almost overwhelmed him. He repressed it, though, and bowed his head towards her instead. Agela frowned, but didn't ask any questions as Ruishi turned and started on the path to the temple. She fell into step behind him, with Shuren to her left and Wuhan to her right. The captain's silence wasn't uncommon, generally, but it was odd for him to stay quiet when she addressed him directly. Why hadn't he said anything? Was he going to give her the cold shoulder now? She had no time for such pettiness, though, truly. She knew she risked getting on his bad side after what she'd done, but this level of unprofessionalism was unparalleled for Ruishi. He had never walked like that, now that she thought of it. She frowned, realizing the man's rhythm was not the same steady rhythm as that of his fellow guards. Shuren and Wuhan seemed lost in their own thoughts, so Agela only glanced at them to watch as their every controlled, disciplined step contrasted fully with Ruishi's. He was stiff, not disciplined. He seemed tense. That walking rhythm wasn't as stable as expected from a soldier's stride. Agela's eyes narrowed as she studied him intently. Something wasn't quite right here. And as they moved to the internal street that would lead them to the temple, she resolved to discover what was going on with the captain of her guards, if there was something to discover, of course. The temple grew more crowded as the time for the ceremony approached, but the triangle formation of the 3 guards enabled Angela to enter the building easily enough. Wuhan and Shuren bowed their heads once they reached the entrance, and Sokka was ready to bow his head too and stay behind. "What are you waiting for?" Angela snapped at him. He froze. "Get moving, Captain. We don't have all day." She was bringing him in. But she never took Ruishi anywhere, if she could help it. Sokka's stomach sank as he followed her, warily, noticing she seemed rather unsettled right now. Had something happened? Was she upset for any reason other than him? Or, rather, Ruishi? The urge to pin her to a nearby wall to soothe her with endless kisses was almost overwhelming. He held back his impulses, though, taking off the helmet would have given away he was an impostor in the faces of all the nobles within the area. There were so many of them, gathered in the temple's vestibule and the steps that led to the ceremonial hall, that there would likely be no empty corners in the building. Angela greeted a few of them with small smiles that didn't reach her eyes, and Sokka's restlessness increased as he watched her intently. He followed her into the ceremonial hall, keeping a fair distance between them as he stood with his arms behind his back, as he had seen the guards do a few times before. The princess seemed determined to ignore him right now, and while his rational side knew that was for the better, his heart ached all the same. Was this what other people felt like when they were with her? The realization that Angela could be this cold, this different in her treatment of others, brought Sokka to cherish his role in her life even more. Being despised by her back when they had their worst conflicts had hurt, but right now, this indifference was well beyond coldness. He grimaced under his mask but tried not to betray how conflicted he was about what he was feeling right now. As long as his expressions remained hidden, no one would be likely to recognize his discomfort for what it was. Oze arrived soon afterwards, an odd silence spread through the hall. Angela approached him, meaning to stand beside her father, who smiled down at her. Sokka ensured to stay near her, trying to hold his position a couple of steps behind her, just as Oze's imperial guards were behind him. "A pity it won't be you performing this ceremony," said Oze, and Angela smiled more genuinely at him. The sight relieved Sokka a little. At least she wasn't so upset that her father's compliments wouldn't reach her. "I can't perform twice in a row, as far as I'm aware," she said. "In fact, I can't remember if anyone has performed the ceremony more than once. You've broken every expectation and rule placed upon you, I'm sure you can break this one too," said Oze, smirking as someone else walked up to him. "Good morning, Oze," Zhao said, and Oze turned his proud smile to him. "Out of bed on time, I see. Good to know you were punctual this year, Zhao," said Oze. "I was just telling Angela what a shame it is that she won't delight us with another ceremony of her own making. I regret it even more, as I wasn't here to see it last year," said Zhao. "It's quite all right, really, I won't begrudge you for missing it," Angela said, waving a hand carelessly. "Let us simply hope whoever performs this year will be up to the challenge. Believe me, Angela, the bar you've set will likely never be matched again," said Oze. The streak of pride that crossed Angela's face wasn't unfamiliar for Sokka. She always sported it when Oze complimented her, as he often did. His affirmations, his reassurances, always proved a great method to cheer her up when she was miserable, or to strengthen her self-image whenever it crumbled. Yet, her eyes darkened again soon enough, and the smile disappeared. She glanced at her father briefly as he spoke with Zhao, and then she seemed to focus on something else entirely. Sokka watched her, wondering what she was doing. For anyone else, her behavior would be absolutely normal, but he could read every single movement of her body, every mark of expression, every change in her demeanor. He knew her better than anyone. Whatever she was doing. Her eyes snapped open wide, and she turned to stare straight at him. He almost flinched, wanting to inch away from her. What was she looking at him for? Did she read his mind, notice it was Sokka instead of Ruishi? Did he give himself away by staring at her so fixatedly? Was it obvious he was staring at her at all, considering he was wearing the helmet and hood of her guards? What was going on with her? Why did she seem so confused, so outraged? Then, the intelligent serenity kicked in again. Her eyes scrutinized him for an instant, before she turned forward without another word. Sokka's stomach sank and he instinctively raised a hand to touch her shoulder, only stopping inches away from doing so. He gritted his teeth and dropped his hand again. Whatever was going on with her, he still needed to play his part. The ceremony began not long after. It was performed by a man in his 30s, wearing a handsome robe of crimson and gold. Sokka watched eagerly, hoping he would be a dazzling bender, but while his fire was quite beautiful, it lacked the spirit that had been so strong in Agela's. He smiled to himself, convinced, as ever, that the woman beside him was the best at everything she ever did. No one could compare, not a chance. He glanced at her impulsively, wishing to see her face as she watched the ceremony. And he found she was watching him, too. He stiffened and turned forward, not knowing if she had done the same thing. The awkwardness was only increasing, and he direly wished he could have simply stayed outside, as he had wanted to. Why did everything become unnecessarily complicated whenever Agela was involved? He couldn't bring himself to focus on the performance anymore, not with those sharp eyes bearing into him as they were. He tried to remain calm, silent, unnoticed, as was his job, and he thought he might just start succeeding at this once the ceremony ended. The ceremony's beacon was lit, and the fire was shared with every torch and lamp in the temple. As soon as it was over, Agela turned to speak to her father and Zhao about what had transpired, all of them commenting on the ability of the ceremony's performer. He wasn't a complete failure, yet he couldn't compare to you, my child, said Jose, smirking proudly at Agela. She smiled back at him. I suppose you shall run along for a few hours now, then? You won't sneak out of the parade this year over some gladiator fight, or will you? Of course not, said Agela, smiling. My gladiator has no pending fights this week, father. Good, said Jose, nodding. Then I suppose I shall see you again during my speech later today. Yes, father. Do enjoy your palanquin ride in the parade, Agela said. Jose smirked. Well, the adoration of the commoners certainly has its charm, somehow, said Jose, still smiling at his daughter. I shall take my leave then, father, Admiral, said Agela, nodding towards Zhao. He bowed his head towards her as well. Just as Sokka was readying himself to follow Agela, someone addressed him directly. He tensed up at the sound of Zhao's voice. Take good care of the princess, Captain. Sokka glanced at him warily. There was no way Zhao had seen through them, was there? The man was surely not as sharp as to have noticed that Sokka was below that mask and uniform, let alone to know that Sokka and Agela had a closer relationship than they should. Sokka resolved to only bow respectfully towards Zhao before following Agela. She had walked away already, trying to ignore all the nobles who wanted a word or two with her. She shot him a meaningful glare as he approached, non-verbally scolding him for taking too long. While he had been quite aware of her judgmental glares before, right now she was giving him the coldest shoulder she could muster. They progressed through the temple in silence, and he tried not to fidget too much as he followed her. Her previous, unprovoked reaction towards him still worried him. If he hadn't given himself away from the start, what had he done in the temple that had brought her to scowl at him as she had? They returned to the palace soon enough, with Shuren and Wuhan still following them. Once they were in the massive, marble corridors, Agela stopped in the main hallway and turned to her guards. You two are dismissed, she said, gesturing at Shuren and Wuhan. They bowed their heads towards her. Go prepare for the procession. Yes, princess, they said in unison, before taking off, side by side, in the direction of the guards' barracks. As for you, Captain, she said, looking at Sokka with sharp eyes. We need to have a word. Privately. Sokka's heart sank. He wasn't sure he wanted to be completely alone with Agela right now, which was something new, entirely. He usually was desperate for such occasions, but not when he was doing something she would be displeased by. Still, he had no choice but to nod and follow her to her room, where, to his chagrin, she locked the door. He had no means of escape, but it wasn't like he was planning on running either way. If he even tried to do that, he might as well just shout that he wasn't Ruishi. Agela walked through the room, arms folded across her chest. Sokka swallowed hard, watching her with uncertainty as she paced. At last, she slowed before the windows and drew the drapes across them, darkening the room further. Sokka breathed deeply. It's interesting that you would begrudge me so, Ruishi, she said. That you would give me such cold treatment when you knew this was exactly what your job entailed, ever since the moment you signed up for it. To think that you could be so miserable, that you would behave as a spoiled, arrogant child whose relationship is far more important than the safety of your crown princess. Sokka's heart sank as she turned to look at him. Her narrow eyes seemed ready to firebend all on their own. I'm actually thinking of demoting you right now, she said. Sokka's eyes widened. In fact, I'm considering kicking you out of the Fire Nation's armed forces altogether. A man as troubled and conflicted as you are now, with his heart in one place while his body is in another? It's only a hindrance for me. I can easily find a better captain. He had the urge to talk, to tell her not to do this, but if he did, she'd have more reasons to do exactly as she was threatening to. His heart churned as he thought he had ruined Ruishi's life altogether, though it wasn't as if Ruishi hadn't seen it coming. He had joked about it, but had he considered this might actually happen? Sokka doubted it. No protest, then? She asked, with a small smirk. Not a word to beg for your job? Not even a thank you, for cutting you loose and allowing you to indulge in whatever pathetic relationship you have with your girlfriend. Sokka frowned. Pathetic relationship? Girlfriend? Why was she talking this way? She respected Song, and Ruishi too for that matter, but if she had unraveled Ruishi's pretense, Sokka wasn't all that surprised that she'd treat Ruishi poorly. Yet, why attack Song, or their relationship? Suddenly the realization hit him, she knew he wasn't Ruishi, but she wasn't sure of who he was. This was why she was feigning not to know or understand anything about Ruishi's weakness for love. This was why she was being as unsympathetic as possible. She was acting the way anyone else would expect her to act if she found out Ruishi had a relationship with someone. She wasn't hiding that fact, though, because she was assuming that whoever hid below that mask would know why Ruishi had sought out a substitute for a day. But right now, she only wanted a reaction, and as long as he didn't give her one. It's quite pathetic indeed, that this has damaged you so much that you've lost your ability to bend, she said, casually. Sokka's eyes widened. Didn't you know I can tell who's a firebender and who isn't, Ruishi? It's quite a handy ability, I'd say. That was it. That was what she'd done, the fire resonance. She had used it in the temple, trying to find out if her father's strange spirit stalker was around, but instead she hadn't sensed Ruishi's inner fire, the fire every firebender would be expected to have, and the one thing Sokka couldn't possibly imitate Ruishi in, no matter what. He couldn't stop himself from lowering his head and lifting a hand to his forehead. All the more reason to fire you, I guess, she said, shrugging. What use is a guard who can't bend, truly? Sokka's pride flared suddenly, though. What use was a guard who couldn't bend, she said. He was a gladiator who couldn't bend, and he had been quite useful. He scowled at her, but she met his anger stoically. If anything, I'm glad you're making this so easy, Ruishi, she said. I guess you really do understand how unworthy you are, after all. A shame, truly, as I did come to trust you, but as it has come to this, I'll inform my father and... Didonti. The sound of his voice, even if he tried to deepen it, compelled her to close her eyes and grit her teeth. She clenched a fist, before turning her furious golden glare towards him. Shouldn't I? She said, stomping up to him. Shouldn't I really, Sokka? Sokka jumped back, but she was faster. One hand grabbed the neck of his uniform, while the other jerked the helmet off his head quickly, and the hood fell off his head right afterwards. Oh, of course. His voice was absolutely recognizable, she had heard it almost on a daily basis for 2 years now. If she had suspected Sokka from the start, the sound of his voice was more than enough to confirm those suspicions. I really should fire him, Azula said, dropping the helmet on her bedroom's floor while glaring ferociously at her gladiator. Sokka raised his remorseful eyes towards her but found no mercy in hers. It was safe to say that he and Ruishi had dug their graves through the captain's not-so-clever scheme. Chapter 144, Fire Nation Festivals 2. The city was lively, she could see as much even from their house, so distant from the center of the city. Song glanced out the window in her room and watched from afar as stalls were erected, as people rushed through the streets to meet each other and enjoy the festival. She smiled to herself, wondering if she should step outside for an hour or two today. It looked like it was a fun event, after all. She sighed and simply dressed up for another casual day. She shot a dirty glare at Sokka's room as she was going downstairs, thinking breakfast would be extremely awkward today, what with him being a pain, but she wasn't going to let him ruin her day. If anything, she could ask him to go to the festival with her. With any luck, they might spot Angela's procession during the parade. It might cheer them up to see the ones they loved, if just from a distance. She was starting to gather the usual ingredients she favored for cooking breakfast when she heard a knock on her door. She frowned and glanced at the window, trying to see who might be at the front door, but the window's angle didn't let her see the visitor. She breathed deeply and set everything aside before heading to open the door. It couldn't be anything important, could it? She almost yelped when she opened the door to find Ruishi standing on the other side. But it wasn't the Ruishi she was used to seeing. His clothes looked second-hand, his hair was an untidy mess, there were bags under his eyes, and the most surprising thing of all was that he was smiling brightly. "Song," he said, beaming. Her eyes were wide in disbelief. "Ruishi." She gaped at him, blinking repeatedly, as though he was merely a mirage. As he didn't vanish before her eyes, she guessed he was real after all. "What are you? You were busy today. You had a lot to do and—" "I had a very important thing to do, yes," he said, looking at her earnestly. "It was finding you and spending the day with you." "What?" she said, trying to hold down the joy she felt upon hearing those words. "Why you mean? Ruishi, you're supposed to be working, you." "It's the most important day for couples in the Fire Nation," said Ruishi, smiling and placing his hands on her shoulders. "I asked the princess if I could spend it with you, and she denied me that request. So I—" "You said you were sick?" Song asked, with uncertainty. "Please don't tell me you resigned." "I didn't," Ruishi whispered. "But I have set things up so I can be with you today. Someone's taking my place by the princess's side." "Someone?" Song repeated. Ruishi blushed a little before answering her. "Sokka." Her jaw dropped. Suddenly, every mystery from the day before was cleared up before her eyes. Song looked at Ruishi in disbelief while shaking her head. "Why you set up everything with him, so he could spend the day with her, and you with me, and—" "Oh, but that's so risky, Ruishi, that's just—" "It's madness, I know," said Ruishi, with a sad smile. "And I might even lose my job for it, if the princess decides I deserve that. But as reckless as it may be, I truly wanted to be with you today. And if that means I'm unfit to be the princess's guard, then I guess I am unfit indeed." "But you," said Song, looking at him hopelessly. "This job was all you had, you told me that." "It was. But now I have you," he said, smiling and cupping her face. "And while the princess and Sokka are stuck with their lots in life, I'm not. If she won't accept me as her guard anymore, so be it. I choose to cherish you more than anything." Song's eyes seemed to burn as tears surged upon listening to Ruishi's words. She shook her head but hugged him, arms tight around his waist. Ruishi smiled and held her close, inhaling the scent of her hair. "This is too much, Ruishi," she said. "Am I really worth all this?" "You're worth more than this, to be sure," he said. "I hope we can have a fun day together." "I'm sure we will," said Song, smiling happily against him. She allowed him inside, and they prepared and ate breakfast together, holding hands, smiling and kissing on occasion. Part of Song was apprehensive, for she didn't want to be the kind of girl who forced her significant other to sacrifice his job for her, but she had never seen Ruishi so happy before. He had made his own choice, and it seemed he was ecstatic about it. She hoped the princess would be able to forgive him for this, nonetheless. "I can't believe this. I can't believe you. I can't. Oh, goodness, I should set you on fire for pulling something like this. How could you? Angela, please. Sokka begged, but she snarled so angrily at him that he stumbled back in against her bed. I'm not telling you to stop scolding me, just keep your voice down. She started, before her common sense kicked in. Yes, he had a point. If she got too loud, anyone might hear and find out about, well, whatever this was. You're the most unbelievable moron ever, you've really done it now. Yes, I'm really dumb, Sokka agreed, lowering his head as he sat on the edge of the mattress. For once, being with Azula in a room with a bed didn't bring any dirty thoughts to his mind. He was more than a little worried about how upset she was, even if she had only ranted for a couple of minutes while pacing angrily. He thought he'd seen a few sparks of blue in her hands, but he hoped that he had only been imagining them. Why? She finally asked, stomping up to him, so she could glare at him from above. Why would someone as smart as you do something as stupid as this, on a day like this? Tell me. I don't have any excuses, Sokka admitted, looking at her earnestly. Truth be told, I'm really sorry I did it at all. If you want to kick me out right now, I'm not going to protest, I know I deserve it. Kick you out where, exactly? She asked, looking at him sternly. You think I can just dismiss you, send you back home, and then end up without a captain of my guards for the whole day? Hell knows where Ruishi. Ugh, Ruishi. Ruishi. Azula. Sokka called her, as she started pacing again, running her hands through her hair. I'm going to kill him. I'm really going to, what the blazes was he thinking? She exclaimed, shaking her head before remembering again to keep her voice down. Oh, I should kill him, I really should. Yeah, he knew you'd want to, said Sokka. Azula stopped and glared at him. And he did it, regardless of knowing I'd want to? She asked. Even when he knew I'd be so outraged I might fire him for real. Okay, I know he messed up and I have no right to defend him since I helped him with this, but Azula. He pleaded, earning himself a harsher glare even though she remained silent. Can you maybe just unleash all your anger on me instead? I mean, if I hadn't agreed to this nonsense, he wouldn't be getting away with it, and... Why did you agree to it? She asked, her nostrils flaring as she huffed. Sokka lowered his gaze. Seriously, Sokka, why? I suppose there were a few reasons, he admitted, scratching the back of his neck. The main one being that I'd have a chance to spend the day near you. I know it's nonsense but still, I always want to be with you. I'm aware, and oh, it's insanely romantic, said Azula, with the most cynical voice she could muster. But right now, I feel like beating you up for it, seriously. This is not the time for you to do something as risky and unnecessary as this. We've been apart for much longer than a day, you could have endured it. I could have, Sokka admitted. But it was rare enough to hear Ruishi suggesting anything that would allow us to be together. I never thought such a day would come, really. He knew the consequences, yet tried to enlist my help, and well, some foolish side of me thought it wasn't a chance to turn down. Yet as soon as I saw you yesterday, I felt pretty bad about it. You did you? Azula asked, raising her eyebrows. Why didn't you tell him it was too risky, then? Why didn't you try to convince him to abort this foolish mission of his? Because of what I already told you. I was a fool, and as we've been reckless before, some twisted part of me thought, what's the harm in a little more craziness, but I guess you don't agree, he sighed. Azula groaned and sat heavily on the bed, burying her face in her hands as her elbows rested on her knees. Sokka glanced at her uneasily. You realize, she whispered, that if you're caught, which you could be, if anything dangerous were to happen today, I'm the one who's going to take the fall for it. Well, not necessarily, said Sokka, pouting a little. Oh, but yes, said Azula, looking at him meaningfully. Because I should be perceptive enough to notice my guard isn't who he's supposed to be. And you were, said Sokka, with a weak grin. Actually, did you suspect all along? Or did my performance fool you for a little while? Does that matter at all? She asked. Sokka hunched and nodded. Right, sorry. He said, shrinking in his frame as Azula shook her head. My father would be so outraged, or he'd mock me. I can't even imagine which would be worse, said Angela, with a dry grin. This is just okay, but we've always operated under the notion of, what your dad doesn't know won't hurt him, so how about we do that now, too? Sokka suggested, with an innocent smile. Angela turned her skeptical glare towards him again. Seriously though, what are the chances that he'll find out? How many times have these parades been attacked by crazy terrorists or something? Well, never, said Angela, rolling her eyes. Not while I've been alive at least. There's too many soldiers everywhere, both involved in the parade and involved in protecting it. So, the chances for something crazy to happen aren't that big, right? Something crazy has already happened. My gladiator is the captain of my guards. All of a sudden, Angela snapped at him, finishing her sentence with gritted teeth. Are you even armed in any way? Or are you just expecting to punch your way out of danger? Well, I'm ready to do that, said Sokka. But I did bring a few weapons too. I've got my knife hidden inside the uniform. Oh, brilliant. My royal captain, fighting off enemies not with his bending, but with a whalebone knife of water tribe make, said Angela, smirking sarcastically. No one will find that suspicious in the slightest. Well, let's hope no one does indeed, he pouted. Do you really think there can be danger? I honestly don't know. We should be prepared for anything, said Angela, shaking her head and huffing. I did say I felt like a hypocrite when it came to telling Ruishi he couldn't do this, but I don't think my guilt goes far enough as to forgive him for this. He's mad. Yeah, I guess he is, said Sokka, with a weak grin. But if nothing goes wrong, he's still an irresponsible moron, Angela snapped. Truly, all just to abide by some tradition that doesn't mean anything. Huh? You mean, the tradition about couples spending the day together? Sokka asked. Angela gave him a pained look. There's more to it than that, she said. There's some old, pointless legend that people try to honor today. Oh, really? Sokka asked, surprised. Ruishi didn't mention that. You've never heard of it? She asked. It's based on an old Fire Nation story. A man and a woman were meant to marry, but he was called to war. He left for many years, but upon his return, he found out she had passed away. That's awful, said Sokka, grimacing. Angela shrugged. He thought so too, yes, she said. He couldn't bear being separated from her so unfairly, so he searched for her through the material and spirit worlds. He couldn't find her anywhere, though, but he wouldn't give up. On the first day of the final week of summer, his hopes were almost spent. He picked the most beautiful fire lily he could find, his almost wife's favorite flower, and made it an offering for the spirits by tossing it into a volcano in the mainland, wishing he could see her if only one more time. The separation between the worlds was weaker during the sunset, of course, and that enabled the spirit of the woman he had loved to appear before him. Is that so? Said Sokka, eyes wide. Angela huffed. Sokka, it's a legend. It even has lots of different conclusions. You shouldn't be taking it seriously. Pointless legends like this one are why people like my uncle genuinely believed they could come in touch with their deceased loved ones by entering the spirit world. As you may have noticed, my uncle failed, and so did everyone who ever searched through the spirit world for whatever dead relative they may have looked for. Well, still, what are those conclusions? Sokka asked, raising his eyebrows. How does this legend end? Let's see. Angela said, looking at him skeptically. According to one story, he chased her spirit and fell into the lava, but this reunited him with the love of his life, so a lot of people love this version. That's horrible. Sokka exclaimed, eyes wide. Angela smirked. There's a ridiculously wishful version, where he manages to bring her back to corporeality thanks to his flower, and thus they get to live happily ever after. Well, good. Much better, said Sokka, nodding repeatedly. And then there's the one that most people support, said Angela. Where the husband-to-be visited the volcano every year, on the first day of the week leading to the end of summer. And there he would meet her every time, with his offer of a fire lily, so he could be with her for an instant. It went on like that until his death, and by then they reunited in the spirit world anyways. And that's the story. Well, I don't like the first version, but the third one's more tolerable, said Sokka, grimacing still. Anyways, I take it the relation between this story and the festival is because today's the day when the husband would visit his wife in that volcano. Yes, said Azula. So, all through the Fire Nation, men are encouraged to cherish their lovers and offer them fire lilies to show their devotion to them, usually at twilight. It doesn't always end well. No? Sokka asked, with a weak grin. Do some women take it badly? Well, yes, especially when they catch their guy giving flowers to other girls, too, said Azula, smirking. When we were teenagers, Ty Lee caught one of her boyfriends doing that. To be fair, though, she received around 10 flowers that year, so she wasn't much better than him. I guess not, said Sokka, smiling. Did you ever get any of those flowers? Me? Azula asked, skeptical. Did you already forget that the only fool who's given me flowers, in my entire life, is you? Oh, well, yes. I remember now, he said, blushing. Okay. Just for academic purposes, where can a guy find a fire lily around here? Academic? Truly? Azula asked, with a skeptical smirk. Sokka grinned as he noticed she had smiled more genuinely in the last part of the conversation than she had in the rest of the day. Usually, nowhere. Today? Everywhere. Most stalls will be selling them today. The fire lilies aren't out and about all year, they're mostly blooming in the middle of summer. But some talented botanists can keep them alive and flourishing until the end of the season, which is why this foolish tradition can happen at all. I see, said Sokka, biting his lip. So, if I wanted to find one for you, I'd probably kick you so hard you would wake up in 3 weeks, Azula snapped. You're not getting me a fire lily, especially not when you're pretending to be Ruishi. But if that's how it is, I'll never be able to give you one, Sokka pouted. Even if I wait until next year, what's the likelihood that I'll see you at all next year, on this day? That depends on how today goes, of course, said Azula, smiling dryly. If you get caught, you certainly won't see me next year, if ever again. Why's that? Will you ship me off to the colonies? Sokka scoffed, teasingly. You know you wouldn't. You'd throw to waste your last 2 years in the Gladiator League if you get rid of me now. Azula glared at him. He looked at her with a raised eyebrow and she shook her head. Well, I'm glad you're being so practical, if anything, she said. That's the only argument I'll accept to keep you around right now. Thanks, said Sokka, beaming. So, clearly I have to try to polish my performance as best as I can, of course, but yeah, that's why I wanted to know when you started to suspect things. What gave me away? Was it I was doing it wrong, or? You weren't walking right, Azula said. Sokka grimaced. That, paired with your refusal to speak, was far too suspicious. If you'd walked perfectly, I wouldn't have thought you weren't him. I would have simply assumed he was that angry at me. But when I tested my fire resonance in the temple. Yeah, I should have figured you were doing that, said Sokka, grimacing. That's what you were talking about earlier, right? When you were trying to make me break character by saying I had lost my bending. Yes, said Azula, smirking. I did tell you I could sense other firebenders with it. And I sensed oh so easily that my firebending captain had no inner fire to speak of all of sudden. Did you figure it was me, though? Oh, I suspected it, but I wasn't going to be stupid enough to say anything incriminating in case it wasn't you, she said. You were conspiring with him yesterday, so it would have made sense. But also, you're the only male non-bender that, as far as I know, has any sort of friendship with him. Whoever he had asked to fill in for him had to be someone who knew of his relationship with Song, too, and who else knows about it aside from you and me? Enough reasons to suspect, then, said Sokka, lowering his gaze. For me to suspect, yes, said Azula. But no one else knows you were whispering in corners with him, well, no one aside from me and Song. So that's not a factor that would help anyone else suspect you're impersonating him. I've also never heard of any other firebenders who can resonate consciously, so chances are they don't know how. And if they don't, they probably won't notice you're not a firebender, so, in short, most the factors to suspect of you were related to information I had, and that most people won't have. Which means, said Sokka, glancing at Azula with uncertainty. The princess stared back. It means you may just pull this off, she said. If you improve that performance, of course. All right. Coach me. Sokka said, turning on the bed so he could sit facing her. Help me get the right speech pattern, an accurate voice tone, and the proper stride. That way I can stop acting like I'm mute, at least. Indeed, said Azula, raising her eyebrows. But she smiled soon enough and sighed. Well, if this is how it has to be, so be it. Let's try this. Sokka cleared his throat as Azula sat upright and looked at him sternly. Is the procession ready for the parade, Captain? Yes, Princess. He said, with a deep but enthusiastic voice that made Azula scowl. And no. Absolutely not, she said, looking at him in disbelief. Ruishi is never that upbeat, and you have to imitate every fluctuation of how he talks, Sokka. Don't just say it the way you would, but deeper. That won't work. Okay, said Sokka, biting his lip. Can you demonstrate? Well, Ruishi always starts his sentences with more strength than how he finishes them, Azula explained. The potency of his voice decreases as he courses through the sentence, so you have to speak the same way. Deepen your voice, yes, but not to the extreme, do it little by little, so you can find the right tone. Huh, said Sokka, as Azula cleared her throat this time. It should be like, she said, before narrowing her eyes. Yes, Princess. Her voice was still hers, despite it was deeper, yet Sokka almost felt as though he had heard Ruishi's twin sister speaking. His eyes widened. Whoa. Azula, you're a great actress, he said. She actually smiled. I know, she said, with her usual confidence. And you're supposed to be a quick learner, so give it a shot. Sokka nodded and closed his eyes, trying to focus. Yes, Princess, he said, with his normal voice tone, but following Azula's recommendation. She smiled approvingly. Deeper now, she said, trying not to think of the connotations of such a phrase. Fortunately, Sokka didn't notice the potential double meaning in her words. It was just the kind of thing he'd make jokes of, and they should focus on perfecting his performance rather than making light of the situation. After a few more attempts, he had successfully sounded enough like Ruishi. Azula nodded and clapped softly. A fine performance. But I'm not convinced yet, she said. Now, let's pretend that I'm a palanquin bearer, yes. You must. Which one? Sokka asked. Azula raised an eyebrow as Sokka produced a few folded pages out of his pocket. Ruishi wrote the names and descriptions of all of them, so. Huh. That's thorough of him. Can't fault him for that, Azula said, cynically. Well, I'm Lingzin, then. Really? The one with the wart end? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow, but Azula's deadpan glare silenced him. Okay, never mind. Yes. What do I do now? Convey orders to me, said Azula, raising her eyebrows before getting into character. The strange, submissive smile on her face wasn't like anything he had seen before. Sokka's eyes widened. You called, Captain. You Sokka started, before clearing his throat and focusing. Take your position by the palanquin. The princess will be here shortly. Azula broke character to judge him with uncertainty. Sokka raised an eyebrow. You're thinking too much about what you're going to say, and that makes you sound, well, bumpy, somehow. Your rhythm is off, you're waiting too long to say each word. Try again, smoother this time. He did, and on the fourth attempt he nailed it. Azula smiled and nodded. All right. One last test, then, she said. I'm Fei, and I picked a fight with Tai Wei. You must get me to behave. As if Fei could behave, Sokka scoffed, amused. Azula smiled before getting into character again. The transition into her Fei persona was just as amusing as before. She slouched her shoulders slightly and gave him a standoffish but goofy glare. Her silence was Sokka's cue to start. "Stop this nonsense now, Fei," he said, bluntly. Azula huffed. "It's not nonsense, Captain. This prick owes me money," she snarled. Sokka held back the urge to laugh at how accurate her performance was. "I told him to pay up yesterday, but he's still being a cheapskate." "This is not the time or place for you to discuss such matters," Sokka said, sternly. "Back to your stations, Fei, Tai Wei. Resolve this on your own time." Azula's eyebrows rose and she smiled at him. Sokka bit his lip and smiled too. "How did I do this time?" he asked. "Surprisingly well," she said. "In fact, goodness. I had no idea you could sound so serious." "Oh, come on. I've been serious before," Sokka pouted. She laughed. "Not like that, you haven't. So serious, so responsible, without a shred of sense of humor. It's surprising, coming from you," Azula said, smirking. "It's not like me, I know, but that's the point, isn't it?" Sokka said. Azula smiled. "It is indeed." "Well done," she said, nodding towards him. "I think you can sell it, then. As long as you keep speaking that way, your fellow guards may not suspect you much. They still might sense your voice isn't quite the same if you talk a lot, but still." "I'll speak as little as I can," said Sokka, nodding. Azula breathed deeply. "So, all good now?" "Not quite," she said, jerking her head to the side. "Stand up. We have to work on your stance and stride." Sokka gulped but obeyed. Azula instructed him, telling him how to stand at ease, with the right separation between his legs, his hands behind his back, the proper positioning of his shoulders, and the straightness of his posture. His walking pattern was a little harder to fix, but after Azula corrected a lot of his leisurely movements, he seemed to get the hang of it. She was smiling with delight by then. He really could pull this off. If no one tried to make him firebend, Sokka might just make it. "Halt. At ease," she said, as he stopped before her by the bed, hands behind his back as before. He looked at her from above, with unyielding eyes. "How did I do?" he asked, still with his firm, steady and deeper voice. Azula smirked. "Far too well," she said. "It doesn't hurt one bit that you look so good in red." A slow smirk spread on his lips. Azula chuckled as Sokka's strict position relaxed and, unsurprisingly, he leaned closer to her, so she would lie down on the bed she had still been sitting on. He hovered above her, hands at either side of her body. "Do I, princess?" he asked, his nose prodding hers gently. She hummed. "You're too fast a learner." "It's one of your best qualities," she said, smirking too. "Only on par with how well red suits you, I guess." "You don't look half bad when you're in blue either, princess," he whispered, smiling beckoningly now. She knew she was a fool, an easily swayed fool, for letting that smile win her over so easily. She had been met only half an hour ago, outraged, threatening to kill someone for the accursed scheme she had discovered. She should still be mad at him, for all the reasons that she should, and yet right now, all she wanted to do was clasp his face between her hands and devour his lips with the most ravenous kiss she could muster. And she did as much, but not before he took the initiative. He kissed her daringly, his body towering over her, as her hands caressed his face and nape of his neck. She closed her eyes and deepened the contact between them, legs wrapping around his waist without a second thought. Sokka groaned happily and shifted on his position, so he could touch her with one free hand while the other kept him hovering above her as intended. Azula moaned into him, arching her armored body against his. Metal clashed with metal, and she wished they could be naked instead, right here and now. They had wasted yesterday, that much went without saying. In her foolish displeasure over what Sokka hadn't told her, she had punished him without sex instead of coaxing the truth from him that way. But the excitement they had built up since then hadn't faded, and it felt like turning up the heat under a boiling pot of water. The arousal was already bursting, desperate to course explosively, and they could do nothing but obey their desires as they sought relief for the storm within their bodies. Azula's hands began moving over Sokka's arms, but his usual sleeveless shirt was a full guard uniform today. It annoyed her that she couldn't feel his strong skin directly, as she loved to, but she still could intoxicate herself with the taste of his lips. That was just fine. She succumbed to her every craving with such ease it could be embarrassing, but she found herself eager to do so. Her basest needs were met by Sokka every time, and she didn't care if he teased her for her eagerness later. What was there to be flustered by, when she thrived in everything they did to each other? He pulled away briskly, though, as if he had suddenly grown all too aware of what they were doing, and where, and when. He swallowed hard and looked at her, as she opened her eyes, but only until they were half-lidded. We shouldn't be doing this," Sokka whispered. Azula smiled. "No. We really shouldn't," she admitted. Sokka sighed and pressed his brow to hers. I'm really sorry I lied to you," he said, rolling off her and dropping beside her. "I shouldn't have schemed with Ruishi at all, I know, and I feel so bad for having lied. You didn't really lie," Azula pointed out, raising her eyebrows. "You said he had a solution for his problem. I was the one who jumped to conclusions on my own. A clever move, worthy of my cruel mind. I salute you for it." "I don't want to be cruel to you," Sokka pouted. Azula smiled warmly now. "I really don't. I can be an ass to everyone else, but it's plain wrong if it's you. Don't worry. I think you learned your lesson," she said. "You'll know better than to plot wicked schemes behind my back again. Heck, if you'd told me about this, I could have even coached you from the start." "You wouldn't have agreed to it," said Sokka, with a skeptical smile. Azula shrugged. "One would think you'd come up with ways to be more convincing," she said, before climbing atop him. Sokka swallowed but smiled. "Are we okay, then? You're not mad anymore?" he asked, his gloved hand touching her face. Azula huffed. "Not mad? Why, no, I wouldn't say that. I'm terribly mad, even now," she said, without a hint of anger in her voice. "I'm absolutely beside myself in displeasure, but I'd say a little over half the displeasure is for Ruishi. The rest of it is yours." "Heh. Good. At least I'm not the one you resent the most," said Sokka, smiling and caressing her cheek. "Though I'm surprised that your displeasure is this agreeable and nice. I'm a little worried you're setting me up for something terrible later, somehow." "Oh, there's nothing to be worried about," she said, smirking. "I am quite angry, and it will take a lot to appease me. But I can think of a thing or two that will cheer me up. Even if right now." "Even if right now what?" he asked, smirking. "Even if right now I hate you as much as I do," she hissed, with a seductive voice that Sokka knew she wasn't conscious of. His entire body shivered. She kissed him hard and deep at once, without giving him any quarter. His body heated up, relaxing as if in a trance, while enjoying the taste of her lips and caresses of her tongue. She was relentless, wild, dominating him with ease, and for once, he wasn't up for defying her hold on him. She deserved anything she asked for today. He had already been fickle, and he'd behaved very recklessly on a whim. It was only fair for him to please his lover in any way he could, and if that entailed allowing her to overwhelm him with addictive kisses, so be it. His hands were free to touch her now, fondling whatever he could reach and prompting her to moan with delight. She rested atop him, but the pleasant feeling of her chest against his was something they were deprived of while wearing their armor. Sokka growled with irritation at this fact, and soon he slid his hands along her flanks to unbuckle her breastplate. Doing as much allowed him to caress her breasts with further ease, as he slipped his hands between her clothes and armor. Azula moaned eagerly and relaxed into his touch. Her legs spread and straddled his hips, and her kisses' aggressiveness only increased with his bold caresses. Despite she had her bindings tight around her chest, she could sense her nipples hardening as she longed for Sokka to take them into his mouth. Her body heated up and her desires spun wildly out of her control. She wanted more, needed more, and some part of her felt she was owed as much. If Sokka was going to spend the day with her, she had to make the most of it while they were alone. He was at a loss when she pulled away. His lips were reddened after being kissed so passionately, and his perfectly tidy uniform was slightly more crumpled than before. He watched as Azula climbed off the bed, utterly confused. "What?" he whispered, dreading she had changed her mind. But she undid her belt, releasing the buckle and allowing it to drop to the floor. Sokka's uncertainty shifted into an eager smirk, as she took off her boots now. Some part of him wanted to join in on this, to help her remove her clothes, but another part of him found it absolutely erotic to watch as Azula rid herself of all the garments on the lower half of her body. He shivered in anticipation as she climbed atop him, and his hands removed the breastplate he had already undone. Azula was perfectly compliant as he took off her armor, and she threw her head back in bliss as Sokka hoisted himself up to kiss her chest even over her remaining clothes. But she interrupted his joyful moment by pushing him down on the bed and straddling his hips again. Sokka smiled a little, curious over what her next move might be as she crawled over him, her legs slowly but surely climbing at either side of his body. "What are you?" he asked, looking at her with confusion, but everything was clearer when she only stopped once her knees were level with his head. "Oh, don't be so shy now," she said, smirking down at him. "You know just what to do, don't you?" Sokka's red cheeks brightened, but he smiled confidently soon enough. His hands caressed her thighs before latching onto her rear, and he pulled her down on him so he could delight himself between her folds. His lips worked on her with sucking motions, and his tongue flicked her clit back and forth, without giving her a second to brace herself for it. Azula groaned and threw her head back, a blissful smile on her face. "See? Just like that," she uttered breathlessly. Sokka chuckled proudly. He was devoted to the task, bearing with her full weight without complaint. His fingers traveled back and forth over her legs, enhancing the shivers that already shook Azula to her core. Heat was gathering in the sensitive spot between her legs, and Sokka's lapping of her folds was certainly doing its job of boosting her excitement. If this was the payoff from Ruishi's wicked stunt, well, perhaps she could accept it. If just for a little while. His ministrations grew more urgent, fingertips now digging into her skin. Her chest heaved, and her hands, at a loss for what to do, took to guiding his own inside her remaining clothes. Sokka laughed softly into each kiss he placed upon her wet skin, as his hands now found her breasts under her bindings, thanks to Azula's guidance. He squeezed and kneaded, toying with the nipples until they were fully hard against his palm. Repressed moans slipped out of Azula, but she held them back as best as she could, while bucking her hips towards him, thrusting against his delightful tongue. Even when she was the one in control, the one leading the entire tryst, the one on top, Sokka was doing a marvelous job at controlling the steady and progressive rise in excitement of Azula's body. Azula smiled upon thinking of how commanding she was in most regards, yet how easily she could relinquish control to him in the bedroom. He seemed to understand her body and needs thoroughly, and he teased her by touching her in her most sensitive places just to recoil instants later, giving her small doses of pleasure that would always leave her craving for more. She arched forward now, her mouth open as he gave her clit a few flicks with his tongue. A pathetic whimper left her throat, but she could barely be embarrassed by it when he was doing such pleasant things to her. His hands moved over her back now, fumbling to undo her bindings even though she still wore her shirt and tunic. Still, at this rate, she'd soon lose all remaining clothes and end up naked while he was still fully dressed, and some shameless part of Azula didn't think there'd be anything wrong with that. A stronger, more vindictive part of her enjoyed the thought that, after all this, Sokka would have an excuse to never return this uniform to Ruishi. The man had to face some consequences for what he'd done, after all. Trying to distract herself with any thoughts that crossed her mind proved a futile endeavor. Her entire body was burning with lust right now, and Sokka's hands now massaged her rear with sensual circular movements. The princess had no choice but to bring a hand to her mouth, biting hard on her wrist at a lack for anything better. The pleasure was too strong, and the orgasm he had built inside her was going to burst out of her violently. She was reluctant to release on Sokka in this way, and she tried to restrain the pleasure, but his lips, wrapped around her clit, sucked her nub delightfully. There was no way she could repress anything, Sokka had seen to that. The rush of pleasure poured out of her recklessly, and Sokka groaned as he received it gladly. Azula almost fell over, having to support her weight with her hands on the mattress, but her elbows gave way before long. She collapsed face down on the bed, crawling away from Sokka's insistent mouth, for it seemed hell-bent on giving her a second release. It's fine already, Sokka, I already. She gasped, her chest heaving as Sokka hummed and looked at her with sharp eyes. When she gazed at him she was caught by the eager, hungry quality of his blue gaze. He had looked at her with many different eyes through the years. She knew his rage, his hatred, his fear. She also knew his love, his joy, his gratefulness. Right now, though, she wasn't sure she had ever felt as desired as she did under his current gaze. And she thoroughly relished in it. He didn't give her the mercy she had requested. He inched closer to her, kissing her calves and the back of her knee as he rose over her thighs. The effect his eyes had had on her was kicking in powerfully. She had said she'd had enough, but all of a sudden, nothing was enough. She wanted him to do it again, to devour her with his talented lips. He was still rising over her leg when he noticed her lifting her hips. He smirked as his hand reached to cup one buttock, fondling it eagerly as he kept kissing her thigh. "Do it again," she whispered. He frowned. "Wasn't it enough just now, lover?" he asked teasingly, caressing her flat belly before moving to push her shirt and tunic off her body. Angela helped in their removal, breathing heavily and lifting her body just enough to rid herself of the fabrics. "It's not anymore," she admitted, shifting her hips again. Sokka smirked. "Just more, Sokka." "Gladly," he said, with one more sucking kiss to her round cheek before leaning in to lick her slit. The new angle was difficult, but he could still achieve the desired effect as Angela struggled to retain her position. Sokka chuckled soon enough and turned around, sliding just below her again so he could access her sex easily. His mouth and tongue toyed with her again, and she bit hard on her bed's wrinkled sheets as her body began burning once more. Sokka's manhood was throbbing by now. He was ready to take this to the next level whenever she was. Still, he enjoyed devouring her folds too much to stop just yet. He kissed and licked, sucked, and teased, giving her no respite as he enjoyed the melodies of her moans. Her tense legs shivered, and she pressed her groin against him just as before when a second climax arrived. Again, he remained latched onto her, helping her ride that pleasure cruise until the very end. She collapsed again, chest heaving against the bed, as a soft sound left her lips with every gasp for breath. Sokka slid out from under her, licking his lips and smiling proudly. He turned to watch her, his grin growing kinder as he caressed her thigh. "Now it is enough?" he asked, teasingly. She huffed. "No," she replied breathlessly. Now you fuck me?" Sokka smirked and nodded, and she shivered with pleasure upon hearing the metallic sound of his buckle, unlocking from its spot around his waist. Sokka could see the small smile on her lips, and he smirked. It was always nice to know she craved him just as badly as he wanted her. "Not going to change positions?" he asked, after pushing his pants down and leaning over Angela. She hummed and shrugged. "Why not go at it this way, Gladiator? Oh, wait, you're not a gladiator today. You're my guard." "For a day, yes," said Sokka, smiling. "I really should keep this suit after this. I can't imagine Ruishi would want it back." A triumphant, mischievous laugh left Angela's lips, and she opened one eye to glance at him enticingly. She lifted her hips, and her ass rubbed against his hardening cock. Sokka gasped. "Get on with it then. We don't have all day," she said, with a hushed voice. Sokka snickered but obeyed, pushing inside her opening and leading her to cover her mouth with a hand so she wouldn't moan out of bliss. He laughed and leaned in to kiss her temples, as she beamed happily. "Yeah, I definitely won't return this outfit," he gasped, filling her further. Angela moaned again. "I thought it was the perfect punishment for him, too. He deserves it," she said. Sokka smiled. "And I don't." "Oh, you're about to spend all day being bossed around by me," she said, smirking at him. "That'll be punishment enough, I'm sure." Sokka laughed as he plunged inside her again, and the warmth of her walls enveloped him fully. He smiled too and almost forgot to continue thrusting, already so overtaken by the feelings that he couldn't bring himself to thrust any harder, or else he might burst already. But when he moved again, Angela's hand darted out and smacked him on the chest. Sokka frowned, mildly grateful that he was wearing his armor still, but he saw the panicked look on his lover's eyes. Something wasn't right. "Do you not want this enemo dash?" he started, uncertain, but Angela put a finger on her lips as she sat up, forcing him to withdraw his manhood. Neither of them waned to disengage their bodies, it was clear, but Angela wouldn't be acting this way without a reason. Sokka knew this side of Angela well enough, too, just as he knew the temptress who had seduced him so easily only moments earlier. She had brought out his most daring instincts, and some part of him wondered if she had been eliciting all those feelings in him knowingly. She was a firebender, though. If someone had it in her to stoke Sokka's own fire, it was her. As long as no one intruded on them, of course. Finally, Sokka heard it too. The clear sound of a footstep made Angela cringe. She pushed at Sokka so he would get off the bed immediately, her motions led by a mix of fear and urgency that did not befit her. Sokka jumped off the mattress obediently, unsure of where to go as he grabbed his belt. Without warning, Angela shoved him under the bed at haste, and Sokka rolled there as Angela began gathering her clothes, grateful that she had locked the door when she had. Whoever was out there would have to wait, or they would have to talk to her through the door. But whichever they chose, Angela would not allow them to see her with her tangled, messy hair, and almost fully naked body. She had tightened her chest bindings and was moving to pick up her remaining clothes when she heard the knock on the metal door. She refrained from answering, trying not to move too suddenly as she dressed up again, her hands clumsier than they should have been. "Princess? Are you in here?" She heard a female voice calling, and she identified it as one of her personal maids. Angela breathed deeply. "I am," she said, without masking her irritation in the slightest. Sokka's eyebrows twitched. Wouldn't it be too suspicious if she seemed to be in a bad mood for no reason? But Angela was ahead of him, as she often was. She knew just what she had to do, just what she had to say to ensure her maid wouldn't want to enter her room no matter what. The young woman outside hesitated nervously, while Angela pulled up her underwear and trousers in one quick motion. "Do excuse me. I didn't mean to interrupt while you were resting," the maid exclaimed. "There's an obvious reason why the door is locked, you realize." Angela growled, still with the same irritation as she reached for her shirt and tunic. The maid's anxiety audibly increased, her breathing faster and clumsier. "I'm so very sorry, Princess. I was merely sent to inform you that your palanquin was left sitting by the south wing, and near your dragon's refuge. The parade will begin in an hour, so you're expected to be in the palanquin." "Within that time frame, yes," Angela said, with a sigh. "I can manage that even if I take a short nap." Yawn. "Then, shall I send for someone to keep watch on the palanquin while?" "No, you shall not. I'll take care of that myself." "Thank you for your report, you're dismissed now." Oh, of course, Princess. I'm so very sorry, so." "Enough of that already, be quiet," Angela snapped through the door. Only then did Yawn fall silent. Angela fastened her belt and listened carefully as the maid's footsteps moved away from the room. She only released her breath when she couldn't hear her walking anymore. That was too close, she admitted, dropping her face between her hands. Sokka crawled out from under the bed, looking at her apologetically. His manhood was still eager for more action, but he could ignore it while focusing on the problem at hand. He pushed himself up and placed his gloved hands on Angela's shoulders. She groaned and shook her head. "This is so risky. It's so dangerous, and maybe that's why I'm being such a fool," she said. "I enjoy it. I love feeling like we're outsmarting everyone else, I can't deny it. I enjoy being with you as it is, but that only makes it better, and one of these days I'm going to do something so stupid and get us both killed, all because—" "Hush, no need for that," said Sokka, pulling her close so she dropped her head on his shoulder. Angela sighed. "It's my fault in the first place, so don't go blaming yourself for things you didn't do. Seriously, don't." "I don't know what to do," Angela whispered. "It's been almost a year since we first went this far, Sokka, and yet—" She lifted her eyes to find his own. Sokka's fingers caressed her messy hair as they held each other's gazes. He smiled a little before leaning in for a gentle kiss. Angela responded softly, pressing her forehead to his until he pulled away. "I'll help you with your hair," he said, caressing her arms. "Come on." Angela complied as Sokka led her to her dresser. He picked up her brush and undid her top knot. He made sure to fix every strand to perfection, just as she needed him to. Angela closed her eyes through it all, enjoying the feeling of his fingers in her hair, allowing herself to remember the first time he had brushed it. She had been delighted by how careful he was with her hair, how his fingers caressed her scalp so very gently, yet also intimately. The feeling it had elicited back then was just as strong then as it was now. So much had changed, she knew as much, but at the same time, not a lot had. She knew relationships could grow stale, they could lose the spark that made them important and desirable in the first place, but after all this time, that hadn't happened to her with Sokka. Instead, she found herself at a loss when she tried to remember what life was like without him in it, without his kisses, warm smiles, loving touches. The truth was, she didn't want to remember that at all. She wanted her future to be just as her present was. She wanted him beside her at all times, ready to take any chances they might get whenever they were alone together. But sometimes that was a bad idea. And it was one now, even if her heart didn't want to acknowledge that. She sighed as Sokka finished fixing her hair, placing her hairpiece just before the top knot. "All right. Now I just need my armor and boots," Angela whispered. Sokka nodded. Sokka helped her finish dressing up, caressing her cheeks and gazing at her just after fastening the buckles of her armor. Angela's eyes should have been reproachful, Sokka knew as much, but he found her remorseful instead. She wanted the same thing he did. Yawn's untimely interruption had taken a toll on them and their moods that day. "What should I do?" he asked her. "If I sneak out of here quickly?" "No," Angela said, shaking her head. "Take the tunnels again. First exit to the south. Stand guard by the palanquin, I'll be there shortly." "Should I?" Sokka asked, biting his lip. "You seemed not to want anyone guarding the dash." "Of course I didn't, because this way you could go there safely and be by yourself for as long as you can," she said. "The less time you spend with the rest of the guards, the less likely they are to notice the deception." Okay," said Sokka, sighing and cupping her face. "I'm sorry. How I hate it when you apologize," she said, with a small smile. "I'm the one who initiated this. Stop feeling guilty. Get going." Sokka smiled and obeyed, picking up his helmet and making his way to the trapdoor in Angela's room. She unlocked it and he stepped inside, glancing over his shoulder at her. Angela knelt by the trapdoor just as Sokka was chest level underground. He smiled. "I'll see you in a bit," he said. She leaned in to kiss him deeply. "Be careful. And put on that helmet," she said, raising her eyebrows. Sokka chuckled before obeying. "Shame that I have to, really. How will you kiss me now?" he teased her, before waving and walking deeper inside the tunnels. Angela watched him vanish into the darkness until there was nothing left to see. She closed the trapdoor carefully and rolled the carpet over it, breathing out and trying to gather the willpower she'd need to keep her hands to herself for the rest of the day. She couldn't risk any misbehavior anymore, she knew as much. She had to control herself, prove she was the perfect heir her father wanted. Perfect heirs didn't engage their gladiators in impromptu rounds of sex, let alone when the gladiator in question was impersonating a royal guard. Yet her whole body burned with desire, even now. Angela fixed her makeup, as ever. It was practically systematic by now, seeing as she had to do it whenever she met Sokka, and stared at her immaculate reflection in her dresser's mirror. There she was, clad in a golden armor, the princess she had always dreamed of being. She was her father's heir, and she had his trust. He had given her all the opportunities she had ever wanted, and she had been successful with most of them. She had been acknowledged for who she was, by the nobility, by the commoners, by her enemies, by everyone. The woman who returned her gaze in the mirror was exactly who she was supposed to be. And yet some chaotic side of her wanted to tarnish the feigned purity, to stain white sheets, to commit acts she should never get away with. To be with the man she loved, even if he was everything she wasn't supposed to care for, everything she wasn't supposed to have. Life had its ways of being contradictory, of turning the tables when it was least expected. What she had desired since her childhood, every ambition she had set her sights on, was at risk because of her dalliance with Sokka. And a reckless, likely hormone-driven side of her, urged her to continue risking everything as she had. Because, while she hadn't been paying attention, her deepest desires had changed completely. Dreams of glory and success had once occupied most her thoughts, but now she couldn't focus on them as she used to. Now she was willing to let go of so many things, things she had once considered vital, just for Sokka's sake. One day she might regret this, she knew. But for now, she would settle for trying to protect their relationship from the very worst consequences while making sure to enjoy it to the fullest. She finished fixing her appearance and stomped out of her room with strong strides. She held her head high, brow furrowed, fists clenched. Every soldier and palace worker who crossed her path would cower at the sight of her, as she wanted them to. She responded to no greetings. Every reverence went unanswered. Also they'd know better than to interfere. Also they would be too scared to be near her right now. The less likely they were to be interrupted again, the better. She finally reached the palace exit she had headed towards, and after a glance, spotted the palanquin to the side. Xianlong was crouching behind it, and it took Azula a moment to realize her dragon was talking to Sokka. "SHH, don't even think about giving me away, Xian," he said, but the dragon chuckled and poked him with his nose. "Okay, yes, I was doing pretty naughty things, but you can be a grown-up about it, you know." "I'm afraid he can't," Azula said, startling them. "Neither can you, from the looks of it, Captain. Doing naughty things, is it?" "I wasn't," Sokka started with his regular voice, but then changed to the deep version he had perfected earlier. Azula smiled. "I believed you were resting, Princess. I thought I'd do as much in the palanquin, this way we know for sure that I won't sleep in," she said, stepping towards the vehicle while giving Xianlong a meaningful stare. The dragon seemed surprised at first, then disapproving, then amused. Sokka wondered if he had hallucinated those expressions, or if he was learning to understand the creature better. "I see," Sokka told Azula, nodding. "If that's the case, let me help you." He drew back one of the curtains of the palanquin, helping Azula climb aboard. The princess nodded gratefully as she stepped into the palanquin, settling on its central cushion. There was a back seat right behind the cushions, Sokka noticed, fashioned out of crimson velvet and encased in a frame of gold, with spikes bursting from it. He hadn't been conscious the first and so far only time he had been aboard the vehicle, so he hadn't noticed any details back then. "Do inform me of anything you may need," he said, bowing his head towards her. Azula smiled. "I suppose I'll do that, if there's anything for you to do. For now, though, shall you keep watch for any prying eyes?" "I can, of course," said Sokka, glancing about himself with uncertainty, but there was nobody around. Not within sight, at least. But Azula's soft laugh brought him to wonder whether the command had been directed towards him or not. Suddenly, Xianlong shot up into the air. Sokka caught a sound of grumbling, or what counted as grumbling, coming from the dragon. He raised his head and watched as Xianlong flew high, to perch himself on the highest point of his refuge. He snaked around it carefully, his tail swaying as he glanced around himself cautiously. Sokka raised an eyebrow before stepping closer to the palanquin. "When you said that about keeping watch, were you talking to me or?" A hand with perfect, long nails darted out through the curtains and clasped Sokka's forearm, pulling him into the palanquin forcefully and making him board it for the second time in his life. Sokka stumbled into it, eyes wide as he dropped right in front of the palanquin's seat. Azula wasn't occupying it right now, though, for she was busy closing the curtains again. "Azu dash!" He started, but was interrupted again when she reached for him, removing his helmet quickly so she could plant another kiss on his lips. And just like that, everything made sense. Sending him to guard her palanquin, making Xianlong keep watch. "Yes, I was talking to the dragon," Azula hissed, with a malicious smirk. Sokka snorted and smiled in disbelief. "Oh, you beautiful sly wonder, you," he whispered before kissing her harder. She climbed atop him again, her legs straddling his hips as they kissed heavily. He found himself pressed against the palanquin's backrest, and some part of him was apprehensive about taking her place in the royal vehicle, but Azula didn't seem to care for that in the slightest. Her dominant, eager kisses convinced Sokka to relinquish all control of the situation to her, most gratifyingly. He was too nervous, too uncertain, too conscious of how translucent the curtains of the palanquin could be. Her recklessness was unbelievable right now, and yet he couldn't put a stop to her. He really didn't want to. It's madness, you realize, he said. She snickered. Who'd have thought you'd be so prudent, Gladiator? She hissed, pressing against him. Her hips bucked against his, and Sokka swallowed hard. Angela, he whispered. I can't go the whole day thinking about what we left unfinished, she retorted, her hands traveling over his uniform to undo his armor. Sokka's breath caught in his throat. So, if you'll be so kind, you'll spare me that torment, yes? Are you sure? Angela, he said, as she set his armor aside before undoing her own. We're going to look like a mess after we're done, this isn't. We'll be quick and thorough, she said, reaching down to his belt and unclasping it. Sokka succumbed to the temptation, doing the same with hers. She smiled. And yes, if you cooperate, we'll be done faster. Goodness, you're going to kill me, princess. He hissed. She chuckled. His manhood wasn't fully erect, having lost its stiffness after the fright from their interruption earlier. But Angela had an idea or two about how to fix that conundrum. Don't worry about it, just, whoa, Angela. Sokka said, eyes wide as the princess slid down his body, holding his cock in her hands. SHH. Be quiet, she said, smiling mischievously before leaning in. He knew it was payback for earlier, of course he knew as much. But being kissed by those delectable lips, on his most sensitive body part, sent his blood rushing southwards at haste. He had still been a calm brook when they had been in her room, but with what she was doing to him, his slow trickle had shifted into the torrent of wild rapids, rushing through in a mad race that would only end with the final rush down a waterfall. He covered his mouth with his hand, trying not to make any noise while Angela did as she pleased with him. It was surreal that she would do this, especially when he had displeased her as he had. Nothing could have warned him about this. He never expected to feel her lips wrapped around his shaft, her tongue snaking all over his manhood. Enough, Angela. Angela, please. He begged, his erection fully loaded now, harder and more sensitive than it had been while they were in her room. Angela frowned but obeyed, pressing one last kiss to his tip before pushing her own pants down. She climbed over his body, looking at him with uncertainty, but he pulled her in for a long and deep kiss while she settled atop him. His fingers dug into her rear as he helped push her boots, pants, and underwear off. She would need to get rid of the restrictive clothes if she wanted to ride him properly. And that was exactly what the princess endeavored to do. Her arms encircled his neck as she continued to kiss him, and she heaved down on his erection, allowing him to fill her properly this time. Sokka gasped against her, Angela moaned against him. Their eyes were barely open, but they gazed at each other nonetheless. The intimacy, but also the raw passion, was enhanced by how they kissed without breaking eye contact. She began thrusting slowly, her hips swaying against his with rocking motions that he followed easily. Sokka's blood was rushing wildly, while her inner fire was flaring eagerly too. His hand rose to cup her face, and she made a face of displeasure before removing his gloves. Sokka smirked as she pressed her face to his bare fingers. That's more like it, she whispered. His fingertips traveled over her face, touching her as though to trace every line on it. The caresses made her shiver, closing her eyes as he touched her brow, her eyelids, her nose, eventually her lips. She took that chance to press a soft kiss to his hand, and he smiled before pulling her in for a deeper kiss. With every clash of their tongues, Angela felt more compelled to thrust against him. She moaned into him, her arms still locked around his neck. Being on top always seemed to mean that Sokka would have free rein to touch her as intimately as he liked, and it didn't matter how much control she supposedly had, she lost it easily when he mesmerized her with his caresses. She basked in everything he did, for she never felt as desired as she did when she was with him, she never felt as loved as she did with him. But it wasn't the right moment to reflect on their feelings. People could spot them at any given moment, and she couldn't be sure Xin Long would chase them away easily. They had to finish this, and to finish it right. She sped up her rhythm, and Sokka followed fit. He thrusted upwards weakly, merely responding to her stronger thrusts, and gazing up at her hungrily. Eventually he caved into his needs, latching onto her neck and nibbling on it while fondling her rear still. Angela's moans were hard to keep at bay, but she did a better job of it than usual for now. "Faster," he whispered. She bit her lip and nodded, spreading her legs wider and welcoming him more fully. He cried out in bliss and complied, thrusting with more power and prompting her to moan loudly in pleasure. He shot her a meaningful stare and decided to kiss her deeply to silence her. It was effective, and it wouldn't anger her. If anything, kissing her would only further their mutual excitement, he knew as much. Her thrusting rhythm was erratic, a sure sign of how excited she was already. Small droplets of sweat were accumulated on her skin, he could feel them as he slid his ungloved hand inside her shirt. The taste of her kisses was as intoxicating as it was addictive, furthering his urgent need of her. She was driving him mad with pleasure, to the point where he could easily forget where he was, who they were, and all the reasons why they shouldn't be doing this. Angela's urgent moans poured into him, accompanied by the fast, erratic rhythm of her thrusts. Sokka hummed back, pounding into her from below and driving her to moan louder as her body stiffened. Sokka knew what that meant, but the slowing of her movements was the last thing he needed right now. So he snatched her up and pinned her down on the palanquin's cushion, swapping their positions as he took to being the one erratically thrusting into her. Angela gritted her teeth, her entire body shaking violently as the ripples of the climax ravaged her, driving her fire to blaze brightly, so brightly she felt as though she might just set the world ablaze if he wasn't there to keep her grounded. Sokka wasn't doing much better. His torrent of pleasure was inches away from its finish, ready to plummet down wildly. It was an incoming barrage, not unlike an avalanche, not unlike a powerful, surging storm that could destroy everything in its path. It certainly had destroyed his willpower, his common sense, everything he often failed to hold on to when he was with her. He was out of control, his body trembling fully as the rising excitement finally reached its peak. For once, thrusting became a matter of pure instinct, for he couldn't think through it anymore. He couldn't command his body, it moved on its own. And as Angela clutched at him from below, nails digging into his back even over his outfit, he lost himself fully in the pleasure. The torrent finally found a release, and it poured through him in a wild frenzy, as he thrusted until he was fully spent. He slowed down eventually, his chest heaving against her as he struggled to recover. Angela was just as dizzy, but going by the smile on her face, just as satisfied. "Ah, what a good gladiator you are," she said, stroking his hair and caressing his cheek. He smirked. "Really? I'm good when I'm breaking all these rules?" he asked. She laughed softly. "I might change my mind when my sense of responsibility kicks in, but for now, yes," she whispered, reaching up to kiss him. He made the effort easier for her by meeting her halfway. They remained locked in their embrace shortly, indulging in each other's company, but Xian Long's consciousness intruded in Angela's own, reminding her that the palanquin bearers could show up at any time, as could the rest of her procession. She sighed but nodded, pushing herself up and forcing Sokka to sit up as well. All right, we're good for now," she said, patting his chest gently. "Time to return to reality." "Your hair," said Sokka, sighing as Angela smiled and shook her head. "I'll put on my armor first." "Fix it after," she whispered. Again, he helped her compose herself just as she did the same for him, buckling his belt, setting the guard armor in place. She wiped his face clean from her kisses, even though his helmet would conceal the marks, while Sokka ensured her tall collar would cover the red spots he had left on her neck. He fixed her hair afterwards, while she assessed the damage to her makeup with the help of her pocket mirror. "Thanks, but you have to get going now," she said. Sokka raised his eyebrows. "Where to?" he asked. She bit her lip. "Just stand out there. There's nothing else for you to do, really, just stand there." "Heh," said Sokka, with a small smile. "Well, all right then." He straightened his uniform, but Angela didn't let him go without one last kiss for the time being. Sokka smiled into it, cupping her face and kissing her back gladly. It had been the wildest, craziest escapade, but even now, Sokka couldn't really worry about everything that could have gone wrong. All he could feel was the adrenaline, the rushes of joy inside him, the warmth in his chest that brought him to his knees before her. He loved her, desperately, eagerly. Years had passed, but their passion only strengthened every day. A part of him, the skeptical side that believed in nothing but what was real and tangible, was scoffing at the romantic side, that believed in soulmates, in true love, in every single corny notion about the perfect partner. But he knew he couldn't have forged a bond like this with anyone else. He wouldn't go as far as he had with her for anyone else. And he truly regretted nothing. Not a thing. "I love you," he blurted out as they kissed. Angela smiled and kissed him again repeatedly. "Damn it all, I love you." "I love you too," she said. "But you have to get off my palanquin, lover." "I suppose I do, don't I?" he said, with a weak grin. Angela pecked his lips again. "Put up with this pretense, just for today. Surely tomorrow's events won't take up all my day," she said, caressing his cheek. Sokka kissed her palm. "I hope so, selfish as that might be," he said, smirking. "At times like these I wish I could have you to myself, all day long." "Well, aren't you a dummy," said Angela, kissing him one more time. "I'm already yours, entirely, but do get off the palanquin. Your ride is over, for now." Sokka laughed but obeyed, fastening his helmet as Angela smiled warmly at him. He made a gallant reverence to acknowledge her before stepping off the vehicle. The princess didn't stop watching him, not even when he stepped through the curtain and closed it neatly behind him. She sighed, though, eyeing his silhouette through the fabric before focusing on herself. She had pulled up all the clothes from the lower end of her body and fastened the armor and boots back into place. Sokka had helped her with her hair again, and her makeup could be fixed quickly, too. But she glanced about herself warily all the same, making sure there was no evidence left in the scene of their passionate crime. She smiled at the thought, wondering just how she could behave with such abandon when it came to him, but she knew why. She knew why. She rested against her palanquin's backrest, eyes closed as her distressed body relaxed fully. She was as giddy as could be, and that wasn't a word she ever believed could describe her, but the man by her side had achieved the impossible with her already, in many regards. He had unleashed her locked down, frozen heart, and now he paid the price by bearing with her most unreasonable demands, such as bringing him into her palanquin for a rushed, mad tryst. She laughed to herself and glanced at the shape of him through the curtain. A daring impulse took over her again, and she slid her fingers through the fabric to touch his gloved hand. Sokka didn't take long to lean down, gazing at her through his helmet. "Something wrong?" he asked. She only smiled. "Sure," she said. "I wanted to hold your hand, but you weren't in here, so I had to reach out to do it." Sokka snorted and looked at her in disbelief. She smiled innocently. "Honestly, woman, you're going to be the death of me," he said, intertwining her fingers with his own. Angela chuckled. "Just stand close to the curtain, no one will notice if you do that. And of course, when you hear anyone arriving, let go and stand further away. But for now." "For now," Sokka agreed, smiling. His thumb stroked the back of her hand gently, and again, Angela wished he wouldn't have to wear gloves, but there was nothing to be done about that, she knew. She only breathed deeply and released that breath with a blissful sigh. Who needed any flower offerings, any old-fashioned traditions to prove how true their love was? Certainly not them. Certainly not when they were pushing every boundary, every limit, to be together as they were right now. Every moment they could share was of unmeasurable worth. And they intended to make the most of them, all risk be damned. It was hard to see them holding hands, genuinely impossible from most angles. Still, the closeness of Sokka's standing position to Angela's palanquin proved suspicious enough on its own. Or at least, that's what a distrustful admiral thought to himself, as he chanced to glance out of the window, on the second floor of the palace's south wing. Chapter 145, Fire Nation Festivals 3. The rumor of noise outside the palace's premises still reached them from where they waited, next to the dragon's refuge. Sokka's ears remained peeled for the unwanted sounds of footsteps, though, and it wasn't long before they heard them. "All right, time to let go," he whispered, smiling under his helmet. "I love you, Angela. And I you. But you're Ruishi now, so, try to love me a little less, for a while," she reminded him, with a small grin as she closed the palanquin's curtain once more. Sokka chuckled as he stepped back from the palanquin. He straightened his back and took up the stance she had taught him not an hour ago. Even if he couldn't be seen under his helmet, Sokka's face became an impeccable mask of stoicism. The first to arrive were the palanquin bearers. Sokka held back the urge to give them a friendly smile or wave at them, as he would normally. The bearers were grinning warmly at him, and it felt so rude to stay silent and stern instead of greeting them too. "Good day, Captain," said one of them, before bowing his head towards the palanquin. "Good day, Princess." "To your stations," Azula commanded, briskly. Sokka guessed she was helping him avoid any unnecessary conversation. Barely a minute later, the other 9 royal guards showed up. Sokka counted them, ensuring everyone was here. He only nodded briskly towards them all, and Tai Wei stopped beside him before taking his position. "We're to head to the front gates. We'll follow the fire-bending performers. The Fire Lord will be behind us after the 3rd musical squad," Tai Wei told Sokka. As the palanquin bearers drew back the curtains and tied them to each pole, Azula would be in perfect view for the crowd to admire her. Sokka nodded, and Tai Wei bowed his head towards him before taking his position at the rear of their formation. The gladiator breathed deeply before raising his voice. "Move out," he commanded, with his rehearsed Ruishi imitation. No one seemed to hesitate, no questions were asked, there were no confused whispers behind him. He took the first step, helming the procession as he was expected to, and everyone followed. His legs were somewhat weak after the passionate tryst with Azula barely moments ago, but he resolved to stay firm and steady. He couldn't let anyone see him wavering in any way. He was supposed to be Ruishi, and Ruishi had no reason to be weak on the knees today, or perhaps he did, but Sokka was supposed to pretend he was a firm, stable Ruishi, with no weak knees whatsoever. The parade had already begun when the procession took its proper place amongst its multiple squads. Performers, jugglers, and musicians had preceded them, and the cheers of the crowd reached them from afar. Sokka steeled himself, doing his best to focus on the task at hand. It wasn't easy to deliver the perfect performance as Ruishi, though, when his mind kept drifting back to the heated kisses and lustful touches, the friction between his body and Azula's as they gave themselves to the other completely. He had to blink himself out of that daze, realizing his feet had been moving of their own accord. They were close to the gates by now, and he could see the cheering crowd in the streets. Soldiers from the domestic forces stood at equal distances in front of the crowd, herding them away from the center of the roads, where the parade was unfolding. The cheers were almost deafening along with the loud music, played in perfect unison by the music squads ahead and behind them. The colorful sights everywhere nearby were almost surreal. The people wore their best clothes, and some of them wore ornate masks too. Decorative lanterns hung across the streets, just as many adornments embellished every building in the parade's path. The stalls were hard to glimpse over the seas of people right now, for they stood behind the crowds, but Sokka still glanced at what he could see of them, as they followed the appointed parade route. He couldn't help but wonder where he'd find a fire lily for Azula. He blinked himself out of his daze again, only to realize the noise was louder yet now that they had crossed the palace gates. He continued to walk steadily, suspecting the crowd had grown wilder now because of their crown princess. Azula had skipped the parade on the previous year, and she had been somewhat grateful for that. The tight crowds, the noise, all of it usually displeased her. But this year, was she at such ease with everything because of her escapade with Sokka barely half an hour earlier? She had the suspicion that it had a lot to do with that. But instead of feeling apprehensive, instead of wanting nothing but for the parade to end, she smiled and waved occasionally at the crowd. Whenever she did, they would grow more restless. Wherever they passed, she would see bright smiles amid the masks, children pointing at her, enthusiasm like none she had seen in the past. She was used to being the subject of many glances and stares, and of ceremonial reverences, too, but she had never been received so joyfully by a crowd. The eagerness with which they celebrated her arrival astonished her. It was almost enough to get her mind off what had happened in the palanquin, almost. She felt guiltier than usual, being acclaimed this way after the wild tryst she had enjoyed with her secret lover, but at the same time she was convinced that what she chose to do with her free time was her business. If she had a lover, and she wanted to be with him, who had a right to stop her? As far as she was concerned, no one did, and no one would. She breathed deeply, proud of keeping their secret safe, but ever wary of what might happen if she failed to do so. Every smile in the crowd would turn upside down. The voices that praised her would condemn her instead. Whether it was fair or not, right or wrong, it wouldn't matter. She would fall from grace, with no chances of redemption. But she narrowed her eyes and gazed forward, determination flaring inside her. Today presented her with a chance to see, firsthand, how much had changed in the span of the last 2 years. It allowed her the clearest view of how the people received her, rather than the nobles or the highborn. If she judged what she was seeing so far, it would seem the acknowledgement she had longed for had been here all along. They saw her for her own person, cherished her for her achievements, and that alone was everything she had wanted ever since her clash with Zhao so long ago. She smiled to herself, her eyes lingering on the shape of the temporary captain of her royal guards. No doubt people would judge her if they knew the truth of their relationship, but if it weren't for Sokka, she would still be her brother's lesser sibling in their eyes. She would be seen as the wife of a future Fire Lord, rather than a crown princess. She would be her father's daughter, and little more than that. With such blissful thoughts in mind, she returned to smiling and waving at the people on occasion. If there was something she could say for certain, it was that she was grateful for everything that had changed since the last time she had done this. She felt she had earned their cheers and support, and she took genuine pride in being honored by her people in this way. There was no end to the noise, even if the screaming and cheers grew weaker at the back of the crowd. The visibility in that area proved lacking, but fortunately the city was in a crater. Walking away from the center of the city meant you would be able to find a vantage point from which to watch the parade more comfortably, and that was what Song and Ruishi had chosen to do. Though they didn't do it only for a better view, of course. Is this far enough for you to feel safe? Song teased Ruishi, smiling as they stood on a tall ledge near a long street. Ruishi smiled and nodded, staring down at the parade as an uncertain feeling nestled inside him. He bit his lip, and Song watched him with uncertainty. Are you feeling guilty? She guessed. He blushed a little. Slightly, yes, he admitted. I'm uneasy, if anything. I suppose my sense of responsibility berates me for not being down there, but in every other regard I'm glad I'm here with you instead. And I'm glad to hear it, said Song, smiling shyly. Ruishi grinned back at her. What an odd sensation, said Ruishi, gazing at Azula's royal procession. It almost feels like an out-of-body experience of some sort. Like I can watch myself doing my job, even though I'm not doing it. That sounds convenient, said Song, chuckling. Relaxing and enjoying the day, while your counterpart does all the hard work. It is for me. Though I suppose you could use a substitute too. It does get tiresome to work at the house all the time, doesn't it? Ruishi asked. Song shrugged. Well, it's not like I'm too ambitious. I don't have much else to do, she admitted, giggling softly. So I don't mind it. But if I could, well. You'd slack off. Ruishi asked, smirking a little. She laughed again. Well, you can slack off today. No worries about your duties, about your responsibilities, for today, you're free. For today? She asked, smiling gently. Ruishi grimaced. Well, if it were up to me, you always would be, he said, but she laughed. Song. I'm barely treated like a slave at all, Ruishi, she said, smiling warmly at him and taking his hand. And besides, when I'm with you, I tend to forget I'm a slave in the first place. I feel free whenever I'm by your side. Ruishi's chest tightened as Song turned to look at the parade again. Her cheeks were colored red after what she'd said, but she didn't seem to regret having spoken those words at all. Ruishi drew in a deep breath before pulling her closer, wrapping his arms around her in a kind embrace. Song laughed happily against his chest. We're going to miss the parade if we start snuggling in the middle of it. She pointed out, chuckling. Ruishi grinned and released her but kept one arm tightly wrapped around her shoulders. I hope this is good enough for now, then, he said, kissing the top of her head. She beamed and nodded. It always is. The parade continued throughout the city, with the performers moving across every main street. They would head up towards the crater's edge, but instead of leaving the crater, and moving towards the base plaza, the parade's route would circle the inside of the dormant volcano and return to the center of the city. Even in the most crowded districts of the city there were wide main roads, which enabled the parade to transit through the streets without many hindrances. The crowds thinned the further they progressed away from the center of the city. By then, people mostly gazed out from windows, a few of them stepping out to wave at the parade. Some would throw flowers at the royal processions, others would simply rejoice in catching glimpses of the two royals. As loud as the musical squads were, the current area they were in, near the eastern border of the crater, provided a feeling of peace that was nowhere to be found at the start of the parade. Angela almost felt like slumping on her seat, her entire body relaxed after what had happened with Sokka. But she couldn't behave so recklessly. One glance over her shoulder was enough to see Oze's personal, larger procession, behind the musical squad that separated them. The sight of his palanquin served as a reminder that she couldn't slack off, not for a second, for she had to embody absolute perfection. There was a thicker crowd of guards around Oze's palanquin, twice as many as Angela had. The uniforms of the Imperial Guards weren't so different from the ones worn by Angela's own, but they were sharper, the armor thicker, the gold trimmings with more embroidery. The image they projected was far more intimidating, even if the sight of Angela's fully armored guards was already daunting for most people. As she turned away from her father, enveloped by the sounds of the Tsunji horns blaring behind her, the Guhans strings softly accompanying them, and the drums carrying the walking rhythm with steady beats, Angela noticed something out of place by the mountainside. They were as close to the border of the crater as they would get, and there were no houses that close to the rocky formations. Yet something moved there, something of faded colors, but not faded enough to blend into the scenery. Angela frowned as she tried to detail it, for it moved down the crater's wall, but she soon realized that whatever it wasn't alone. Multiple shapes, snaking down the natural wall at haste, headed straight for the fire-bending demonstrators in front of them. "Stop!" she bellowed suddenly, jumping up on her palanquin. Her bearers were shaken up by the sudden offset of weight when Angela changed positions. Her men froze only briefly before taking a protective formation around her procession. Sokka almost jumped up on the palanquin, an arm outstretched in front of Angela, as to protect her from whatever threat was sliding down the crater. The fire-bending performers up ahead grew restless, and they broke formation quickly. Quite a lot of people in the parade weren't trained to respond well to violent circumstances. Even if this squad was comprised by benders, they only knew how to bend for recreational purposes. They scattered away from the perceived threats desperately, as did the music and juggling squads, unknowingly opening a perfect path to Angela's palanquin. Angela snarled, ready to fight the rushing figures. She wasn't afraid, and she knew her guards weren't, either. But she didn't remember that not all the people in her procession were trained fighters, either. She lost her footing when the palanquin's balance grew uneven. She reached out a hand as she yelped, for the vehicle was about to topple over. One of the palanquin bearers at the back, in his fright, had let go of his pole, and by doing so, his partner had been forced to do the same. But Angela didn't fall down. A hand reached out to help her keep her footing, clasping her wrist and pulling her towards him. The remaining palanquin bearers had to let go of their poles as well, unable to balance the weight of the vehicle anymore. With that, Angela almost toppled forward now, but Sokka made sure she fell into his arms instead, her feet still on the border of the litter. "Princess!" she heard Taro exclaim, but she waved a hand towards him as she stood upright, a hand on Sokka's shoulder still. "Don't panic, any of you," she commanded, glancing at her guards. Unlike the bearers, they had stayed in their stations even as they took fighting stances. "What are we up against?" "Well," said Feli, pointing forward with uncertainty. Finally, they were close enough for Angela to see. Her eyes widened as she took in the sight. The first one was a man, dressed in rags, running towards them with panicked eyes. He bumped into a few of the nervous fire-bending performers, and even pushed one of them aside. His gaze was glued to the palanquin, and his mouth was moving as he spoke, repeating the same words over and over. "Fire Lord! Fire Lord! Fire Lord!" The ones behind him wore similar attire, and appeared similarly unhealthy, women and men, all of them running the same way, some looking more lucid than others, some more uncertain. But all of them ran in the same direction. All of them were headed straight for Angela's palanquin. The royal guards stood ready to repel them. 3 of the firebenders moved forward and cast a barrage of fire that seemed to snap the first man out of his apparently mindless race. He screamed and jumped away from the flames, bumping into another of his companions, but others kept running past the fire. It didn't take more than that initial demonstration for Angela to realize these people were defenseless. Her eyes widened in confusion as she stared at them, seeing no sparks of fire bursting from their fingers. Seeing no rage, no ill intent, for there was nothing other than desperation and fear in those wide eyes and desperate grimaces. "Do not harm them," she shouted, startling her men. Some glanced back at her in disbelief. "Apprehend them, but do not harm them." The firebenders seemed slightly confused by the command, but they sought to do as they were told. The strangers attempted to scurry away from the guards, fearful as they were of their fire, but they were clumsy even if they were slippery. The soldiers captured several of them fairly easily, obeying the princess by settling for immobilizing them rather than doing any genuine harm. Yet one slid through the cracks of their defenses, and he rushed towards the palanquin all the same. By then, only 2 people stood between him and Oze's imperial guards, who had rushed through the squad of panicked musicians, on their way to take down the rogue elements that no one had accounted for. "Sock dash!" Angela started, gritting her teeth to silence herself as she remembered he was in disguise. Her hand was still on his shoulder, and she could feel his heavy breathing as the man rushed towards them. "What do I do? What do I?" he asked, worried about what would happen if he fought without bending. But Angela breathed deeply and risked a sudden, dangerous gambit. It might not work as smoothly as she hoped it would, but she would try her best to hold down her fire's power to make this pretense believable. "Raise your arm, make a fist," she hissed in his ear. Sokka obeyed quickly. What he experienced bare instants afterwards left him wide-eyed, utterly confused. A surge of power he had never felt in his life seemed to pass through his arm, and some part of him thought that Angela had set him on fire. But one glance at his arm showed there were no flames on the surface. The heat that pulsed through his limb was inside it somehow, coursing through it with a force well beyond his control. The feeling was foreign, and so, terrifying. But what scared him the most was the burst of fire that poured out of his fist. It was orange, but it sparked blue in some places. That could have given away who was truly doing the bending, but nobody could pay much attention to those details in the midst of such chaos. Sokka saw himself becoming a channel of bending somehow, the means through which Angela was fighting back against the strange man that had been rushing towards them. He could hardly give his eyes credit, but the fire was truly pouring from his own fist. The flames scared off the man successfully, and he jumped back while shrieking in fear. Taro caught him, and Tai Wei maneuvered to restrain him quickly. The strange sensation in Sokka's arm disappeared as soon as Angela stopped bending, but her hand was still on Sokka's shoulder in a reassuring gesture of some sort. His heart was racing, even though he tried to remain as calm as he could. Ruishi shouldn't be shocked about being able to bend, should he? "Is everyone all right?" Angela asked, glancing about herself. "Are all of them apprehended?" She nudged Sokka to move, and he forced himself to obey. He needed to confirm what had happened, who had been caught, all the essential details he should be overseeing right now. "Yes, everyone's in custody, Princess," said Tai Wei, bowing his head in her direction. Angela frowned as she gazed upon the restrained people in question, doing her best to ignore the pungent smell that emanated from them. Most had dark hair, and what seemed to be fair skin, but both so matted with filth that it was hard to tell what the exact colors were supposed to be. The same happened with the clothes. All of them were shivering, nervous and uneasy, and none of them raised their eyes to look at the guards, or the princess. Angela finally took a step towards them when she heard sets of heavy footsteps behind her. Her eyes narrowed when the Imperial Guards moved in. Their leader, the general of the guards, rushed past her and approached Sokka. "Is the situation contained, Captain Ruishi?" he asked. "It seems so," said Sokka, doing his best to keep his voice steady, as Angela had taught him. "Every culprit is in custody. Send for soldiers to retrieve them," Angela told the general. "And reorganize the parade. You'd think they'd react more calmly over a group of unarmed fools running amok in the streets." "They could have been a safety hazard," said the general, staring at her from above. He was quite tall, probably half a head taller than Sokka, but Azula wasn't deterred by that. For a royal procession? Seriously? One would think you'd have your men in higher esteem, General, Azula snapped. We have no more time to waste, else we'll be held up here all day. Send men to investigate the mountainside if you think there might be more of them, but if we dawdle any longer, word of what happened will begin to spread. It's not the time to allow unrest to rise in the capital, let alone because of a few vagrants running around as they were. The general didn't look pleased, and some part of Sokka worried that he might not appreciate being ordered around by Azula. So Sokka frowned, and he folded his arms threateningly as he stood beside the princess. He wordlessly defied the general to say anything to oppose her, and the man took notice of it. The general's visible displeasure increased before he stormed off without acknowledging the princess's orders. Azula scowled at him. He's not about to do as I said, is he? Azula huffed, rolling her eyes. Well, then, so be it. Feli, you're fast enough. Find low-ranked soldiers and get them to escort these people away from the parade's route, if you would. As you wish, princess. Said Feli, and on cue, he ran off down a nearby street. Han, Chiang, scout the crater for more of them, said Azula, climbing her palanquin again and taking her place in it. The curtains on one side had fallen loosely, darkening the princess's silhouette. The rest of you will take parallel formation once the other soldiers take these captives away. The fire-bending performers were herded back into place by their director, as were the musicians behind them. The first half of the parade had halted up ahead in the road, and a few people had backtracked on the path to ask what had happened to the rest of the group. A few stern commands from Azula, telling them to resume formation and ready themselves to continue soon, sufficed to silence them. Sokka stood near Azula, his hands free since he wasn't restraining any of the people who had crashed the parade. He inched towards Azula with unease. Is this the kind of eventuality you were worried about? He asked. She sighed. The reason you disapproved so much of the plan. In your reckless plan's defense, it's the first time this happens at all. And if you think about it, it's quite stupid, she said, shaking her head. I mean, they were only a group of random, dirty, smelly. Her eyes widened suddenly, and Sokka looked at her with unease under his helmet. He had reached the conclusion she had as soon as the group had been apprehended. Homeless people, he whispered. Azula couldn't repress a shudder. She remembered the one they had met so long ago, around this very same area, when they were searching for a house for Sokka. She hadn't seen any others ever again, but it was natural that she hadn't. She never traveled on foot around these parts of the city. She always flew, and seldom even used her palanquin these days. But no one had reported that there were people living here somewhere, no one had done anything about it. And where there had only been one man when they had first seen him, now there were 7, and none of them were the madman who lived in a box. Where had they come from? Why had they done this? Why had they been calling for the Fire Lord, while rushing towards Azula's palanquin? Well, if they weren't of sound mind, they could have easily mistaken Azula's palanquin for Oze's. They might have thought, from afar, that she was her father. But why charge at the parade? They hadn't harmed anyone, even if a few of the fire-bending performers had gotten hurt while scrambling away from them. It was such a strange, confusing situation. What will you do about them? Sokka asked. Azula shrugged. I don't know if it's my call to make, she said. She could almost see his sharp blue stare under the mask. Her chest tightened, not wanting to be at the opposite end of Sokka's displeasure once again. She had kept the homeless people from being harmed. Wasn't that enough to show that she didn't want these people hurt? Why did Sokka have to be so hell-bent on making her defy her father? I know this isn't simple, but... said Sokka, his voice resigned rather than angry, to her relief. I doubt these people deserve to be treated as criminals even if they crashed the parade as they did. But, it's not my call to make, either. Feli's returning, Azula whispered, jerking her head towards the guard, followed by a group of soldiers. Get into position. The group of homeless people were ferried away by the other soldiers, without protest or violent reactions. They moved with their heads hung, away from the parade they had disrupted with their stunt. 5 more minutes were needed for the parade to restart. The crowds were growing anxious by then, confused by whatever might be holding off the progress of the large processions through the crater. They were far away from the center of the city, and most the populace gathered at the palace's front gates. They could see the progress of the parade throughout its route around the crater from that distance, just as they could see that it had stopped moving. Rumors of all sorts coursed through the masses, and Ruishi and Song slid closer to the thicker crowds, in hopes to gain some understanding of what had happened. Must be those White Lotus, I tell you. They struck again. No, maybe someone's had a bit of a heat stroke, it's been a hot day. Might be a secret thing, the Fire Lords using the parade to conceal something awful. The outlandish guesses brought Ruishi to the conclusion that those words were merely idle gossip. Song seemed worried, but he smiled and stroked her hair to appease her. No one really knows what's happening, he said. Whether it was anything serious or not. It might have been nothing, right? Some minor incident, said Song, biting her lip. Ruishi's chest tightened at the thought. Even a minor incident would be too much, compared with what was expected in these parades. Their security was as tight as could be, and he knew better than to underestimate his fellow guards. But the guilt he hadn't experienced in earnest was gnawing at him now. Was this the first time he could have faced and defeated a serious threat to the princess, and he hadn't been there because of his crazy scheme with Sokka? Ruishi? Are you all right? Her voice brought him back to his senses, and he smiled at Song again. He shouldn't dwell on it much, although one thought couldn't seem to vanish from his mind: if he lost his job over this, he would deserve it entirely. The parade returned to the center of the city after another half hour, and it was welcomed by loud cheers as each group took a position near a large platform that stood right in front of the gates. Several military officers waited there, such as Admiral Zhao, and Angela dismounted next to it. She walked towards the men in their fancy army uniforms, and she nodded in their direction as they bowed respectfully. But when they rose, their eyes asked countless questions that she wasn't sure how to answer. Why did the parade stop, Princess? Zhao inquired. Was something wrong? Is the Fire Lord safe? I would assume so, said Angela, glancing back at the approaching palanquin. I didn't see my father during the incident, but his procession didn't suffer any damage, as far as I could tell. Only a few fire-bending performers did, and mainly because they tripped amongst themselves. Is that so? Zhao asked, raising an eyebrow. That still does not clarify what happened, though, said General Mack. Were you attacked? Something like that. It's not entirely clear, not even to me, Angela confessed. It was confusing, but a group of what appeared to be homeless people climbed down the mountainside and rushed towards us. What? All the men roared, but Angela held her palms up to appease them. They weren't armed, they didn't even seem to be benders. We don't know who they are, or what they were trying to do. They harmed no one directly, she clarified. Then why? Mac asked, as the war minister gasped and shook his head. It's still unconceivable. Qin exclaimed. Oh, Princess. I'm unharmed, as are all my guards. Frankly, if anything, it's the first time in a long time that my guards have anything to do other than follow me wherever I may travel, said Angela, rolling her eyes. There's no cause for concern. This isn't even what they were trained for. Our soldiers are supposed to be able to handle far worse threats than this. They certainly can, said a strong voice behind her. And as is natural, they have handled this one just as well. All the men she spoke with bowed down towards Oze. Angela had to turn around to perform her own reverence, but she raised her eyes quickly to assess her father's reaction to the chaotic security breach they'd had earlier. He didn't look particularly upset, but the glow in his eyes told Angela he was not to be underestimated right now. Her whole body shuddered in dread. She knew that look. It was the same with which he had sent out the armies that had taken Ba Sing Se, the same with which he had fought Zuko during their Agni Kai. The same eyes that spoke of determination and of hubris. He would not be appeased easily. The men you saw, Angela, he asked. Who were they? I couldn't say, she admitted. As far as I could tell, they're merely homeless people. I saw one, once before, and he was harmless. These people. They rushed your procession, said Oze, his gaze frigid by now. Angela almost took a step back. They're hardly harmless. As it happens, Father, I disagree. While they certainly hindered our progress and the fluidity of the parade, they had no weapons, no bending, and they caused no permanent harm to any of my soldiers. As far as I could see, the only people who got hurt were the fire-bending performers, and merely because they were frightened and nervous. This is not a meaningful threat, as far as I can see. And yet it means our parade was hindered, as you said. Jose spoke, his brow furrowed. This is a direct slight against an ancient tradition, Princess Angela. It deserves to be punished appropriately. Angela gritted her teeth, feeling too weak, perhaps even too scared, to speak her mind again. Her gaze avoided his while her hands trembled beside her thighs. Standing up to her father when it came to her life's decisions was one thing. Doing so when it came to the water tribes was another, still feasible, thing. But standing up to him when it came to his own people, to how he handled his subjects, was something that required far more courage than she thought she had in her. Her eyes drifted towards her palanquin while Jose turned to answer the questions posed by War Minister Chin. All her bearers, and her guards, stood there, but she only sought one of them, the only one whose body language spoke for itself. Instead of conversing with the others, the captain was turned towards her. He was fixing his gloves, from the looks of it, but the positioning of his helmet was proof that he was staring right back at her. He believed in her. He always had. For the longest time, he had said he knew she would make the world a better place, and he had been as patient and understanding as he could be about that. She always said she couldn't do it yet, she couldn't act, she wasn't as powerful as she seemed, she needed time, she needed to meticulously plan everything, so her father wouldn't understand her true intent. She had manipulated him into not using the aircrafts to attack the North Pole, and she had deadlocked her potential betrothal by outsmarting him. She never took the direct route, for the obvious reason. Challenging her father meant paying a steep price for her defiance, she knew as much. Zuko was the living example of the consequences of crossing the Fire Lord. But right now, feeling so vulnerable under Sokka's gaze, she knew she had no choice. She had to speak out now, or the death of those people would weigh on her conscience for good. Jose certainly would feel no guilt over this, but today, more than ever, Angela could see the marked difference between herself and her father. As hard as she had tried to follow his example in the past, today she found herself unwilling to condone his rash actions. Then no one was truly harmed. Zhao was asking Jose when Angela stopped tuning them out. You weren't targeted. I suppose not, seeing as they went for Angela's palanquin, said Jose. But Angela stepped back into the discussion then. Actually, I suspect they made a mistake, she said, with a confident voice. They must have assumed the palanquin was my father's, not knowing he was a few squads behind me. These people, homeless ones, they're usually not of the soundest mind. Do you have cause to suspect they were after the Fire Lord? Zhao asked. Angela shrugged and nodded. Seeing as they were calling for the Fire Lord, I don't believe they were after me. Jose's eyes widened, but Angela only stared at him with cold precision. Everyone else gasped, except for the general of the guards. He had stepped up silently next to Jose barely instants ago. They were calling for, said Chin, and Jose's brow drew together again. Angela, though, smiled dryly. Well, I can't say it's too shocking. He's the main figure of authority of our nation, isn't he? She said. It's not a meaningless threat, then, said Zhao, frowning. I'm afraid. I would assume a Fire Lord who's being protected by 20 guards will be more than safe from 7 homeless people, unarmed, underfed, and quite possibly unsound of mind, Angela said, curtly. Zhao fell silent and Jose huffed. I suspect you have something to say, Crown Princess. Out with it, if you would, he blurted out. I have a speech to deliver, and I have no time to waste with a passive-aggressive conversation. You would have me be blunt. As you wish, said Angela, breathing deeply. There were no reports of homeless people 7 years ago. I can't remember any. I'd never heard of this phenomenon until 2 years ago, when I saw it with my own eyes for the first time. Have you given any thought to why this is happening? Or are we merely going to rid ourselves of them, without attacking the source of this problem instead? The source? Jose asked, raising his eyebrows. Do you believe there are more of them? Surely, Angela said, simply. I can't see why there wouldn't be. There's a chance that there are even more of them in the colonies, too. So, you believe we cannot execute these without narrowing down every last one of them? War Minister Chin said, earning himself a disbelieving glare from Angela, who then rolled her eyes before turning towards her father again. I believe that the very existence of these people is proof of something we don't like to acknowledge, let alone on a day like this, Angela said. But if they're here, and their numbers are increasing, it's clear that our social systems are not working the way they're supposed to. Social systems. Mac repeated. Angela shrugged. Slavery, she said. Maybe they're escaped slaves, who knows? People who have been left with nothing, mistreated so poorly by their masters that they choose to flee. And after a few months or years of starving and struggling to survive, they become unpredictable, prone to causing potential disasters like the one from this parade. There's no evidence that they would be escaped slaves, though, said Zhao, frowning. If that's not it, are they honorary citizens? Angela asked, with a sarcastic smile. If they are, it's even more worrisome. We'd be talking about people who paid a price to become part of our nation by giving up the one they had been born to. People who were promised they'd be given every chance and opportunity that our own, true-born citizens, have at their disposal. People who were told we could govern for them, and who were promised a better life if they would forfeit their pride. I can't say I understand your point, Princess, said Jose, looking at her skeptically. She returned his stare defiantly. I suppose I will get to it now, then, she said, breathing deeply again. Execute these men, and if they happen to be honorary citizens, you will detonate a rebellion amongst their kind. If those like them deserve to be killed because our systems failed them, it's nobody's fault but ours. And yet the ones who pay the price are our own victims? Those to whom we promised what we couldn't fulfill? The same would happen if they are slaves. Other slaves could decide to rebel, to stop living submissively because when these slaves sought you, unarmed and defenseless, you had them killed. That's hardly what we want, is it? You keep using my gladiator as the example of what a slave should behave like, ensuring he's seen, known, and talked about anywhere and everywhere. If you create a new standard by executing slaves who were wandering the wrong place at the wrong time, every slave who ever saw mine as an example will revert to their old ways. In fact, even mine might. You're being too convoluted, Angela, said Jose. Too complicated. You can't know for sure that a rebellion would brew if I execute people who targeted the Fire Lord. And you can't know for sure that it won't, said Angela, narrowing her eyes. There are honorary citizens in our army by now. Give them cause to turn against us, and we won't even be able to trust our own men, just as we couldn't when the White Lotus attacked the palace. There are slaves in almost every home in the capital. Give them cause to join forces and the carnage in the streets can be abysmal. Not every slave is a common servant, a lot of them are gladiators, and most the best gladiators in the Superior League live in this city. Defusing a rebellion of that magnitude will be much easier said than done. So, you would have me do nothing? Jose asked, raising his eyebrows. You would have me execute them in the dark, without anyone's awareness? Or would you rather I speak about them to the crowd? Tell them all about these homeless people who are proof of the failure of our systems. What, exactly, are you advocating for? I'm advocating for keeping those homeless people away from public knowledge, for now, Angela admitted. But not by a secret execution or anything of the sort. I believe we need to speak to them. If we do, if we find out their stories, we can correct the failings of our systems. We can prevent this from happening again. We can. So concerned about what people say, what people may think or do, we are powerful enough to handle any threat, Jose snapped. Angela's eyebrow rose. Doesn't look like we are. If 7 fools can scare us to this extent, she said, looking at him defiantly. How great is our nation truly? The first genuine threat we've faced since the White Lotus, a group of 7 homeless people, and we're panicking like headless pigs' turs. Nobody is panicking, Jose hissed. Angela raised her eyebrows. Then why kill them? She asked. What is so threatening about them, father? They could have caused a bigger commotion than they already did, Jose growled. And we cannot broker any threat to our nation, to our leaders, to you or me. Allowing them to get away with this will encourage others to try. To try to reach out to you? To call your name in one of your traditional public appearances? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. That's all they did. As far as I can tell, that's no basis for execution, but I suppose, as ever, that it isn't me who determines this sentence. It isn't, Jose said, towering over her and glowering. I am Fire Lord, Angela. You are, she said, her eyes calm now, completely. I have never forgotten as much, Father. You are the Fire Lord, and you answer your people's pleas with executions. Jose was left in indignant silence after that. Angela closed her eyes and bowed her head towards him, before climbing off the platform and returning to her procession. Her outer calm concealed the rage burning inside her, the displeasure, the disappointment. She knew her father wouldn't listen, knew she wouldn't reach him, but she also knew he wouldn't touch her. He wouldn't dare issue out an Agni Kai in retaliation for her insolence. No, he wouldn't. He couldn't. She would be punished in some roundabout way, that was for certain, but Jose wouldn't go as far as he had with Zuko, no matter what she did. Angela was not only too powerful as a bender, but as the parade had already demonstrated, the people seemed to cherish her profoundly. A public fight between them would only result in polarization of the Fire Nation. A physical fight would result in most the nation seeing Jose as too weak compared to his daughter. In truth, Angela was powerful, far more powerful than she had ever been. She had political power, bending prowess, and nerves of steel, along with a sharp mind. For once, Jose could see the kind of daughter he had raised, and it only occurred to him now that he had not been careful. He had trusted her so blindly that now, if she turned against him, every plan he'd ever drawn out for the future of his nation would disappear. He had sent his son to chase for his worst enemy, not realizing that, in the Avatar's absence, Jose himself had raised the biggest rival he'd ever face, his very own daughter. What happened? Sokka asked, when Angela reached him and the rest of the procession. The other guards stepped forward to listen to the conversation, wary of the deceptive calm in their princess's features. I don't know, she said, shaking her head. I just may have painted a target on my back, I don't know. I tried to reason with him, and I may have gone too far. But I suppose I had to try, didn't I? Try to what? Said Fei, cocking his head to the side, confused. To save those homeless fools, that's what, Angela sighed. I may have just condemned them instead, I don't know. As far as I can tell, he'll punish me by having them killed just because I told him not to do that. You tried to tell the Fire Lord what to do. Tai Wei repeated, and even though he was still wearing his helmet and mask, Angela could picture the disbelieving grimace on his face. It's hardly the first time I do, she said, with a dry grin. And it would hardly be the first time he doesn't listen. But it's inconsequential now, we're powerless to act on whatever he decides to do, and... Are we truly powerless? Sokka asked, with uncertainty. Angela scoffed and gave him a derisive glare. You want to avoid a bloodbath by causing one? She asked, skeptical. Because that's what would happen if we interfere with whatever he does now. I'm sorry, some things just can't go the way we want them to. They were weird, said Fei, scratching the back of his head. But I guess, an execution does feel excessive. Whatever you decide, princess, we're with you, said Taro, nodding towards her. Angela sighed. Well, I've decided we'll take our stations and act like nothing serious is happening. The people are restless already, the best we can do is pretend we're all still united and in agreement, said Angela, nodding towards them. Take formation. The guards shuffled around quickly, ensuring to stand 2 steps behind Angela in a horizontal line. The only one who stepped closer was Sokka, who, in virtue of being disguised as the captain, was expected to stand by her right side, at 1 step of distance. He wished it was less than that. I'm sorry, truly, she whispered to him, without turning her head blatantly to talk to him. The crowd was growing silent steadily, watching all of them intently. I did what I could. That's already more than I expected, actually, he admitted. She snorted. I'll be damned. And here I was thinking you believed in me, she replied. He actually snickered. I do. But even I don't expect you to stand up to your father in every circumstance, Sokka admitted. She could imagine him smiling under his helmet. It's really all you could do, and much more than you should have, for your own good. But if you hoped it could help them, I may have damned them instead, Azula said. It sounds to me like they were damned all along, said Sokka. If that's the only fate available to them, then at least you tried to fight it. And I'm glad you did. Good to hear, said Azula, sighing. Because after all the damage you've done to me, the least you can do is be proud of who I am after your influence. Sokka chuckled again, but Azula fell silent along with the crowd. Her father had stepped up to the front of the platform, his back rigid, his hands fisted. Everyone was to stand in reverence as Ozai delivered his yearly speech. My people! He bellowed, rousing a joyous cheer through the audience as he addressed them. Today is the beginning of our glorious week of celebration. Today, we rejoice in the growth of our nation. A year has passed since last I stood here, and in that year, much has changed for the better, for every citizen in our nation. We have upheld Sozin's ideals, honoring the wishes of my forefathers to create a world where everything is within our reach, everything within our grasp. Azula could almost feel Sokka tensing up behind her. She knew the last thing he wanted to hear right now were authoritarian, self-congratulatory speeches regarding the success of the 100-Year War, but her father, clearly, wasn't about to give them anything other than that. We have taken everything we were owed. Ozai continued. Everything that was denied to us has been conquered. Nothing stands in the way of our greatness, and that is how it shall be, for as many years as this world may see. The Fire Nation is not only powerful, but we are everlasting. We are chosen, meant for an extraordinary destiny, and our march of civilization will continue onwards. Azula shuddered, dreading the moment when her father would bring up matters of threats and dangers to their nation. When he would tell the public about the homeless people, and command their execution, perhaps scheduling it for later today. When he would disappoint her more than ever, despite she was constantly growing disillusioned with him, more than she had been in all her life. After everything that our great nation has achieved, today I feel it is only right to share the privilege of this speech. Ozai exclaimed. Azula frowned. After a year since this change took place, it is only fitting, I believe. Was he going to have Zhao speak? He had returned a year ago, perhaps he wanted the man to convey more encouraging words, to rile up the people with talk of the war. It didn't make much sense to Azula, but perhaps this was what Ozai had intended to do with his speech, to begin with. But then, did that mean he wasn't going to publicly condemn the homeless seven? So, I do ask of you, my vassals, to listen to the wisdom your Crown Princess Azula wishes to share with you, after 1 year of serving as my official and only heir. She had to make use of every ounce of her willpower to avoid seeming startled by this. She heard Sokka gasp behind her, and she guessed her other guards were equally puzzled. But she knew this was a test as soon as Ozai uttered the words. She knew he was challenging her to defy him, to speak out against him publicly, or to prove herself yet another cowering minion, shy and afraid, unwilling to get to his bad side. He was giving her a chance to prove her loyalty, not to speak to the people directly. That was the true intent of his veiled gift. Her gut clenched as she moved to climb the platform. It was only then that she noticed the cries of joy from the crowd. They wanted to hear her speak. They were that excited about what she might say. Zhao, Mac, Qin, and the other military figures at the platform gaped at her with just as much confusion as she felt, but she didn't turn towards them. She walked to where her father stood, and he nodded towards her before stepping back. A proud grin was emblazoned over his features. But it wasn't his usual smirk. That smirk that she knew was complicit, that showed how proud he was of her. This time he was proud of himself. Proud of backing her into a corner, his favorite thing to do to everyone who annoyed him, one way or another. She hated how often he had backed her into one over the course of the last few years. But she smiled back at him and bowed her head gratefully. Ozai crossed his arms behind his back, and Azula faced the crowd ahead. Ozai had backed her into a corner indeed. It was a trick he had always pulled on many people, her uncle, the head sage. He had even done it to Sokka when demanding that he worked with the Mechanist. But what he had failed to remember was that each time he had tried to cajole Azula into a similar situation, she had come out on top. She intended to do the same this time. She cleared her throat, knowing she would strain it to speak loudly enough for people to hear her. Only those with privileged places near the platform would be able to listen to every word. She knew as much, but the more people could hear, the better. She had to address the city publicly for the first time, and she didn't want to embarrass herself in doing so. She couldn't remember hearing if Iroh had ever done something like this during his tenure as Crown Prince. As far as she knew, the Fire Lord always delivered these speeches in the festivals. Crown princes or princesses would only be expected to do it if the Fire Lord was indisposed or out of the city for whatever reason. She had been granted an extraordinary privilege, and she had to make the most of it while she could. She would make her father regret this, by aiming to obtain approval from the people without compromising what she had grown to believe in. That was the only goal that mattered. "My father has bestowed a great honor upon me," she exclaimed, her voice as potent as it could be. Murmurs shook the crowd. Not many crown princes have the opportunity to speak to their people in this way, and it is only because of my father's generosity that I can do this today. Her words, showing such respect for her father, were well received. The crowd rejoiced in them before settling down anew. Angela smiled a little. "I wasn't involved in the parade last year, but I was granted the honor of performing the opening ceremony. This year I'm here in the quality of Crown Princess, for the very first time. And it has been quite an eventful year for me. My life has changed in many ways ever since my father named me his heir. I've learned many things as Crown Princess, but of all the ones I could share with you today, I have chosen the subject of responsibility." For an improvised speech, Angela was certainly doing a fairly good job at pretending it was properly planned, Sokka thought. He stood with his body turned towards her, as did the rest of her personal guards. His eyes didn't leave her figure as she spoke proudly. "As Crown Princess, I have many privileges, benefits, and countless opportunities that I had only ever dreamed of. But as Crown Princess I also have shouldered more responsibilities than I ever had before. It is my job to learn everything I can from my father, so that one day I may rule you as best as I can, just as he does. It is my duty and responsibility to become a leader worthy of ruling over all of you." Again, cheers shook the crowd. Sokka smiled, despite himself. She was loved by the people, and it was easy to see just how much right now. A quick glance at Ozai told him that the Fire Lord was already having second thoughts about his attempt to corner Angela. It served him right. "And just as I'm responsible for many things, every last one of you has responsibilities of your own," Angela continued. "We are faced, on a daily basis, with duties we need to uphold. Duties to our jobs, to our families, to our nation, to our fellow countrymen. And while this year has taught me many things, I've understood that our nation's progress can only carry on as it has if we learn to shoulder the responsibilities of our decisions properly. We are the heirs of Sozin, and we carry his torch. His legacy exists through all of us, and the Fire Nation my father has worked so hard to strengthen is evidence of that. We are greater than ever, aren't we?" Another cheer. Angela smiled and nodded. "And while that greatness is all we could ever strive for, we are burdened with responsibility through it." At once, the cheers grew silent. It almost felt as if the crowd were befuddled by the mere idea that Fire Nation's greatness wasn't a myth of some sort, or an idealized concept, but something real, and as such, something that carried consequences with it. Sozin dreamt of spreading our greatness throughout the world, didn't he? And we have done as much, no doubt. Every corner of our world knows better than to defy the Fire Nation, and we've subjugated everyone who ever stood in our way. But in doing so, we've changed what it means to belong to the Fire Nation. We've redefined what it means to call ourselves Fire Nation citizens. We've not only upheld Sozin's legacy, but we have also created a new legacy, my own father's legacy. A legacy that allows anyone to join us, if fire burns in their hearts as it burns in ours." Ozai's confusion was utterly laughable by now. Sokka had to hold back a snort. He knew most of Angela's words, the ones that flattered Sozin, in particular, were meant to appease a wild crowd. But he also knew that Ozai wasn't so stupid as to let her lavish praises get to him. She was giving him a public beating while buttering him up in every possible way she could, just as well. "The honorary citizenship system was a brilliant decision," Angela continued. I've always considered it one of my father's greatest successes. He has understood that our greatness as a nation can be spread this way, too. The former Earth Kingdom belongs to us, and the Fire Nation is no longer our archipelago alone. The Fire Nation is everywhere. And this is a remarkable achievement, just as it broadens the spectrum of our responsibilities. Many of us were born to this land, to the scorching fire, to the sights of volcanoes in the horizon. But those honorary citizens chose this land, they weren't born to it. They accepted us, and it is time we accept them as well. It is time we cherish them, for they've willingly forsaken their nation to join ours. It's been 9 years since Sozin's comet last graced us with its presence, and 9 years since we redefined what it means to be Fire Nation. She allowed her gaze to travel over the crowd. They were watching her silently, almost spellbound, and she smiled to herself before letting her eyes flicker to her left. To where he stood. She closed her eyes, heart thumping in her chest. Someone once told me a truth that I've held onto, ever since I first heard it. I believe it illustrates the true meaning of my speech. Nations are not comprised only by strips of land under the jurisdiction of their ruler. What truly makes the Fire Nation what it is, it's our people. It's every single one of you. Every last one of you. A more subdued cheer rushed through the crowd this time. Part of her felt apprehensive at that. Were they that entranced that they weren't as enthusiastic, or were they starting to disagree with her proclamations? Whatever it was, she wasn't done yet. And that includes every earthbender who joined our armies. It includes every neighbor who was born to another land, but who have done their best to adapt to this one. It includes the least fortunate, the ones who cannot live in the luxuries that some, such as myself, have enjoyed through all our lives. But it also includes us. The nobles, the royals, the common folk, everyone. We are all the true substance of the Fire Nation. Our traditional borders no longer limit us, we've claimed so much. And it is our duty, as a nation, to embrace the change that my father has brought to us. It is our duty to honor those who have fallen fighting for the dream of greatness that we've pursued. But the true face of that greatness is in how we act, how we think, what we believe in. Our greatness is more than just riches, beauty, or lands. The greatness we pursue is not so superficial, not so simple. It is found in the transcendence of our nation, until the end of time. It is up to every one of us to create the Fire Nation we dream of. The Fire Nation where no one needs to lag behind. The Fire Nation that grows and adapts and changes as our Fire Lord leads us. We will find strength in each other, but we cannot do so if we turn a blind eye towards those who are different from us, yet are still part of us. Even slaves are crucial for our task. Slaves, who refuse to be part of our nation, who we've subjugated and forced into their new roles, what reason did we give them to join us? Why would they want to forsake their own nation, when not one of us would forsake the Fire Nation? They may never choose to join us. They may forever remain attached to their cultures, to their lands, but we turned them into our slaves. And by doing so, we've become responsible for them, too. Even if they don't wish for it, they have been assimilated, forced to become part of our nation. And because of this, the way we treat our slaves is yet another reflection of who we truly are as a nation. Because of this, we are responsible both for their hatred towards our nation, and for their actions. If they belong to us, their actions and behavior are as good as our own. Once we've truly taken responsibility for these men and women we've enslaved, they may just understand the true greatness of our people. I would have never chosen a different life than the one I can lead today. It is my greatest honor and joy to know that my destiny lies in working for every one of you, in abiding by my Father's guidance so that I may one day become a leader that all of you can be proud to follow. And I believe it is my responsibility, my duty, to ensure that as many of you can feel the way I do, proud to honor your heritage, and grateful for Fortune's gift when she bestowed upon you the opportunity to belong here, with us, in the Fire Nation. We often speak words without remembering their meaning. Today I hope you will speak from the depths of your burning hearts when you recite the Fire Nation oath. These are words that carry strength, and they point us towards a duty that we cannot take lightly. These words can strengthen our nation, and they will if we speak them while weighing everything they mean. These words are but a reminder of our true duties, and with this reminder, I hope that you can enjoy the festivals while cherishing what it means to call yourselves Fire Nation. While remembering, always, that every last one of you has the power to better our nation. I vow before you to work harder than I already have, so that when my time at your service ends, I may look back proudly at everything we achieved, together." The spell her words held upon the crowd was remarkable. Ruishi couldn't help but smile brightly as he watched her from a distance, his hand intertwined with songs. He had shirked his responsibilities, and maybe that was what had driven her to give this speech, but looking at her now, speaking as earnestly as she was, convinced the rebellious captain that she would be the first worthy Fire Lord in over a century. "So now I ask all of you," Azula said, breathing deeply. "Speak the words with me, so that together we may cherish and uphold what it means to be Fire Nation. My life I give to my country. With my hands I fight for Fire Lord Oze, and our forefathers before him. With my mind I seek ways to better our country. And with my feet, may our march of civilization continue." The words were spoken so strongly all across the crowd that it shook Azula to her core. Everyone seemed to have joined in, even if she knew it wasn't the case. She would never catch Sokka speaking them, there was no chance he'd ever do that. But that so many people would follow her lead. She smiled brightly and bowed her head towards them. A gasp shook the crowd now. Royals were the ones who received reverences, not the other way around. But she rose again soon enough, still smiling brightly so she could finish her speech. "It is my greatest honor to serve as your crown princess." And now the cheers were deafening. Her eyes widened as she stepped back, smiling in disbelief as she did. She had been forced to say several things she hadn't meant, but that was the way of politics. All talk of greatness was but propaganda, but it was propaganda that the people ate up rather eagerly. For years, Sozin, Hizuo, Azula, and Oze had used that promise of greatness as their best asset. Today, Azula had redefined its meaning. Just as she had redefined the meaning of Oze's 2 decisions from 9 years earlier, the decisions that had destroyed the Earth Kingdom as it was known. Oze would never accept it if she made him put an end to slavery. Azula knew as much. So today, she had twisted slavery into a responsibility that needed to be handled carefully, rather than a benefit or an opportunity to oppress others. She could only hope that a few slaves would be treated better, starting today. Oze would never truly see the Earth Kingdom-born honorary citizens as anything but foreigners, laughing stocks that he could sneer at, for they had forsaken their identities and pride so easily. Today, Azula had spoken of the fire in their hearts, and turned them into worthier Fire Nation citizens, even, than those who were born there to begin with. Their choice to belong amongst them could be seen as something more meaningful than simply being conceived by Fire Nation parents. Again, she could only hope the honorary citizens would be treated with more respect. After her speech, she closed her eyes and turned on her heels, moving through the platform towards where her father stood. The joyful, enthusiastic crown princess now grew more subdued, even if she didn't lose the spark of excitement that rushed through her body after what she'd done as she bowed her head towards the Fire Lord. "I'm grateful for this opportunity, Father," she said. "I hope I've made you proud." Oh, she knew she was playing with fire, but she wasn't afraid of getting burned, not after this. She lifted her defiant gaze, showing him she wouldn't cower. She wasn't Zuko. If Oze wanted to play his games with her, she wasn't going to beg him to stop. She would turn the tides on him and make him surrender, instead. And going by Oze's defeated sigh and small smile, perhaps he would surrender indeed. "You simply do not have it in you to shy away from a challenge, do you?" he asked. "Here I thought I had raised an obedient daughter. Why, was I disobedient in any way?" she asked, raising her eyebrows. "You asked me to speak, so you know well enough what I mean," he said, smirking. Very well, very well. You win." Azula smiled more earnestly now, and Oze shook his head. "If you're bothered by how I refused to back down, well, you shouldn't be," she said. "I learned to be so headstrong from you, after all." "I suppose it would be wrong to berate you for it, then," said Oze, smirking. "Unbelievable. Even when you're insolent and brazen, you've tied my hands behind my back so I cannot even complain about it. You, child, are a force to be reckoned with." "As I said, only because I learned it from you," she smiled. "Be that as it may, I stand in awe of you, as ever. You'll be free to do as you please with those homeless people, if you know of anything that can be done other than, well, the obvious. Thank you, she said, eyes wide with amazement. Jose shrugged. Consider it a gift from a proud father indeed, he said. She laughed softly. Thank you, father. I'll make sure you won't regret this, said Angela, smiling as she made her way to climb off the platform. Despite her worst fears, it hadn't gone so poorly. Oh, how she wanted to jump into Sokka's arms and kiss him. She didn't know if he had enjoyed her speech, perhaps he was bothered by all her talk of greatness indeed, but the euphoria inside her right now was driving her mad. She felt energized, and she wanted to unleash that energy by being with the one person she loved most. Their eyes met, even if his were obscured by the mask. Angela's heartbeats picked up in speed as she took a step towards him, a step closer to the only person she wanted to be around right now, but Jose called for her again. Seeing as the people are celebrating you so much, Angela, why don't you join them? Angela froze before turning towards him. Jose's eyebrows were raised, in a playful sort of way. His daughter didn't seem to understand what was so funny, though. Join them? She asked. Why, you mean, visit the stalls? See the sights of the festival? Of course, said Jose, smirking. One would expect such eloquent speech to be followed by practicing what you preach. It is, of course, part of being responsible to join your people's celebrations, isn't it? Oh, he had to be kidding. Her face wanted to contort into a grimace, but she made every effort to remain as inexpressive as she could. You cannot celebrate the Fire Nation with the highborn only, after all, as the lowborn are essential for our nation too, aren't they? You said so yourself, said Jose, amused. You can join today's feast by dusk, but until then, you would do best to cherish the least fortunate of your future subjects. Do enjoy your time with the commoners. Such sweet revenge it was, turning the tables on each other time after time. Angela couldn't help but smile and shake her head, knowing her father had succeeded at cornering her, even if it wasn't in the way he had originally tried to do it. This was a subtler, and far more amusing corner, if anything. She would accept this roundabout punishment, if it truly meant she could handle the homeless people on her own terms. I shall try to, I suppose, she said, with a dry grin. Thank you, father. Do enjoy your feast. Jose seemed to snicker before approaching his military leaders again. He left Angela standing on the steps that led up to the platform, eyebrow twitching before she turned to her men once more. Is everything all right? Sokka asked her, almost forgetting to change his voice. He wasn't sure how to remain impassive, fully in character, while undergoing so many emotions simultaneously. Angela snorted as a response, as the rest of the guards crowded near them. She confirmed with a glance that Han and Chiang had returned from their assignment and raised her eyebrows towards them. Found any more homeless people? She inquired. None, princess, said Han. We found the ledge in the crater that they may have been spending their nights in, but there was no one else in sight. Well, all the better, she said, biting her lip. My father has granted me custody of those 7 for the time being. But he has also commanded me to partake in the festival. Truly? The festival? Tai Wei repeated. What, we get to enjoy it this year? Fei Li asked. Angela raised an eyebrow towards him. You're still on the job, Fei Li. This is still part of your assignment, she said. Why would he? Sokka began, but he fell silent soon enough. Ruishi wasn't likely to question the Fire Lord's orders, was he? Oh, to amuse himself over the idea of how panicked I will be about spending too long with the common folk, no doubt, said Angela, glancing over her shoulder at her father and sighing. We'll wait a half hour or so before we set out, so be ready by then. Will you take the palanquin? Sokka asked. Angela shook her head, startling the others. I would do best to honor my father's wishes properly, she said, smirking. I wouldn't enjoy my time amongst the commoners if, instead of being amongst them, I were above them, right? Well, said Tai Wei. It's safer that way, though, isn't it? Asked another guard who, according to Ruishi's data, was called Haoran. As far as I can tell, you lot have been too complacent and hardly ever have to work to keep me safe, Angela smirked. Might be I need to challenge you again today, to see if you can handle protecting me as I walk around the city. I mean, what do we have to fear? Another homeless people attack. Unlikely, as there weren't others anywhere around, said Chiang. Then, by all means, get ready for our fun little trip to visit the stalls, said Angela, breathing deeply. I'll accept that you buy a thing or two, if you're willing. I suppose I ought to fetch money myself. Princess, you can't truly believe anyone will charge you for their goods, said Tai Wei, astounded. They may not want to, it doesn't mean I'll accept that, said Angela. If someone can certainly afford whatever they may have for sale, it's me. So, I'll be the one to choose whether to pay for it or not. Well, send for a servant, tell them to fetch us, bags, I suppose. That's what commoners bring with them to these things, she said, with a dry grin. Tai Wei nodded. It shall be done, he said. And my money, she said, before Tai Wei walked away. Else I won't be able to buy anything at all, will I? Tai Wei nodded and took off, while Angela breathed deeply and glanced about herself with uncertainty. Most her guards dispersed, but Sokka remained close by, perhaps a little too close. She looked at him questioningly when he inched towards her, and she could almost see the guilty grin on his face for it. Take care not to stand too close to me, Ruishi, she said, teasingly. You never know when I may decide to burn you for your troubles. You kind of did, earlier, Sokka replied. Angela smirked. You mean, when we spoke privately? Or was it when you, inspected the palanquin? Oh, I meant when you used your bending through my arm, actually, Sokka said, nonchalantly. Angela smiled. Just the typical things to be expected from you, I guess. I'm not sure how that worked, truthfully, she whispered. But we're both lucky that it did. Agreed, said Sokka, smiling. At any rate, I don't have much money on me. Should I head back and take from Ruishi's stash? He didn't really tell me where his money was. Well, as far as I'm concerned, feel free to do as much, said Angela, smirking. I'll eagerly welcome any decisions that may serve as a punishment for him today. I figured, said Sokka, smiling weakly. He didn't plan on taking a lot of money, but he would need some, just in case. He intended to reimburse Ruishi for it later, but Angela didn't need to know that. The princess followed him inside the palace, staying outside the guards' barracks while the whole group got ready for their expedition. By the time they reached her they were loaded not only on money, but on empty bags and waterskins, too. They didn't know how long they would be out in the streets, and it was better to stay hydrated. The last to show up was Sokka, with a small pouch of coins in his hand. Angela smirked approvingly at the sight of his money before addressing the whole group. Very well, then. We've been given a unique opportunity that, as fun as it may sound, it may also represent a massive security risk. Keep your eyes open, but don't be overly paranoid, either. Yes, Princess, the men spoke at unison. She smiled and jerked her head towards the palace gates. Shall we, then? Check the description for the links to the author.